So we're about to watch this debate between Destiny, Alex Jones, Glenn Greenwald, whatever that guy, whoever that guy on the right is. I have no clue that is. And Tweedledee dumb liberal brothers on Twitter, the Krasensteins, and I say that lovingly. Okay, we're gonna watch this debate, but before we watch this debate between Destiny, Alex Jones, and all these people, I thought that it'd be, at least for me, it'd be interesting if we watch this Russian state TV segments, or at least 3 minutes of it beforehand, because somebody on the panel is mentioned, Alex Jones, and I wanted to show you the nature at which the most popular Russian state propaganda host mentioned Alex Jones. And I wanted to do that before we got into the conversation so you guys can understand how other people in the world view people like Alex Jones, and how the Russians and the Russian government, who specifically wants there to be more discontent in American society, views figures like Alex Jones, who they view as somebody who could bring more discontent into general American society. Anyway, check this out. All starry-eyed views momentarily disappear. I'm going to have it sped up because I don't want to spend too much time on this. When you talk to these guys who understand that every day might be their last, they are fighting for their motherland. They are fighting for the memory of their ancestors. They are fighting for truth. They won't even try to pronounce the word pluralism. As our friend Aptionovich says, they are warriors of light. They are fighting against an absolute evil. They understand this. They fight in the army of God against the army of Satan. However strange this might sound on the home front, on the front lines, they clearly understand this. They are fighting against the purest form of evil. If you say something more, if there is something more important than your own life, if you say this to a liberal, he won't understand it. What does it mean that there is something more important than him and his life that he desires? But there is. Why is everyone siding with us? What is the global majority standing with us? Because we are saving human nature. The Russian people took it upon ourselves. The mantle that was supposed to be carried by the Jews. We say that God exists. We say one thing, God exists. Are we leading the whole world through the wilderness? No, we're telling the whole world that God exists. If there is no religion, there is no sin. Everything is permissible. We say no, it's not permitted. You can't kill women. You can't kill kids. You can't torment people. By the way, here's a clip of a Russian missile striking a hospital recently. Yep, can't torment people. Just remember that, guys. The one you're really fighting against is Satan. The father of all lies. He is always in the shadows. He can emancipate from the faces of evildoers, but largely he always disappears because you start to pay attention to their human characteristics, forgetting who stands behind them. I totally agree that all this post-transhumanism, LGBT, whatever they call their movement, is Satanism. You lived in the West yet? Yes, I did. You communicated with the people there? Is it true that everyone there is a Satanist? There are many normal people left there, a vast majority. Ideologically, they hate their government. They think that their country was stolen from them. They need to be saved, yes? There are powers in America dealing with this. The attitude towards them is complicated. People like Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, and many others, they are horrified by what is happening. Is America close to a civil war? America is always close to a civil war. I think that Europe is doomed to have a civil war. Okay, we'll stop it there. So there's a few things I want to comment on. Number one, liberal societies have been able to muster armies to defend themselves and to defend their values and to defend the republic and to defend the freedoms that, you know, they desire. That has happened multiple times. It happened during World War II. It's happened during many other wars where liberal democracies have put forward armies in order to defend their territory. So the idea that liberals could not think of something greater than themselves is silly, because if that was the case, every time a liberal democracy was invaded or had to fight a war, it would immediately collapse in on itself. Putting that to its side. The main thing that he's pushing here is the idea of the Russian idea. And it's the idea that Russia has a unique position in history in order to advocate on behalf of God and to be God's, you know, warriors on earth. to be advocates for the Orthodox faith and for God. And they will fight against the degeneracy of Europe. Before, maybe it was the Enlightenment period. Now it would be, you know, this kind of liberalism and LGBT madness, as they would call it. It is their job to fight against it and lead as God's crusaders on this earth. And that's why you see there's so much like biblical reference. We're fighting Satanism, we're fighting the devil, we're fighting evil itself. They're not fighting Ukrainians who want their own country. You're not fighting people who want their own democracy. It has to be they're fighting the devil themselves. They're making it in holy terms. And the Russian state government works with the Russian Orthodox Church heavily to try to integrate these narratives. The head of the Russian Orthodox, Patriarch Kirill, said that if you go to Ukraine and you kill Ukrainians, you go there, fight, and you die, you go to heaven. You got a ticket to heaven. They're working one and the same here to try to make it a holy war through this old idea of the Russian idea that they have a unique position in Europe to lead Christians, to lead the people of Christ towards a godly future. And it's being used geopolitically. It's being used to say, see, we're crusading against this evil. We're evading them to free them of this type of evil, which is what the other host is trying to ask him about and push into. It's being used geopolitically. And after sliding over that idea of the Russian idea, he talks about people like Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson who are fighting against the same evil they're fighting against here in the United States. Why would he say that? Well, Tucker Carlson's segments were often taken and just translated, and they even had a show on Russian state TV where they would take Russian Tucker Carlson state segments and they would just translate them and just play them on Russian state TV. He has regurgitated Russian propaganda before, sometimes just even Russian disinformation on the most popular news show in the United States. I talk about this all the time, but he said on his program that for every Russian that dies, 7 Ukrainian soldiers die. It was completely made up, just completely falsified statistics, which he never corrected and then had somebody else repeat on his show the next week. So why would they see him as a warrior who was fighting for them in the United States? Because Tucker Carlson wants the United States to retract from Europe and is regurgitating their propaganda. Alex Jones has also regurgitated their propaganda. He recently said a few weeks ago that the Russians do not target civilians in Ukraine. And in fact, the Ukrainians are trying to egg them on to target civilians in Ukraine in order to get the West to intervene. So Alex Jones is also somebody who regurgitates Russian propaganda. But the reason why the Russians push these people is not only because they, regurgitate Russian propaganda, it's also because they believe, and this is what I genuinely think, they believe that people like Alex Jones can cause discontent in the United States, cause chaos, cause friction between, different groups of people that would regularly be able to live together and exist together and be like, you know what, we're neighbors, we disagree, it is what it is. And by spreading more misinformation and more discontent and promoting these types of people, they can cause more political chaos. And if they can cause enough political chaos to make America go into a sort of decision atrophy where we're too domestically, politically divided to do anything overseas, then they can seek out their interests like the invasion of Ukraine without any American interference. And I mean, I'm not the only person who has talked about this. Other people have talked about this before. There are books in the Russian military academy that talk about this tactic. There were Russian state institutions built, like the Internet Research Agency, meant to spread this type of misinformation. The Russian government has pumped up both sides of debates before, both anti and pro Black Lives Matter protesters in order to cause more friction. So this is kind of like an explicit goal of the state that they have been pursuing for years. I'm just saying this to let you guys know that Alex Jones is so chaotic and so out there that the Russians think that by just like pushing him up and just promoting him and bringing him on their programs, that they can cause more discontent within the United States and get more people to believe their propaganda, which they at least were corrupt on the second part because they were able to get him to regurgitate their propaganda, but who knows if they were correct on the first part. Anyway, I just wanted to use that as a preview before we went in and watched this debate between Destiny, Alex Jones, and the rest. Okay, time to watch. They're going to be debating January 6th and whether it was a coup, an insurrection, and all that business. Let's watch. It's going to be Glenn Greenwald, Destiny, Alex Jones, some other guy, and the Krasenstein brothers.
Would you have been okay in the year 2000 if Gore refused to certify the vote because he didn't like what was happening in Florida?
A lot of Democrats did want him to do that.
Can you answer that question? Glenn, answer the question.
Yeah, and I would have actually, yes, a lot of Democrats were angry about that.
I'm not asking if a lot of I'm asking you would be okay personally if he refused to certify the vote.
I think there were two.
You won't answer the question. What would have happened if Pence would have thrown out the vote?
No, that's a hypothetical. Trump wanted a 10-day investigation.
No, but
I don't care what Trump
also wanted Pence to throw out the
Yeah, what would have happened? What would you have called that?
And we're pushing for that.
Yeah, what would we have called that? Can I get a name for that? If you don't want to call it a coup or an insurrection, what would you call that?
Well, I'd call it taking Trump off the ballot and saying we can't vote for him.
I know you won't answer because you probably know he's guilty. That's fine. What about you or Glenn?
Guilty.
Glenn, what would you call it if the president was able to entrench his power by asking his vice president to throw out the vote unilaterally, which is what he was trying to do? Do you want to deny the facts?
God, man, this intro, it's already just so... It's like Alex just shut down. I never actually have seen Alex shut down like that. Legitimately just didn't have a response. Just started talking about something completely unrelated and then just shut down as Destiny moved on because he didn't want to be the center of the conversation anymore because he knew he didn't have a response. It's so fucking obvious. My God, I've never seen Alex Jones shut down like that. I've never even seen him shut up like that. And man, this debate really is something. It's really something in the history of Jones, huh?
You want to deny that it's a coup? What part?
A coup.
Why didn't he call them off immediately if he thought it didn't make him look good?
It was happening while he was giving a speech.
Wrong. The reason why he didn't call them off is because him, Giuliani, and Eastman were making phone calls to other senators and congressmen asking them to decertify the electoral vote.
No.
You were there, but you weren't.
Do you acknowledge that happened, or do you not acknowledge it?
We're talking about the crowd.
I don't care about the crowd. I'm saying that as the riot was raging on and he was sitting there sipping his Diet Coke, if this really made him and his followers look bad, why didn't Donald Trump make a video immediately?
I'm about to do it because I can talk over you really easy.
That's what you've been doing the whole time.
No, you're doing it.
I look forward to you dodging the question again. Go ahead.
You're doing it. You're doing it.
No, you.
So, you.
No, you.
You.
No, you.
You.
Both of you.
Keep doing it.
Jump into it. I want to introduce our panel of incredible people, as I said.
Okay, can I just be blunt? When I saw this guy, this LSD junkie, was going to be the host of the show, I knew it was going to be bad. Because they're already doing it in Alex Jones' studio, but then you make this guy the moderator. I'm not trying to hate on him. I'm just saying he's on their home turf. And I think, not only that, I do think the sympathies do lie more with the Alex Jones side of this conversation after hearing this guy talk before. But maybe you can put that aside. But at the end of the day, man, you got to be sharp, especially when you got somebody like Alex Jones that wants to bulldoze everybody. You got to be able to be like, yo, dude, you got to shut up. Man, one thing that I'm positive about is if I ever relaunch my debate show or debate panels, I would need my stream, like a stream deck automatically with buttons on. I can mute everyone. I can mute this person instantly, because yelling over people, man, it's not nearly as good than just hitting the button and being done with it. Because at that point, it's sad if you keep talking if you're muted.
Earlier, and I'm going to start from the end and give you guys a chance to introduce yourselves. We have Ed Krasenstein.
Yeah, how's it going? I'm Ed Krasenstein.
Well, weren't these guys banned from Twitter because they were found to be like botting their accounts, or was that all nonsense? And then they were brought back under Elon. They're the only two liberals that were granted amnesty under Elon Musk. They're the token amnesty liberals. I thought they weren't real. It's weird to see them in person because I only ever see them on Twitter. I mean, when I say in person, it's weird to see them outside of a Twitter profile picture. That's what I mean. I don't see them in person. They actually did really well. From what I saw, I thought Destiny was carrying, but maybe, again, I only saw some of this, so.
You know me on X at Ed Krasen, also the twin brother of Brian.
Thanks for pointing out that it's Krasenstein, not Krasenstein.
Well, it can actually be either. You can do Krasenstein or Krasenstein, and I really don't care what you use. So
it's Frankenstein, not Stein.
Okay. Not Frankenstein. But
that was Alex Jones, if you didn't know. We also have Brian Krasenstein.
Hey, and it's great to be here. I'm Brian Krasenstein, known as Krasenstein on X. Ed's slightly better looking and more intelligent twin brother.
And modest as well. Probably the most modest of the Krasensteins. Next to Brian, we have Stephen Bonnell, known as Destiny. What's happening, man?
Hey, what's up? You know me on YouTube at Destiny. My real life name is Steven, and I scream and shout at people on the internet for a living.
Next to this dude, we got Alex Jones. Alex, Explain yourself.
Another person who screams and shouts on the internet for a living.
Well, I don't think I probably needed much of an introduction, but I mean, I was there on January 6th, and I saw what happened. And so...
he saw everything. He was there, he saw what happened. Oh, okay.
It's a very important discussion we're about to have tonight. I'm glad everybody...
By the way, I don't talk about... I mean, I only talk about it when it comes up, but I was at January 6th, too. I guess, you know, it doesn't really have much of my focus because I've been doing all this war and stuff with the war in Ukraine. But I was at January 6th, too. You know, I was with protesters as they were walking up to the Capitol saying, oh, my God, they're storming it. They're storming it. And everybody was trying to get there really fast to make sure they didn't miss the storming. You know, I was there. I filmed a lot of it. I streamed a lot of it. My phone eventually died. And then I just kind of tried to charge my phone as much as I could, take whatever pictures I could. But yeah, no, I was there for most of the day, I think.
We need to have more of this, not just left and right, but just different groups of people debating and discussing. I'm really glad that Zero Hedge and their great subscription service, people supporting it, is financing this. And so you're going to see a lot more of this with people supporting Zero Hedge. And so I'm just honored to be here with you guys in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Zero Hedge. Great company. Great people, too. Really great people involved with the company. And to your left, my right, Darren Beatty. What's happening, man?
Great to be here. Thank you. I'm Darren Beatty. I run a news site called Revolver.news, which is reported extensively on January 6th. And you can also see me on X at Darren J. Beatty.
And you're a Trump advisor and speechwriter.
Yes.
And a former professor. And you helped quarterback a lot of the groundbreaking stuff that Tucker Carlson put up.
Indeed.
So I'll sing your praises since you.
Thank you.
And we also have coming in remote live, Glenn Greenwald from your studio in Brazil. What's happening, Glenn?
Hey everybody, Glenn Greenwald. I'm a journalist. I'm the host of System Update on Rumble. I had planned to be there in person. A little logistical problems intervened, and I wish I could be, but I'm really looking forward to participating. And I just want to echo Alex. I think what Zero Hedge is doing is so important, organizing these kind of substantive structured debates among people who obviously disagree pretty strongly on things, and yet nonetheless.
Substantive is a very key word there, Glenn. That I would virulently disagree with, but okay.
Can have what I hope will be a civil and spirited debate, what I expect it will be. So I'm really looking forward to it, and I appreciate being asked.
Yes, that is my job, is to make sure that it maintains civility, structure, organization.
This is the problem. If you want the debate to be substantive, you have to be able to stay on topic enough to drill down to the core of it. For example, if Destiny's like, hey, you don't want to call this a coup, what is it? If you're not going to call it a coup when the president does this, it can't just be immediately pivots to another topic. It's not substantive if you're only going to be touching the surface of every single topic relating to January 6th. You got to drill down to its core. But that's going to require, when you have somebody like Alex Jones, who's going to very quickly pivot once he's reached out of its depth, you need somebody like Ian Crossland to be like, wait a second, Jones, can you answer that question? What would you call what happened on January 6th? That's how you would have like a substantive question. And then you would have to either get Alex to be like, well, I don't know, but I don't think it's appropriate for this reason. That's how you get to have a substantive discussion here with somebody who's constantly going to be switching and dodging, right? If you want it to be something outside of entertainment, which honestly, I feel like a lot of this is leaning more towards that when you have somebody like Alex Jones on the program. That doesn't mean you can't drill them down on the issues. You could have a confrontational interview. You could have a constructive interview where you're really tearing some of his points apart to find a little like, hey, maybe there's something wrong here, something wrong there. But that is going to require a level of labor from the moderator that I just don't think it's going to come from Ian.
And that we don't talk over each other, that we end up listening to each other. The real value of humanity, one of the most powerful tools we have, is communication. So I think tonight's going to be an exemplary example of that. Let's go for this.
You should be really careful before you predict this stuff in advance, man.
First question I got for you guys, and this is really for the entire panel, and anyone that wants to start it off, maybe we can start with you, Ed, since just because you're on the end and we can move around, is January 6, 2021. Was it an insurrection? And before you answer, I want to read this. This is actually what it's called 18 U.S. Code 2383, rebellion or insurrection.
Yeah, let me do an overhead shot. This is right out of Cornell law here.
Excellent. All right, I'm going to start reading this. This is according to the U.S. Code. Whoever incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof, or gives aid or comfort thereto, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years or both, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. It technically doesn't define insurrection. It's the code talking about what I guess what an insurrection is. Of course, they use the word.
So now why did we read it? Okay, whatever.
Insurrection in the actual.
So this would only be, I think this would be important if we're talking about the Colorado court case. This would be something that would stop the president from being able to hold office. This is what would stop the president from being able to hold office if he's an insurrectionist, which could be useful for like the Colorado court case or the Maine court case or any of the court cases dealing with Trump being an insurrectionist, but it's not necessarily helpful when trying to define what insurrection is.
Code itself. But what do you think? Do you guys think it was an insurrection?
So I personally believe it was an insurrection, and I base that on the fact that 20 court decisions called it an insurrection, and the fact that there was a bill passed in the Senate that called them a mob of insurrectionists. I think the bill passed, or it was in the House of Representatives, 400.
Okay, if you guys want my opinion, I think for some people participated in insurrection that day and some people didn't. And what I mean by that is there was not one organized, like we're all going to the Capitol and we're going to overthrow the government, right? What happened was you got a big crowd of people, all of the most diehard Trump supporters from all across the country who have been pumped full of the idea that the election was stolen. Our country was about to be stolen by some communist Joe Biden, by this evil man who's stealing this country, and the only reason why our democracy was about to die is because Mike Pence doesn't have the courage to do the job in DC. So now let's march to the Capitol. Then they marched to the Capitol, and then there were certain people in the crowd, certain militia members, provocateurs, Proud Boys, who then started scuffling with the cops. And once you're in a crowd like that, this is my estimation of the events from my experience there, right? People knew what the hell was going on in the Capitol, and they still went to the Capitol. It wasn't like people like, oh, they're storming the Capitol. Golly gee willikers, I gotta go home. I was walking towards the Capitol. I hear the Capitol is being stormed. I'm heading over to a different point to try to get a good look at the Capitol from a distance to film it. And I hear other people hearing that and then rushing to the Capitol because they don't want to miss the storming, right? Now, why people did that, I think it's a combination of, they believe the election's being stolen. And if you truly believe your democracy is about to die, well, the tree of liberty must be watered with the blood of tyrants, et cetera, et cetera. There is also, I think, a level of kind of, an energy that develops in crowd. I mean, in crowds, definitely violent, energetic crowds, and almost like being high at a certain point, how a crowd mentality can sweep you up. I think these two things combined, their head full of nonsense and their chest full of vigor led to them storming the Capitol building. And those people who stormed it with the intention of stopping the vote, and you can interview tons of people there who were saying that was their intention, those people engaged in insurrection. The Proud Boys engaged in insurrection. The people who were found guilty of sedition conspiracy and given 20 years, those guys are insurrectionists. That was an insurrection. Does that mean everybody who went to the Capitol that day and held up a sign that says Trump should be president is an insurrectionist? No. They shouldn't have the reason to be there in the first place was stupid. They bought a scam that the election was stolen. But those people didn't engage in insurrection. I think they engaged in a silly protest, but they didn't engage in insurrection. The ones who tried to stop the process did engage in insurrection. That was certainly was violent. There were pipe bombs planted the night before. Hundreds of cops were injured. Multiple people did die in relation to the event. So it was a violent uprising against the government and tried to stop the process, the transferal of power. That's not even talking about all the different stuff Trump did when it comes to trying to write up executive orders to seize voting machines. That's not even talking about Trump's inaction for 3 hours when the rioting was going on and being told, and this is recent, this has been a recent update we got, and being told, hey, the vice president had just to be evacuated to a secure location, and Trump's response to staff was, who cares? Like, we could go all throughout the Trump history, but just based on that, there were people there that day that did engage in insurrection with the intention of subverting the democratic process. That was insurrection.
6 to 21. That was a statute to award the police officers medals, and it referred to these individuals as.
But by the way, I don't even arguing that. I think is very different than arguing here is the specific things that Trump did to usurp the election, which I think since Trump was the main, provocateur of putting all these dumb things in his mind in the first place is what we should be mainly focusing on, not the like individual rioters that either got swept up in the crowd fever or, you know, have been planning to like provoke on the Capitol weeks before. I think Trump needs to be the main focus.
As insurrectionists. So, I mean, I think the term can be subjective. I think, you know, people can say nobody was charged with violating Section 2383 of Title 18, which is insurrection and rebellion statute. And nobody was, right? But I don't think that defines whether the event was an insurrection. When
Can I just say explicitly, I usually don't even call it insurrection. I call it a riot because I know it was a riot. I don't use the word insurrection because it was not a great, like when I use it wasn't a very particularly successful insurrection. That doesn't mean it was an insurrection. I just don't think it was particularly that good of an insurrection. It was a failed insurrection. It didn't get that far. So I just use the term riot more often, but I mean, I wouldn't object to it principally.
Insurrection, I don't mean everybody there was partaking in insurrection. There were people who were peaceful. The people who walked into the Capitol and did nothing, I don't think that they were insurrectionists. I think they violated the law, but I don't think they were partaking in insurrection. I do think the Proud Boys were partaking in insurrection. I think you could say Donald Trump incited the insurrection. I do.
Destiny, what do you think, man?
I would say the plot from start to finish is quite obviously an insurrection. The only way to get around that is to either justify an insurrection, which is what most conservatives do, they don't realize it, or to deny that an insurrection could ever happen, or if you're not aware of all the facts of what happened. I think that Donald Trump and his cronies had a very coherent plan that they tried to enact from start to finish, starting with false claims.
I mean, they got the fake slates of electors. They wrote up executive orders to seize voting machines. They had fake elector ceremonies, which I was just looking at some of the footage from them now. It's like there's chairs set up for people to watch, but nobody's there because it's fake. And like they're certifying the vote in Trump hats. It's unbelievably bizarrely partisan to the point of parody.
Voter fraud, leading to false slates of electors that filed themselves as state electors under perjury, which is what they did, up to the violence that happened on the day of the certification of the vote, where Donald Trump and his friends.
You know what? What should have happened? Trump should have gone to court, argued that his fake electors were real, and right after he wins the case, Bernie kicks in the door. He's like, "Here's my 400 electors that I all brought from Vermont. Thank you." And then he's president. That's what should have really happened. And then Medicare for all would be passed and there'd be peace on earth, as we all know.
Continue to try to delay the peaceful transfer of power by contravening the certification of the Electoral College vote.
And what I want to make sure that we don't force this into like what they want to call a debate where you got to be be called on or anything. So if any of you guys, Glenn, you as well, man, if any of you guys,
please, I wish. I mean, I'm not saying it always has to be wait to called on, but that is a very useful tool that moderators should use more often. When it gets too chaotic and it's too divisive, where people want to yell over each other in every moment, having a list where we're going to go back and forth and letting them speak gets really useful if they just get too out of hand. Now, I understand wanting to avoid having to do that, but it's always something you should keep in your back pocket. And that doesn't mean once you start doing it, you have to do it for the rest of the show, but at least for 30 minutes so you get it back on track and you're like, okay, guys, I think you guys know how to behave now. I'm going to bring it back. You got to act like a kindergarten teacher, okay? That's the only way you're going to have order from any of these animals that decide to actually go on debate panels.
Want to jump in?
Yeah, the two of them just went, I want Glenn to go, but I just want to say something here. I was there, and I was investigated and subpoenaed by the Justice Department in at least 5 criminal investigations, and I was forced to testify in front of the Jan 6 committee.
Man, you know, I was there, and I didn't have to do any of that. Woo! Thank you, Mr. FBI man. Appreciate it.
They've now been destroying their records because the records show the opposite of what they said. Trump and all of us had a stage rented.
I don't get FBI review when I go to the Capitol on J6, but when I go to Ukraine and come back and they're checking me for terror tattoos.
By the Supreme Court. He was supposed to have another rally there. We showed up before Trump ever finished his speech. People were getting tear gas and hit by bullets, and there were a bunch of provocateurs.
Bullshit. It wasn't just they just randomly started firing tear gas and bullets. They started tearing down the police line, pushing back the police, beating the police, injuring hundreds of them. And yeah, they resorted to tear gas because they were storming the United States Capitol during the certification of the vote when all of the legislators were in the Capitol building.
Leading an attack against the police, and they broke through. And then this million-plus people then got blamed as insurrectionists, and Biden gave a big speech yesterday saying they're all terrorists. So by that...
Look, since he's pulling the I was there card, I can as well. And I love bringing up this story because I feel the story really shows the irony of the logic many of the people on the Capitol that they experience. I'm from the DMV. I'm from the DC, Maryland, Virginia area. So for me being there wasn't that crazy, at least to me, because it just takes me 30 minutes to get to DC. Then I'm there wherever the protest's happening, you know? So DC was always very accessible to me, and DC-centric politics was always very accessible to me. But throughout that day, I saw a lot of weird, wild stuff about people explicitly wanting to be violent, people coming up to me and saying that voting for Joe Biden is treason and treason is punishable by death after seeing my Joe Biden hoodie, people coming up to me and calling me a traitor because of that. But the thing that really grinded my gears the most was the irony of the violence towards the journalists. And I try to bring this up as much as possible. I was there before the journalists had their cameras smashed. I don't know if you guys saw that footage that was being spammed everywhere on January 6th, but part of the footage that was being shared around was of a bunch of journalists having their cameras smashed. And what happened was I saw the lead up to that. There was a journalist from some like European outlet. I think it was DW News, but I can't remember. And he was talking into the camera and he says, yada, 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 yada. And there's like a metal gate barrier behind him. He says, behind me, there are supporters of the president and they're rioting. Said something along those lines, but used the word rioter. And then someone carrying an American flag heard it. And they were like, rioter. And they came over and they started waving the flag in the background to try to ruin his shot, yelling at the top of his lungs, like, USA, 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 we're patriots and we stood democracy, da, da, da. And then other people followed suit because they see one guy yelling at the media, hey, it's the fake news media, we got to get together. So more people joined and they started yelling too. And then somebody threw a water bottle. And then somebody threw another water bottle. Then somebody threw something else. And then I was hearing things getting thrown that had a little bit more weight to it. And eventually someone pulled down the metal barrier. The journalists were terrified. They run away. The Europeans, of course, the first because Europeans. And then they smashed all their cameras. So the reason why the journalists had their cameras smashed by a riot was because they called the rioters rioters. Anyway, that was one of the experiences that stood out to me the most on January 6th.
Extension, Kamala Harris as the VP candidate was bailing people out of jail that burned down police stations and firebombed federal buildings. And the idea of Biden's speech yesterday, making his whole campaign about January 6th, saying political violence is never good. The Democrats are the ones that called for political violence. So I was there with a bullhorn. I could only reach 100 yards out when the tear gas was hitting me, saying, don't go in, don't fight the police. This is a setup. And then we have hundreds of videos. And so regardless of what the left tries to do, they're all out there, of people taking off their Antifa stuff and putting on the Trump garb.
We don't have that. It's just bullshit. I saw one person riding around on a bike who recognized me, who offered to give me a ride. I have no clue who it was. They were in like black and they were riding around on a bike. That's the one person I saw that maybe was Antifa, but he didn't say how it was Antifa. It was just a guy riding around. The thing is, and I know this because I was there in the days leading up to January 6th, all the local DC, Maryland, Virginia, like groups like the Antifa orgs, all were like, we're not counter protesting this. And the reason they said they're not counter protesting this is they said there's a really, really bad risk that this could get badly violent. And since it's going to get really violent, we don't want to be a part of it. So Antifa had reacted more decisively than our government to protect themselves in the Capitol. Point is, though, I didn't see any Antifa there, and all of the evidence that has been brought forward that there was Antifa there has all fallen through. Like the stuff that Matt Gaetz talked about, that website that used like Face ID technology to identify faces that were on Antifa websites. But then I thought about it for like 5 seconds, like Antifa websites? Why would Antifa put their faces on Antifa? Isn't the whole point Black Bloc, you stay anonymous? Oh, what was it? An Antifa website or some like local Antifa group put the faces of well-known neo-Nazis on the website to inform people of them in case they saw them. And so what Matt Gaetz actually by accident confirmed is that the giant Trump rally had a bunch of neo-Nazis and white supremacists in it that were there to be violent and be white supremacists and do what they did. And I'm not saying that's everybody there, the majority of people there, but the people were there. And Matt Gaetz accidentally highlighted that.
And the police fake arresting people, attacking them, and then high-fiving them. I mean, this has all come out in the new footage, and it's all getting...
Wait, fake arresting them? How were they fake
They would grab them and arrest them, and then drag them in, and then high-five them, you know, take the handcuffs off and high-five them. Those videos, what people are going to take everything I say, they're going to put it on X and show what I said.
I got the high-five video. I saw it yesterday.
That's where we dominate.
Yeah,
and so what I'm getting at here. Let me tell you this. What I'm getting at here is,
I didn't know anybody saw me high five the cops. That's what I had no clue.
They now admit hundreds of federal officers were there. So when Trump started his speech, this whole thing began with Ray Epps saying, "Go into the Capitol." He told the Jan 6 committee, "Yeah, it's true. It's in his text messages." He told family, "I orchestrated it." So under pressure, they finally indicted him, but only recommended 6 months. So a few hundred.
We have no evidence that Ray Epps is a federal agent.
People got manipulated into fighting the police. They were.
The Ray Epps thing just seems like a bunch of horse hockey to me. There's nothing solid there.
Led and driven by provocateurs and other groups. They were others. Then they open the doors and the police wave them in hundreds of videos. They walk between the velvet ropes and then they indict over.
Why? Like the thing that confuses me about the Ray Epps thing is why hasn't anybody come forward and like been like, yeah, Ray Epps tried to make me commit these crimes, and like, yeah, I know, like there's no, it's all just speculation. There's nobody coming forward to testify that yes, Ray Epps tried to manipulate me in order to do this crime, in order to get me arrested. Nobody.
Over 1,000 people that just walked through velvet ropes, and then now we're told in the National Security Directive of President Biden, the #1 threat
also,
is the American.
Why would Ray Epps be doing all these interviews trying to clear his name, and not just like disappear like another Fed? Like, do you ever see Fed like informants? Once they're caught, they go on TV and do a tour about how they're not actually a Fed, so they can keep fedding around. No, they disappear and they try again because the cover's been blown. I've never seen the Fed TV press world tour before. I've never seen such a thing. Because all it does is bring more attention to it. So, like from an organizational standpoint, if he was a Fed, the Feds would want him to shut the hell up, because the more he highlights and talks about it and goes and do interviews, the more him being a Fed is highlighted. And it doesn't make sense to me. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it doesn't make any sense to me. And I'm saying that as somebody who grew up in the DC area. I was surrounded by Feds my whole life. I've been surrounded by people who work in the intelligence community sometimes. Well, not sometimes, in my whole life. So it just doesn't make sense to me.
American people, and he had a declaration of war yesterday against all Trump supporters and says, to protect democracy, we're not going to let you vote for Trump. So as Stalin said, I care not who casts the votes, I care who counts them. Well, Biden doesn't care who casts the votes, he cares who's allowed on the ballot. So we've already won, no one's buying this. And when this happened 3 years ago, the Wall Street Journal had to print a retraction, but they said I was there as a coward telling people to attack. Well, no, they wouldn't let me put the video on Twitter where I was saying don't go in. But the truth is it's coming out. And so that's the bottom line here. And this attempt by Biden to cast the American people as the enemy in all these movies about martial law and civil war and race war, that's their only hope, because...
Wait, Joe Biden's only hope is race war. I'm sorry. Joe Biden's only hope is race war? I'm sorry, that threw me for a loop. Joe Biden's gonna lead the Aryans to a new world order, man. I had no clue, man.
Because the corrupt, evil Democrat...
He's gonna, no, maybe it's the other way around. He's gonna make a mixed baby super race. That's what's happening. Okay, gotcha.
party. And it's
Man, I understand why Russian state TV loves this guy so much. Again, Russian state TV loves anything revolving like civil war coming, discontent. It's so obvious, man.
evil twin, the Republicans. They've lost power and populism is rising. Quite frankly, this was not an insurrection. It was an insurrection that would have been guns. And it's in the Declaration of Independence that it's our right.
There were weapons there, number one. And number two, you don't need guns to do an insurrection.
Duty.
Like if somebody went, like if all those people charged the Capitol with like sticks and stones, it doesn't matter. Like if they still take over the Capitol and try to change the government, they're still doing it. Again, I didn't say it was the most effective, most ruthless insurrection in the world. It can be a bad, pathetic insurrection, right? Like General Custer's military campaign was a bad and pathetic military campaign that ended in disaster. It was still a military campaign.
To get rid of a government that's destructive of what the people want. But I'm not calling for violence. We're winning this politically, but we're being cast as about to be violent in the next 10 months because all these indictments and all these attacks to not let Americans vote for who they want aren't working and are backfiring. And all the big Democrat lawyers now admit it. Axelrod admits it. Carville admits it. They all admit this attempt, like we're in Venezuela or something, to take Trump off the ballot when he's never been convicted of insurrection. This is a military tribunal, U.S. code from the Civil War. If the military tribunal found you were guilty of being involved in insurrection, that meant after the war ended.
Can I ask you a question?
Run for
Alex,
office.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So do you think
laws instituted for one reason can take other applications down the road? For example, the income tax originally wasn't used for all the things it was used today. Originally, it was a wartime measure, but it expanded to support many other functions of the state. So the idea that it could be instituted specifically to deal with the Civil War then, it wasn't like when people were designing it, they were under the idea of like, this will be the only time anyone will ever betray the United States ever. They were making it with the idea that it could be possibly used down the line. They were making it because they didn't want something like that to happen again down the line, and for them to be ready if it did.
the Confederates during the Civil War were partaking in insurrection?
I mean, in retrospect, because I wasn't alive then, I think the South got manipulated into that.
Wait, what? Wait, can he not answer even that question? Was the South engaged in insurrection? Oh, sorry. Okay, let him finish. I'm jumping to conclusions.
I thought there was real issues between the North and South. The abolitionists, had a good point, and slavery needed to end. But it was really about the North.
Okay, so he can't answer. He actually can't answer the question. He doesn't. God, that's a simple one, ain't it?
Okay, so just to be clear, the person that's defending the J6 rioters won't say that the Confederate States were engaged in insurrection.
Well, that's not what I see. So here's what happens.
Yes or no?
Easy question.
No, hold on. That's not true.
That's what it sounded like you said. Well, you can correct the record. So do you think they were engaged in insurrection?
I was trying to talk, and the thing I said was, I think the South was wrong, and then you just said...
Didn't ask if the South, nobody asked if the South was, nobody's asking if slavery was cool. They're asking if they were engaged in insurrection. They're trying to get the definition. Dude, I gotta stop pausing. This thing's over 3 hours.
That I support what the South did. No,
I didn't say you supported that. I said that you said that they weren't engaged in insurrection. Do you think the Confederate States were engaged in insurrection?
Has he actually already lost the plot? Can he not? Oh, his ears are big enough. He should hear. I say that as a similar big-eared fellow.
Because there were rebellions during Reconstruction at the end of the Civil War, and they were saying if you lead an uprising against the Northern occupation of the South, you're precluded from running from office because they were worried about Southerners getting office again, like Jefferson. No, I do not support the Civil War or slavery, and I'm not a quote Confederate.
But was it an insurrection?
That's not what I said.
Nobody said. What the fuck is he talking about? Dude, he's fighting shadows right now. Does he just like the sound? He just likes the sound of his own.
Question is, was it an insurrection? Yes or no?
Yes, if you were, no. The law, yes,
Come on, just answer the question.
I think that it was a civil war, and you can say an insurrection.
Okay, so is it insurrection?
You could say an insurrection. That's as close as we're gonna get. That's as close as we're gonna get.
Did anybody get charged with insurrection rebellion?
What I'm saying is
violating statute. Did anybody get charged?
Listening.
No, I'm asking you.
Oh, I see the path now. No, if they weren't charged with insurrection or rebellion, but then it was used at the oh boy, Alex. Oh boy, maybe Alex did not see you far that head enough, and that's why he was dodging. I think he was just dodging for no reason.
You just said it was insurrection. Did anybody get charged with violating the insurrection and rebellion statute?
Yes, people did. You have to
No,
charge
because there was no statute there. That's my point.
No, if
you
the
don't need to.
tribunal found
You
that
don't
you did
need.
it.
You don't need to violate that statute in order to be partaking in insurrection, because the Civil War was an insurrection,
Okay, well, you
and
know-
nobody got charged with violating
you're not
that.
listening. This
No,
came-
that's
this
what I'm
came at the
saying.
end of the Civil
That's my
War.
point, Alex.
During Reconstruction.
You're changing the subject because you know it's correct.
Even the Democratic Party lawyers on CNN say you have to be convicted under the 14th.
He's already complaining about CNN. You know, I gotta say, it's a number one. I can see how much Krasenstein is enjoying himself. I can see it from the smirk on his face. But I just gotta say, if you're debating somebody who won't even declare that they know that the Civil War was an insurrection, of course it was an insurrection. They rejected federal authority in a violent overthrow of the federal government's authority to govern their state. It was absolutely an insurrection, and he can't even declare that. He's like, well, maybe some could call it that. How are you going to have a talk with him about definitions and what's the best definition if he can't even declaratively agree and say and commit to that being an insurrection? How can he commit to anything being an insurrection? If the word's useless, if you can't even use it for the South rebelling against the federal government in 1861.
Amendment of this before you can be. You can't just
You don't get convicted under the 14th Amendment. You get convicted under Section 2383 of Title 18.
Well, let's slow down a little. Let's slow down a little.
A congressional resolution to give awards to Capitol Police is not a conviction of Donald Trump to remove him from the ballot. He's been indicted for saying they stole an election. So now they want to take him off the ballot so you can't vote for him, which is pure stealing of an election.
I think
this is not, he's the Yankee. He's not somebody in Georgia. He's not Robert E. Lee. This has nothing to do with
I know,
it.
but
Also, as a quick fact check, on the 14th Amendment, it doesn't require a conviction under Section 3. You can literally put it on the text on the screen. There's it does not say needs to be convicted.
I guess we need to define the difference. Alex, one second. We need to define the difference between the casual term insurrection and the legal definition of insurrection.
Yes.
Well, there's another thing we need to talk about. So, yes, there's the casual term. There's the etymology of the term insurrection, which simply suggests a rising up. So by that definition, that could encompass a wide range of things.
Black Lives Matter.
Wait. So there's
They can't even talk. Even Alex's own guys can't talk.
There's a rising up. Then there's the legal definition, but we have politically weaponized court systems, so that's not even, I think, a proper standard. I think the proper standard is this.
Hey, Mikey boy, I know you're back. Look, I just want to say, I think you did the right thing. Okay? I know now you'll probably never be president and we'll never have any reason to talk about you again, but you can crash here as long as you want.
Sweep of a proper historical.
Thank you for saving democracy one day and doing nothing else useful every other day of your life. Thank you.
Perspective. Does the event of January 6th compare to the antecedent that we've been discussing, the Civil War? So if the question is Civil War an insurrection? My question is the scope and scale of the event of January 6th comparable to the Civil War? Because Joe Biden has directly made this comparison, which I think is flatly ridiculous. And that comparison has to be valid in order for these ridiculous Section 3 arguments to have any force or legitimacy. And I think any common sense.
Face. I mean, it's a lie. I'm going to shut up. It's a lie on its
Even he's in the... I can't. Oh, my God. I love it.
Face.
I love it, but I'm going to hate it in like 5 minutes.
They say it's bigger than Pearl Harbor and 9/11. That is bull.
Okay, so here, let me finish what my point.
Yeah, do that, and then I want to go to Glenn for a second.
So my
after you do
point
that.
is that two things: the Civil War was an insurrection. I think it's hard to argue that. Nobody got charged with a crime of violating the Insurrection and Rebellion Statute 2383. What about 1992, the LA riots? George Herbert Walker Bush, he invoked the Insurrection Act. 12,000 people were arrested. 63 people were killed. Hundreds were injured. Was that an insurrection? What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, it's a declaration of federal martial law.
But was it an insurrection? Because
that's the government response, but that's not what the action taken by those people that day, was that the insurrection? That's the question. By the way, you know what? I gotta say right off the bat, I think I was wrong. I mean, look, we're just starting. I only saw like the later half of this and only an hour of it, and Destiny was doing good, was reacting to that. I didn't watch the start. So far, even if like, you know, they're not going to try to yell or they're not asserting themselves that much when Alex like interrupts and then pivots, they're like, the points they're making so far are pretty decent. I might have been wrong about the Krasensteins, but we'll see. We'll see. They still have time to slip up or get trampled.
Nobody there was charged with violating. Nobody there was charged with violating Section 2383, the insurrection and rebellion statute. But we still consider that an insurrection.
I mean, by that yardstick, Kamala Harris bailing out people that firebomb federal buildings.
That is
Glenn,
not true.
Glenn, talk to me. You have something to say.
Yeah, I actually think.
See, it looks like that was a question to Al. They just pivoted to Glenn. Is Glenn going to respond to that?
I think what Destiny and what Ed are saying are very important. First of all, I was going to say that I think one of the problems with how these things are debated is that a lot of people these days have very binary prisms for understanding things. A lot of it comes from YouTube debate where you have to declare yourself on one side or the other. So Destiny said, oh, everybody either hates this insurrection, thinks it's an insurrection, or they deny it happens, or they think it's good. And there's so much middle ground, namely that for me, this was a political protest that spilled over into a riot where a small minority of the people engaged in violence. I don't think we want to urge that to happen. We don't want to defend that. I consider that lamentable. But the fact that it's laughable to call this an insurrection is actually demonstrated by the examples that they're using. This was a 3-hour riot that was extremely easily subdued. It doesn't remotely compare to any prior insurrections, let alone to the Civil War. The only people who were killed on January 6th were 4 people, all 4 of whom were Trump supporters, 2 of whom dropped out of a heart attack and 1 from a speed overdose, because these were not exactly a well-trained militia. And when Jack Smith went to charge Donald Trump with—
By the way, there were cops that died, and according to the coroner, in part as a contribution to the events that happened that day. Brian Sicknick, you know what I'm talking about. And that is what the coroner said. People can go check it again if they want.
Multiple crimes. He had a lot of options to charge him with, and he charged him with—
That's not even talking about the people who were cops that day, got injured, and then later off themselves. But obviously that wasn't the day of. But that is, I mean, on all the people that were injured, you know.
Charged Donald Trump with multiple crimes. He had a lot of options to charge him with, and he charged him with a lot of crimes, including very dubious ones. He did not charge him with inciting an insurrection for reasons that I think we ought to ask ourselves why. But
okay, let me just throw out there, just because the people in the crowd, by the way, people were charged with sedition in the crowd that were charging up there and trying to stop the transfer of power between Biden and Joe Biden. I mean, between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Just because they weren't good at it doesn't mean it wasn't an insurrection. That could just mean it was a really garbage insurrection. It'd be like, I don't know, if like it'd be like if like during, like at the start of the Civil War, instead of like Robert E. Lee and everyone leading them, it was actually Chris Chan, and he just led like 200 rednecks into a fort and then all died, right? Like that, like that's still an insurrection. They just suck.
The fact that this is such a minor event in history is demonstrated by the fact that the
Lieutenant Chris Chan, mind you, sorry, Lieutenant Chris Chan.
Media who needed this to be a major event immediately started lying about what happened, saying that Brian Sicknick was murdered when he had his head bashed in through a fire with a fire extinguisher, only to learn that actually he called—
I mean, I think maybe the better word to use to kind of emphasize how much it sucked would be people in the crowd. There were people in the crowd attempting to engage in insurrection, as in, you know, and they did to a small extent. They just failed immediately.
Lying about what happened, saying that Brian Sicknick was murdered when he had his head bashed in through a fire with a fire extinguisher, only to learn that actually he called his mother that night. He was fine. He died the next day of what the coroner said were natural causes.
He's leaving out information. The coroner said the events of the day contributed to his death.
Because the media knew that if you can't say that even one person supposedly perpetrating the insurrection killed anybody, pulled out a gun, let alone discharged the weapon, all of which is true. It's a joke to call this an insurrection. At best, it's a riot.
I love that, like, a random sports guy dies on, like, just drops one day, and every day, like, it's always, oh, it must have been the scene, man. But cop who was at a riot and got engaged in the back and forth violence, next day drops dead. Quarter says days of the events of the day contributed to his death. Nah, no, not related whatsoever. Impossible that was related. Man, I gotta stop doing these types of comparisons, though. I don't like conservatives are like this and liberals are like that. I don't like those types of comparisons. I find them shallow. I gotta stop doing it. But everyone does it, but I still find it shallow.
And that's the reason why Trump hasn't been charged with an insurrection. The only time he ever commented on January 6th about whether he thought there should be violence or not was when he said the following. He said, I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. He urged them to be peaceful in how they went there. To the extent there was violence, I think you can make the argument that the FBI informants that even the New York Times admits were there were the ones that urged it. But even if the people who were there were the ones responsible, at best this is a riot. You could so easily make the...
Honestly, when you talk about Donald Trump, you don't even need to connect him that much to the days of the event, even though you could talk about how he pumped the lies into the people that motivated them to do what happened, how he didn't act for like 3 hours, how when told that Mike Pence had to evacuate to a secure location, he's like, so what? As everybody around him is trying to get him to do something, even his own children are texting each other. We have this now because the texts have been released of them being like, man, he's got to do something, man. This is terrible. He's not doing enough. So everyone knew that he was messing up. Everybody in his immediate circle knew he was messing up. In the immediate aftermath, even people like Tucker Carlson said they were like sick of Trump. They were sick of him.
The case that the 2020 riots was a far greater insurrectionary threat than anything that happened on January 6th.
That's perfectly said. I would ask I would ask the left over here. I know Ian's asked the questions. I mean, I don't know. Did you guys see Biden's speech? I mean, it was an hour long that no one there was good. They were all there. Over a million people. I was there. And then we marched down there to have another rally, and then I see this.
It was not a million people. It was not a. I was there. I was there too. It was not a million people.
Hell,
I've been to a lot of DC route. That was not a million people.
This terrible thing happening. It was medieval, and then Biden saying they're all bad, and we can't let you vote for Trump. I mean, come on, man.
We have a clip from Biden's speech I want to play, and then let's get back to you, Destiny. You had something to say, but look, if you guys have
the protest was a stop the steal event. I don't think they're all like evil people, every single one who went. But if you went there trying to stop the steal, what you were attempting to do was encourage the vice president of the United States to go past his authority and usurp the transfer of power. Based upon lies pumped out by the president of the United States. I don't think those are bad people. At the very least, though, horribly misled people.
Clip number 4, Biden's speech. This is from yesterday's. It's only 50 seconds, but let's load this up. Not sure what
Trump's mob wasn't a peaceful protest. It was a violent assault. They were insurrectionists, not patriots. They weren't there to uphold the Constitution. They were there to destroy the Constitution. Trump won't do what an American...
I can't believe you guys would say that. I can't believe it. I can't believe how dare Biden say such offensive things about those people that day. Didn't Trump, like, just 6 months ago say he wanted to suspend the Constitution? I don't know. I remember that very vividly.
The president must do. He refuses to denounce political violence. So hear me clearly. I'll say what Donald Trump won't. Political violence is never, ever acceptable in the United States political system. Never, never, never.
Listen to the Democrats.
It has no place in a democracy. None.
I don't know.
You can't be pro-insurrectionist and pro-American. You know, Trump and his MAGA supporters not only...
I will say that statement, right, that you cannot be pro-insurrectionist and pro-American. I would say that You can't be pro a stupid insurrection and pro, like, if you're in favor of an insurrection to help some guy who lost an election stay in power. Like, yeah, I think that's anti-American. But if it was like an insurrection because someone used it, like, I don't know, this whole country started an insurrection, so I think saying insurrection is inherently anti-American. There's something in my little rebel brain, in the frontal rebel cortex in my brain, that just, it doesn't sit well with me.
Only embrace political violence, but they laugh about it.
The insurrection is the open border.
So the insurrection was not just the 3.
That was his takeaway from that, like, 50-second, that was his response? That 50-second clip? Is it just because they didn't want to object to him saying political violence is never okay? Yeah, by the way, I will say, I don't think Ian is necessarily is the best moderator. We're gonna watch, maybe, again, I only watched an hour. From the hour I watched, he wasn't doing particularly great. That was a decent clip to add, I think. I think it made Biden look semi-okay. I thought that, I don't know if that was supposed to make Biden look bad or not, but I thought it made Biden look okay. He said political violence is bad. What am I supposed to take away from that? Something negative?
3-hour riot that happened at the White House afterwards. I think that's the least charitable reading of everything that happened. And that's not, if you read any of the charges that either Jack Smith or the Georgia RICO case has alleged against Trump, are saying that, in fact, not much of the focus is on the 3-hour riot at all. Not much of that.
Hold on, Alex. Let Stephen finish his thought first.
So not much of those indictments are actually focused.
Okay, Ian. Oh, man, is this what, like, I understand, like, an hour into a debate, you start, like, losing focus, like, God, they're talking about the same thing for the third, fourth time. Maybe, okay, early vigilance, man. So did he just peter out in the middle?
Focusing on the 3-hour riot itself. The unprecedented act that there is no answer for, that Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton have not engaged in, is using knowingly false election claims for months to try to pressure state electors to change their vote. And then when they wouldn't do that, beg them to elect different electors. And then when they wouldn't do that, create a plot to create fake electors. And then when Pence wouldn't accept that, try to capitalize on that final 3-hour riot at the Capitol building to also make phone calls and tell people to decertify their vote or to switch their electors.
JFK and Obama had alternate electors.
JFK.
No, they didn't.
JFK's
No, they
story
didn't.
was completely
No, they
different.
didn't.
I can explain that if you want.
Yeah, please do.
Right.
Yeah. So in 1960. I believe. So in 1960, JFK and Nixon, there was a dispute because there was a recount. I think JFK ended up winning by like 150 votes. At the time, each state decided.
By the way, JFK's missile gap campaign was just complete nonsense. And, like, there's good reason to believe that, like, mid-campaign, when he was still campaigning on the missile gap, like, the Soviets are far ahead, they're gonna crush us all because of these losers, and he was still campaigning on it. There's good reason to believe that the presidency showed him, like, information to believe that the missile gap is not like it's not that bad, actually. It's not really that big of it. And then he just ignored it and keep campaigning on it and pretended he wasn't given that information. Dude, JFK is not given enough credit as politically, let's just say, like, cutthroat. He could be pretty politically cutthroat.
Or the state decided to certify two sets of electors. Decided to choose two different.
Isn't the missile gap a Kissinger propaganda term? JFK campaigned on the missile gap, and in the 1960 campaign election, 1960 campaign, he did campaign on the missile gap.
Oh,
But they were certified by the states.
Of a recount. They were in the middle of a recount.
Well, Trump tried to get it certified.
None was certified yet. Neither state was.
What happened with Trump was that Trump tried to get the states to certify a second slate of electors based off of conspiracy theory crap that
none of the
election was stolen. Hold on.
They did.
He took it to court.
No,
62 cases.
That's not
30
true.
cases were looked at on merit.
So are they taking
all
him
shot
off the
down.
ballot now?
That's a separate.
Well, that's a separate.
Take him off the ballot. Is a separate thing.
Is the not purest form of election theft is taking someone off the ballot?
Alex,
Let's get back to the 1960 thing really fast. So what happened was that they did a recount, and Kennedy ended up.
You see, the problem with this conversation is Alex will throw out like 3, 4, 5 things. And then, you know, one of the Krassensteins scenes will be like, oh, I know that. I've heard that before. Here's some context we need to add. And before he's gotten like halfway through the context, he's already jumping on to other things. I already forgot like midway through this back and forth about the JFK thing. Now we're back to it. But if he wasn't like holding on to that for dear life, remembering what he wanted to say and sticking to that point, they would have floated away super quick. And Ian, he's not, I don't know if he's not paying enough attention to catch it, or if he's just letting it happen. He's just kind of letting it float down, just naturally progress. But you got to be careful, man. You got to hold on to these things for dear life, because he'll jitter away, man.
Winning by, I think, 150 votes, and they chose the Kennedy electors. They certified the Kennedy electors, and Kennedy ended up winning that state.
And that's what Trump said.
What Trump did was Trump tried to get the states to certify an alternate slate of electors. They refused because the court said there's no there there. And then when that didn't go through, Trump decided to get his own slate of electors above the states that were not certified and tried to use that to force Mike Pence to say that Joe Biden didn't win these electoral votes.
I just need to interject really quickly. So if we want to be precise in terms of the scope of the debate, I think it's about January 6th. And so the lead up to it might be relevant to some of the criminal indictments. But
so now we're moving past that. Now this conversation is irrelevant now that what Alex Jones said was proven completely nonsense. Okay, well, now it isn't relevant. Let's move on to something relevant then.
It's technically speaking outside the scope of the January 6th discussion. But if we're gonna bring it into the discussion, I think there's an operative word there, knowingly. And that's operative within the context of the charging documents. But
I believe January 6th is nestled tightly between the Black Plague and the rape of Nanking, somewhere in that range.
The idea that,
well, I'm sorry, I hate these comparisons. People bring this up every single time I talk about Jan 6. Somebody brings this up to me as well. Like, do you think it's worse than Pearl Harbor? Do you think it's worse than 9/11? And every time I come back with the same thing. Worse in what way? Of course, if you would have like weigh these tragedies together and say which one would you rather have, like I would have rather avoided 9/11 because of the amount of human beings that died. It's a horrific tragedy for that. Pearl Harbor started our involvement in World War II, but then again, us getting involved in World War II was pretty important. But of course, these are horrific tragedies in their own right. But when it comes to the effect domestically on this country, I do think that when it comes to our institutions, like our democratic system taking institutional damage, and that means there being a hit to our system and a lack of trust in our democracy, I do not think that Pearl Harbor hurt America in the same way that January 6th did. Pearl Harbor united the country against a foreign enemy that attacked us in a surprise attack after we sanctioned them and embargoed them for their war crimes and conquest throughout Asia. And that united America to then fight them and fight the Japanese. So it was a tragedy in the human life lost, and as a like a horrific gong to the start of that war. But that didn't damage our domestic political election system really at all. It didn't have an impact really. I mean, I would say the worst damage it did domestically would probably be the internment of Japanese people. But when we talk about our election system and the trust of our institutions, January 6th did much more damage. And so when you weigh these two tragedies against each other, yeah, I would say Pearl Harbor killed more people and 9/11 killed more people and did damage, horrific damage to America in ways that it cannot compare to January 6th. But the institutional damage that January 6th did was mightier than what happened on Pearl Harbor. There's different things that were damaged. So when you say worse, the question is worse in what way?
Trump thought that he lost the election, and he was knowingly lying and knowingly engaging. No, he believes, I guarantee it, whether you believe it or not, Trump believes that the election was stolen, and he was using the legal recourses available to him at the advice of his legal advisors.
So that to be clear, that is not true. Most of his legal advisors said that this idea was correct.
Can he just shut up, man? Because that guy just made a point. Destiny wants to respond to it because he disagrees. Before he can even get like half a word out, Alex Jones already wants to jump down his throat, and he can't respond. Alex Jones is, look, I understand Alex Jones is like Alex Jones. He's performative. He's a big presence on the stage, but he can be a smaller presence on the stage when other people are talking.
Well, no, but he had legal advisors who were telling him.
If you search hard enough, you can find anybody to validate an opinion. But what you've just done is what I opened with, which is saying he thought the election was stolen, therefore he was justified to engage in insurrection.
But is it right to take him off the ballot? Since you don't want to debate January 6th,
we're not. That's for the Supreme Court to decide. That's for the Supreme Court to decide.
I'm asking a question.
I'm telling you, that's for the Supreme Court to decide. According to Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, it's
why does the United States sanction countries that take people off the ballot?
What, dude? It has. Shut up. Let him finish.
What? That's not even remotely relevant here.
There's a difference between taking somebody off the ballot because they're your opposition and they're popular and you don't want them to win, and somebody being taken off the ballot because they legitimately committed a crime. There is a difference there. We live in a republic. Why do I have to be the one to tell Republicans again and again and again? Because I thought this is something I was hit on the head before with. We live in a republic, not a full democracy. We elect representatives, and representatives have to abide by certain rules when it comes to things like, corruption or not committing felonies. And if those rules are broken, then they are no longer able to participate in the system. George Santos, for example, once these court cases are done, will probably never be able to participate in our congressional system again. Just like other people who have been vacated from our systems have been unable to participate in it once they have violated certain rules. So that doesn't mean we're not a democracy. It means we're a republic with certain rules and standards that we hold our public officials to. Should we have no standards? Should it just be anyone and everyone can run for office? Okay, I'm sure Alex Jones would be the first to vote for Jose from Honduras, the undocumented migrant who wants to who runs a trans medical clinic in his backyard in New Jersey. I'm sure he will be the perfect candidate because no laws need to be abided by. Undocumented people can run. Everybody can run. There's certain rules we hold our elected officials to.
Oh, okay, all right. So
you know what the United States usually.
Wait, here we have
probably
independence. If we do want an insurrection, you'd know it.
It would probably be for things like circumventing the vote, like asking the vice president, for instance, to unilaterally win the election.
So
that would be something that we might sanction another country for.
You can't vote for somebody because they make up a bunch of stuff and he's not found.
Is it really bad to hold? Or for example, I hear people saying like they want certain standards for officials. They want term limits. That's a standard you hold politicians to. You can't be in there for too long. Oh, I don't want them to take lobbyist money. That's another standard. Oh, does that mean you're taking away voter power by saying that people who take lobbyist money can't run for public office? Is all of that anti-democracy? If you're like a hardcore libertarian, maybe an anarcho-capitalist, you might say yes, something like that. But you'd probably be against democracy to begin with if you're anarcho-capitalist. But for most people, they agree there has to be some standard we hold public officials to. So again, there are standards, so it's not necessarily evil or horrible to take someone off the ballot and say they're not able to participate because they weren't able to abide by certain standards that public officials should. So if everyone agrees, if you're not delusional that we should have standards, the question is, what standards do you think Donald Trump, why do you think this standard that Donald Trump is being held to is too much? It's too mighty. It's too aggressive. Whether it be for the classified documents case or whether it be for any of the other cases that are being held against him now that could stop him from getting on the ballot. That's what he should be arguing, not in and of itself taking someone off the ballot is always evil.
Guilty anywhere, but you guys just parrot it over again like two men.
If you don't like the Constitution, that's your fault, Alex. If you don't like the Constitution, that's on you. Really? Then why are you saying that Section 3 of Amendment 14 requires a conviction? Alex, why did you say that Section 3 of Amendment 14 requires a conviction? Can we put the text on stream?
I would love to do that, actually.
Put the text up.
Wait,
because you keep saying.
All right, guys.
On military tribunals,
I don't care what it's
they would have
based on.
to find you guilty.
Let's go.
That's why no one was. Because it was bullshit then.
Let's hear from Glenn.
We'll slow down. This is a great conversation. Glenn's about to drop some knowledge.
I'm dominating.
Yeah.
Alex is frustrated. If you have to declare in a conversation that you're dominating or you're doing well, that's never a good sign. It's never a good sign if you have to reassure your audience. Say, aren't I great? Aren't I smart? Aren't I good? I'm winning. It's not a good sign when you have to do that, man.
You're just talking a lot.
Glenn's in remote from Brazil. So Glenn, anytime you have something to say, it's helpful for me if I see a visual cue. Maybe your hand goes up. I can tell you have something you're going to say now. But let us know.
Chad, I'm so smart.
Let me just say, what happens is when you gather together to debate a particular question, you're supposed to debate that particular question. The particular question that we were presented with is we're going to debate January 6th and whether it was an insurrection. Now, I don't blame Destiny and Ed for not wanting to debate that, for wanting to debate a whole set of other issues about whether Trump acted improperly, whether he was naughty and the things he did after the election.
Okay.
Because
this is scummy, okay? And it's scummy because they were talking about the topic, and then Alex Jones would be like, "Oh, they took him off the ballot, took him off the conversation," because of how sporadic it gets, people will just throw things out there wildly, like the JFK thing. When the JFK thing was thrown out there, was Brian supposed to be like, well, that's another topic, so I should rebut that point. I should just let him have it and not push back against this thing that is misinformation or is wrong. No, of course he's going to push back against it, especially if it's being used to support Alex Jones's argument within the bounds of the conversation. The reason the conversation got to these points was because Alex dragged them to these points. Like, it'd be one thing if you were saying, they were wrong on the points, but if you're going to critique anybody for dragging the conversation over here, blame the person who dragged the conversation over there.
There is no argument to make that what happened on January 6th rises to the level of insurrection, and that's why an extremely aggressive prosecutor named Jack Smith decided not to charge Donald Trump with that crime because he knew there was no way that he could possibly bring a conviction against anybody, let alone Donald Trump, who told everybody to be peaceful when going to the Capitol, about whether or not that was actually an insurrection, whether that rose to that level. And even in a colloquial sense, what we've called an insurrection in the past is in a completely different universe. But on the issue of whether there was a real belief on the part of Donald Trump that elections were stolen, I don't understand how anybody could doubt that, aside from the fact that you have to get into Trump's head. In the last three elections that Democrats lost, in 2000, 2004, and 2016, a very large number of Democrats believed and asserted that the election was stolen, and was the byproduct of fraud, and the president was, as a result, illegitimate. When I started writing about politics in 2005, the idea that George Bush was the real loser of the election, Al Gore won, was the view of every single liberal and Democrat that I knew. In 2004, there were objections claiming that Karl Rove had interfered in the Ohio vote with the Diebold machines and cheated to make John Kerry lose and George Bush win. And then in 2016, Hillary Clinton and the Democrats said that Donald Trump was the illegitimate winner, that Russia had helped.
This is the problem. Donald Trump will never, ever, 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 ever accept a loss on the campaign trail. Never. Back in the primaries, when he was running in 2015, when he would lose a primary vote, he'd blame fraud. He'd blame cheating. He'd blame oh, my opponent did this scummy thing in this state. That's the only reason I lost this state. And when the general election came around, he was saying in advance, the election's rigged. If I lose, it's rigged. I'm not going to accept the results of the election. Came around, he won, and so I guess it wasn't rigged. But then came around 2020, and he said in advance, if I lose, it's rigged. If I lose, it's rigged. If I lose, it's rigged. He loses, it's rigged. Is there any scenario where Donald Trump accepts a loss? There's two scenarios here, in my mind. The first scenario is that Donald Trump is cynically saying he won in order to galvanize his base or try to see if he can find some other avenues to victory outside of actually winning the vote, which he tried to do in 2020 because he's power hungry and a little bit of a megalomaniac. But that's my first conclusion is he's power hungry. That's why he's doing it. And doesn't respect our democracy. The second scenario is that he genuinely believes that he won all of those races, both in the primary, both in 2016, and that his vote would have been bigger if it wasn't for the millions of illegals that were never found, as well as in advance of 2020, knowing in advance that if he was to ever lose, it would be rigged, and then being confirmed that. If he believes all of that, then that's even scarier to me, because that means he's fucking insane. Because he was having everyone in the staff telling him we don't have any evidence of large-scale voter fraud that can overturn the results of the election. He would talk to the Secretary of States and the Secretary of States that are part of his party some of whom he's endorsed, some of whom has endorsed him, telling him, no, I'm sorry, man, you lost, as he's telling him to find the votes, and giving them the exact amount of votes that they need to find. Which, by the way, to me makes it sound a lot more like, hey, here's the exact amount of votes you need to find. That doesn't sound like you're just, hey, find all the votes of all of the people who were wronged. It's get me enough votes to make me win. Why is he only disputing it in the states that he lost and not in the states that he won? Oh, there's tons of voter fraud in Pennsylvania, but none in Florida or Texas. Or maybe there is, but it just wasn't great enough. If the first scenario, I think, is much easier for me to accept. It's what I think is most likely true. Second scenario, it's hard for me to accept, but in my mind, it's scarier because that means he's insane. And he has no concept of reality. And then it means he'll never, ever accept the results of the election. Either way, he's never going to accept the results of the election in either scenario, which means in any case, he is dangerous because somebody who'll never admit defeat is dangerous to a democracy. It erodes trust in the institution. And if he's willing to openly challenge it, he could try to usurp it like he tried to do last time. And also, thank you for the subs. I saw the subs. Melody Rain, thank you for the primer, and Gardar, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it.
And they tried to convince the Electoral College to abandon the certified results of the state. Obviously, you go back to 1960, and there's a lot of historians believe that election was stolen. So it's not like Donald Trump was the first person to ever wonder or believe that an election was stolen from him. It's a very significant tradition in American political history, if you know anything about politics before 2016. And if Trump believed that the election was stolen, and while it's true, a lot of people in the Justice Department and a lot of people in the White House told them they didn't think it was, he did have advisors and lawyers telling him that they think there was evidence of it. Then the question is over, even on these other issues about whether or not Trump engaged in some conspiracy against the United States. But the issue is January 6th an insurrection?
Well, that's right. But I mean, Glenn, since they've
let's
one thing, Destiny, and these guys haven't talked to neither is Professor Beatty. Hillary was in videos 2 days ago saying Trump's going to steal this election. So why are they allowed to say it? It's free speech. You don't get indicted for it.
Trump didn't get indicted for that.
Oh my God. They indicted him and they put it in the charging thing in Georgia, saying he has the election. You're hoping people don't read the documents.
You can go read it. It's a RICO case. There's a bunch of behavior that is within a RICO case.
Oh
it's
my God.
It's illegal. That's the point of a RICO case.
Yeah, right.
Can I talk about the differences? So Bush versus Gore, what happened? The Supreme Court ruled and Gore conceded.
Sorry,
he stopped saying.
Sorry, I was muted. All I said was that what Alex said is wrong, which, I mean, he could have assumed.
This election was stolen. He stopped saying I won.
That was Supreme Court.
Yes.
Did Gore refuse to certify the vote? I don't remember. Did he do that?
The vote was certified.
He didn't have an alternate slate of electors?
Exactly.
Okay.
So
after Trump wanted a Supreme Court hearing. Trump wanted the same thing.
62 cases were brought before judges.
Yeah, maybe.
And you said earlier none of them were based on.
The Supreme Court wouldn't look at the case because they dismissed it out of hand because his cases were so bad. By the way, it's the court which he appointed 3 of the judges on, by the way.
Evidence. 6 of them were based on standing. 6 out of the 62.
They wouldn't even hear it. I saw.
Do you know how many of them were Trump-appointed judges that made those rulings? 17.
So six of them. Let me finish here. 6 of them were based on standing. 4 of those that were based on standing, the judge also analyzed the merits and said there was no evidence or insufficient evidence. So only 2 of them, and that was Texas versus Pennsylvania and Gomert versus Pence. Do you know what those 2 cases were?
No,
Texas
I know what the cases are.
Texas tried suing.
No, I agree with you. Biden says inflation's fine right now. I agree with him.
Let me finish. Texas tried suing Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, several other states, saying that the election was stolen. And the judge said, no, Texas can't sue these other states. Somebody in that state who was affected had to sue them. Now, the other case was Gomert versus Pence. He challenged the Electoral Counts Act of 1807, saying that Pence could overturn the election. He said that
I think that's wrong. I agree with you. I think that was a wrong legal theory.
Those are the only 2 that were based
I agree with you on that. So, but what I'm saying is, then if Biden's going to win so big, why can't Trump be on the ballot?
That's not up for Biden.
Wait, so if he just completely he said, okay, I agree with you. So he's just completely throwing away, like, Oh no, it was taken off the ballot because of evil. And that, okay, so just okay, whatever. Just dismiss all of it.
To decide. That's up for the Supreme Court.
Biden said he wants him off the ballot.
It doesn't matter what Biden says.
Oh,
that isn't frustrating whatsoever.
Oh,
Biden's not the one that decides that.
Trump lost. That's why he can't have his race car on the track. Yeah, this horse is going to lose, so it can't be in the race. Bull crap.
Who do you think has the authority then to determine the interpretation of Amendment 14?
Man, I know the State Department.
Why can't you answer a single question? Why not just answer one question?
I'm just asking
a simple question. Who has the authority ultimately to decide it?
The president has not.
The president has the authority to decide
on CNN,
matters of constitution.
You don't let me talk.
Because you won't answer the question.
Yeah,
the president has not been
He's going to ramble. He's not going to
even on
answer anything.
CNN, the legal analysts say that you have to be convicted. So, Destiny, you can sit there and have blue hair and be trending.
No blue hair right now.
And make all these, like, the moon is made of cheese. I'm Destiny.
Does the word convicted...
every American knows you don't lose your rights when you're not convicted. He's not been convicted. And here's the good news. It's backfiring. We have the Declaration of Independence.
It's not a right to run for president of the United States.
And we can vote for.
If it was a right to run for president of the United States, then I would be able to run for president of the United States right now. But I can't because I'm 22.
Who we want to.
No, you can't.
Well,
you can't vote for people under 35. You can't vote for non-citizens.
But
can you?
Nobody stole an election.
Can you
but
vote
you
for
can't vote for who you want.
Can you vote for
Nobody stole an election. But you can't vote for who you want.
I think
Nobody stole an election. But you can't vote for who you want.
We just beat this into the ground. Alex, I need you. We just crushed this one into the ground, but I want to ask the question in a slightly different way. Was this an attempted coup? Do you guys think this was an attempted coup?
No. So is this just when so 20 minutes in was when Ian stopped moderating? Okay, got you.
Yes, it was. Obviously, it was.
The Hunter Biden laptop.
Oh my God.
The weaponization hearings.
Emails,
the censorship.
Russia.
There's no Russian connection. That's all.
mRNA vaccines.
Take your extra. I want you to take all the shots.
Global warming.
How many shots have you had?
None yet. Do you want to take some?
No, I hope you take them all.
I just want you to answer one question about any of this.
I want to see you take them all.
I think we've talked about the Democrats more than the Republicans on the January 6th debate. Isn't that wild?
Wait.
Isn't that crazy?
They now admit that the shot erases your immune system and doesn't protect you. So you do that little one-liner there.
Shot to protect me. Democrats trying to take away my Democrat.
Yeah. Let's stay back. All right, guys. Back to topic. Darren.
Brian has an answer. So is it a coup? That's the question.
Yeah, that's
I think it can be debated.
Or an attempted coup. An attempted coup.
A definite.
Was Trump attempting a coup? Yes, it was just another poorly organized attempt.
Definitely, I would say it's an attempted coup. And a federal
coup is flooding the border with aliens.
Alex,
District Judge, U.S. District Judge David Carter actually evaluated the Trump Eastman scheme. And he said...
All right, we got some big news. I'm not interrupting you.
No.
Hours after.
Not that yet. But we had Glenn. Glenn's going to speak after you were...
I'm sorry, I'll shut up now.
So the federal judge, U.S. District Judge David Carter, evaluated the Trump Eastman scheme.
Another lawyer.
We can go into
it. Dude, he's taking all the air out of his statement. He's trying to get it out, and it's hard for me to even remember what he's trying to talk about because he's constantly getting interrupted.
Later, but basically he said that it was quote a coup in search of a legal theory. This is a federal judge. So a judge.
We have a CIA coup over America. Hey, the CIA killed Kennedy.
Can he not stay on topic for like 90 seconds? And is it impossible?
These aren't part of the CIA.
Glenn, is Glenn gonna give him any shit for trying to pivot this over to the JFK assassination when they were making a legal point using judges' declarations and what judges and legal experts have said about whether it was a coup and how it was a coup in search of a legal theory for its justification, and his response is JFK assassination. But oh my gosh, it's Destiny and the Krasenstein brothers who don't want to talk about it. Okay. Glennon, as vigilant of a journalist as ever, always willing to call out to people on his side.
Oh my God!
I don't think so. Is that a new theory of yours?
No, it's not a new theory of mine. No, the whole thing is a big rotten. So they can find partisan. They found the Secretary of State of Maine took Trump off the ballot because she had one hearing in a YouTube video. Are we ruled by this lady? Can we not vote for who we want?
So one of the I guess defenses against it being a coup.
Oh wait, here we got Glenn. Glenn speaking. Go for it, man.
I just want I actually want to ask a question that I would love to hear everybody's answer to. But before I do that, just want to say about federal judges, This year, in the last 6 months, 4 different federal judges, a district court judge, and then an appellate court unanimously found that the Biden administration gravely violated the First Amendment. In fact, the greatest assault on free speech, the court said, in decades, maybe the history of the judiciary, by systemically pressuring big tech to censor the internet and purge it of all dissent by threatening big tech companies using the CIA, the FBI, and the CDC with punishment if they didn't censor the internet. Now, you may not agree, but according to your standard, 4 different federal judges concluded that, which is infinitely worse in terms of an abridgment of freedom or an attack on the Constitution than anything that Trump is accused of doing. But
That's
in
not
terms
true.
of whether
That's not
That's
true.
a digital insurrection by the deep state. Digital insurrection.
Can I put a pin
All
on
right,
one thing real quick? That I just want it to be noted.
Hold up, everybody, hold up. Glenn, please finish your point, and then we're going to move on to the response.
The question I want to ask is, the question that you asked, Ian, is this a coup? If you look at how other coups are perpetrated, and I think a lot of this is that if you're an American and you have this very soft history, you don't know what a coup is, you think that like what CNN tells you a coup is a coup. Usually the way coups work is the leader of the country, whoever is in charge of the military, orders the military to seize control of the levers of power.
Okay, so I'm just gonna be blunt. A coup there isn't like one way to do a coup. A coup doesn't have to be violent. A coup could be completely without, like, a coup could just all be a bunch of bureaucratic paperwork that you get a bunch of, for example, you could, through not any violence actually being enacted, intimidate officials to give you power through the mechanisms of the financial system by targeting their assets, being like, I will seize your assets if you do not sign this, sign that, sign that, and if you do not pass this law giving me more authority. That would be that could be a type of coup of the system. There's bloodless coups. Coups are not just necessarily violent acts. They are usually to some extent violent or followed by violence. For example, afterwards, a lot of times after coups, they'll kill their dissenters or scare them off. But we didn't even get to see that period because Trump didn't succeed. But I mean, again, there are bloodless coups. Coups don't necessarily have to come with violence. Some coups are worse than others. Some coups immediately fail and flop. Some coups are successful.
Trump was the commander-in-chief on January 6th. The military was duty-bound to obey his orders. They had a right to disobey if they were illegal, but if this were a coup, why didn't Trump order the military to seize control of the power and turn over the election process to him? Why didn't he order the armed factions that form the law enforcement part of the military and the executive branch that serve under his command to do that as well? That's what happens in a coup. That didn't happen here because Trump wasn't trying to perpetrate a coup.
He wanted the Department of Defense to seize voting machines, and the DOJ turned him down and told him.
The worst thing he did was try to take Biden off the ballot. Remember when Trump said Biden cannot run and have the Justice Department take Biden off the ballot? Oh, God, that was Biden. Sorry. I'm sorry.
By the way, on January 6th, there was violence. So even if you wanted to argue like, oh, for coups to be necessary, there'd have to be violence. There was some violence on January 6th. There was certainly violence.
To reiterate, also, Biden doesn't have the authority to do that. He still doesn't have
Only
the
his Lord
authority
and
to do
Savior
that.
Jack Smith.
The Supreme Court that Trump has his picks on, that's currently 6-3 conservative, they're the ones who are going to make the final decision on that. I wanted to be known that every single time you try to talk about any of this stuff related to Trump, it's so many Democrat names that comes out of people's mouths. I don't know why people can't just engage on the facts of what happened on and in the events leading up to June 6th an insurrection without having to invoke every other Democratic leader's name.
No name calling.
No, his name's Ding Dong. Ding Dong, Destin, whatever it is. The point is, I was there. There was over a million people, and there was
now before it was 1 million. Now it's over 1 million. No, there wasn't.
Said police are attacking, and we got there and like shooting.
They weren't just like randomly shooting tear gas into the crowd. They were attacked, and then they responded. I don't think there's any evidence of them just randomly attacking people for no reason up until that point. Up until they were attacked by the protesters.
Tear gas, and then a bunch of feds helped break through with some idiots that got mad at a brawl.
He has no evidence of feds breaking them through.
And the cops go, "Come on in, everybody, come on in."
So Alex,
and then yell, "Come on in."
So there's everybody sees those videos now.
Okay, so
once multiple windows had already been broken through, the remaining police officers made the decision. They were given the order for their own safety to stop resisting at the entrances because it didn't make sense anymore anyway, since they were already flooding in. And that's what he's talking about. But they weren't like, "Yeah, everybody, please enter." Like there was like, they opened the door.
this the new Pearl Harbor, worse than 9/11. 3,000 people. Do you disagree? Let me ask you this. Do you disagree with them claiming this was worse than Pearl Harbor or 9/11?
I think it depends how you ask that question. I would say no, it's not worse than Pearl Harbor or 9/11.
What are you basing on it? Are you basing?
No, I get it. Trying to take people's votes away is sacrosanct, but you're trying to take people vote with Trump.
There's an unprecedented that a president of the United States would do everything within his power to prevent the peaceful transfer of power to the next president.
He said, I want you to peacefully march down to the Capitol.
That is a uniquely horrible event.
So
the
horrible.
march to the Capitol, what was bad was him watching the riot happen for 3 hours and doing nothing.
No, it took him. It was the riot was happening. He spoke for an hour and a half. It started then. Then he got back to the White House, watched it like 30, 40 minutes, and then shot a video.
No, that is not what happened. I'm sorry, that's just a lie. It was at least 2. I know it was over 2 hours.
Oh.
No, you're lying. He got back to the White House. Mark Meadows delivered a note on his desk that Ashley Babbitt had been shot, and he sat there sipping Diet Coke for an hour and a half.
Dude, but I remember, I was out there watching it happen for a while before Ashley Babbitt got shot. We got the updates, shots fired, when we were out there watching everything go down. Like, it was hours, man. It was not 30 minutes after he stopped talking.
The guy that you called your leader.
The way they wrote these headlines,
how many
I was there.
Like my phone died of battery in the meantime. It was not 30 minutes.
How many pardons did Trump do for the patriots that got unfairly charged with crimes convicted in the Capitol?
I was there.
Why didn't Donald Trump pardon any of those people? Why didn't Donald Trump?
He was there.
Trump pardon any of those people?
I was there so I can say whatever happened, no matter what the footage say. I was there.
There's not going to be an answer to this because there's not. You're scared to answer any questions.
They claimed
Trump
their timelines.
Every single
patriot for almost
went
an hour and a half.
Just keep it one at a time. It's easier.
When he first started speaking, so you had an hour and a half on didn't exist. I was there.
So you're there.
I was there.
So tell me, were there weapons there?
No, nobody used weapons.
So are you telling?
Yes, there were weapons. You're right. You got me.
He's going to say the cops.
Yeah, they shot Ashley Babbitt.
God, he saw it like coming from a mile away.
And they threw people off the balcony, and they beat a woman's brains out. You're right.
There were 75.
Oh no! Nobody shot a woman. Nobody beat a woman to death.
He said beat a woman's brains out.
Beat a woman on the ground. That's a fake video that got put out. That was not real.
Ashley Babbitt's fake, folks.
That's not what he said. He said the woman that was beat on the ground, not Ashley Babbitt. He explicitly said the woman that was beat. Ashley Babbitt was not domed, a chest. I guess she was shot in the chest.
Wow!
I like how you would think that years after the event, we're now getting unreleased footage. Like there were 1,000 people sitting right around it. There's video of that event from 5 different angles without her getting beat by a baton. How would that take years to report?
Oh my God! Everybody on X, get him saying they didn't beat a woman to death.
Everybody watching, go to Google.
Yeah. Let's.
You just screwed yourself.
All right.
I asked you about.
Got your ass. Woo!
All right.
Yeah, got his ass now.
Once you're done celebrating,
Ashley Babbitt, nobody died. Old woman didn't get drugged in by the cops and beat by batons.
This is an Eagles Cowboys game. What
You're making stuff up. Nobody died. Who said nobody died? God, man, there's just a monkey with tambourines in there, man.
No, he wants to do little one-ups and just
so what Trump fans are.
Hope the audience only goes off how much emotion there is.
Okay,
I can top you.
Alex,
I can
calm
top
down,
you.
buddy. Calm down.
Here we go.
Okay, so you said the weapons were the Fed shooting Ashley Babbitt. What about how about the guy the 3 men on the corner of 14th and Independence who had AR-15s? How about?
Oh, they use those?
They didn't use them, but
what about the pipe bomb?
I asked you a question.
Who's that?
Alex, I asked you a question if people had weapons. How about how many weapons were seized? Like,
hey, I got a dick.
75
I got a
of the
dick.
people
That means
arrested.
I'm raping people.
but
75. 75 of the people arrested within the Capitol building had weapons.
What the fuck?
We have a couple of clips.
Knives and stuff. Oh, weapons. The knaves have weapons and disarm them immediately.
Guy Reffitt. How about Guy Reffitt? What is he, 3%er or 3%?
Does he have
right?
nuclear weapons like Biden?
He had,
to use them on
he had
Russia?
a handgun on the stairs of the Capitol building.
He had a handgun.
As he was encouraging people to.
That's worse than Pearl Harbor.
As he was saying, telling people to
go into the Capitol. As he was saying, he wants to drag Nancy Pelosi out of the Capitol and hopes her head hits every stair on the way out.
Did he say go into the Capitol like
Let me just finish my point before you cut me off. He wanted to drag Nancy Pelosi out and let her head hit every stair on the way out. He said,
no, Kenny, dude, I'm sorry. Ian is, okay, 40 minutes in, Ian has completely lost track. The moderator, at this point on, he's like an hour into his trip. He took 2 tabs before. It's kind of hard for him to concentrate.
Pooped on Pelosi.
Finish, Alex.
So
Alex,
we don't blame him.
Yeah, let Ed finish this point because we're going to go to Darren really
he
quick.
said on his way to the Capitol building that they're going to take the Capitol and insert their own government.
Yeah, so
and he had a handgun on the steps of the Capitol
were there, and you call it like Martians invading and blowing the earth up. Like Glenn Greenwald said.
His intention wasn't an insurrection.
Yeah,
are you saying his intention wasn't an insurrection? He's saying he's going to drag Nancy Pelosi out. He's saying,
and he wasn't under Trump's command.
All right.
Trump didn't tell him. Trump said go peacefully.
Alex, can I just finish and you can respond?
Yes, you can finish your point, and then we're going to go to Darren.
Can we use a mute button or something on Alex?
No, I'm not going to be run over.
So he was on his way to the Capitol building saying, we're going to take the Capitol and install our own government. He had a handgun. In his handgun on
Alex, let him finish.
On the stairs of the Capitol, saying he's going to drag Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell out. But you don't have a problem with that.
He didn't use a gun.
What do you think, Darren?
Because he didn't use a gun because he didn't have the opportunity to shoot Nancy Pelosi or Mike Pence.
Did he?
That's okay. He didn't have access to them.
I didn't say it was okay.
Thankfully, the Capitol Police.
What about the Q shaman? What about the Q shaman they let in?
The Capitol Police.
All right, okay.
Oh my God, a guy had a gun. We martial law. All the Americans are guilty. You can't vote for Trump now. A guy had a gun.
I've been asked by Zero Hedge to moderate this debate, so that's what I'm going to do. Everyone, quiet down. We're going to Darren Beatty. Darren. What's happening?
What's the question here?
This is a freaking coup.
What's he doing? He finally gets control, then he throws it to somebody who doesn't even want to talk.
What do you think about what they've been saying as well?
I don't think it's a coup. I think question of an insurrection, you can go to the etymology of rising up. That could be anything. If we keep the proper perspective in mind, it doesn't elevate to anything resembling the Civil War, 9/11, or any of the crazy comparisons.
What, one guy with a gun isn't as big as the Civil War?
No.
They didn't use the gun?
Darren, keep going.
So there's that. The scope, I think, matters, and that's what we're really getting at when we talk about insurrection. The courts are politically weaponized, so I wouldn't even rest.
How many people need to die in one of these events before we take it seriously? How much closer does it have to get before we're like, okay, that was too much. That's too much.
You know, the legitimacy and the question on the determinations of the courts, which we can see are running away with pretty wild and ridiculous theories. Weaponized court system. So there's that. And then, these, sure, there are random nut jobs who are around D.C. on that day and any other day. And so I don't think that's relevant to the ultimate question of whether it was a coup, whether it was an insurrection. And as I said before, the stuff about Trump and the legal theory behind his, multiple part plan, that could be an interesting discussion. It's technically outside the scope of the debate. But again, I would reiterate, anyone who knows Trump, anyone who knows people who knows Trump, 100% certainty Trump genuinely believes that the election was stolen. He had multiple legal advisors. Many of his advisors were trying to sabotage him from day one. Just because he was advised by one of these snakes doesn't mean that he therefore agrees with what they say. He agreed with the people who told him it was stolen and that he had legal recourse to address that, which he implemented. So there's nothing that rises to an insurrection or coup about.
You see what just happened? Did you guys see that? I don't know if you guys noticed. Nobody interrupted him. They just let him finish. Wasn't it beautiful? See how easy that is? God, it's so easy.
About that either, even though that's outside of the scope of our discussion for today.
So Cassidy Hutchinson said that Trump said to Mark Meadows, "I don't want people to know we lost. It's embarrassing."
I'm glad that you mentioned her, because this gets to the
See how bored Alex Jones is now? You see how quick it was for him to go, no, no, no. And now they're talking about, they're actually getting into something that has a nuance point behind it. Maybe he's bringing up a point like, hey, remember when Trump said this? And now this guy's going to respond, this guy who was in the Trump circle. See how bored Alex is now? He's completely lost engagement because he's not yelling at people. God, that's what it is, man. He's got the attention span of a cat.
televised sham that was these.
She was under oath. Who under oath for Trump said?
Well, she changed her story a bunch.
Yeah,
she was
clearly,
under oath.
Yeah,
she was under oath. So the thing here is that
oath.
Listen. So the thing here is
why is the January 6th committee destroying the transcript?
The January 6th committee called near 98% of their witnesses were Republicans.
It was kangaroo.
These people were under oath, Republicans.
All the fake Republicans, every single one.
And they testified. The people who didn't testify within the Trump circle, there were dozens who Fifth Amendment. They refused to say a word. So you're going to tell me that the people that testified under oath are the liars, but the people that said things in the public but failed to say anything under oath are the ones that are telling the truth.
Let me say, I wasn't just there on January 6th. I was in that congressional hearing and took the Fifth 98 times. And not because I had anything to hide. The Fifth Amendment isn't just to incriminate yourself.
Why would he bring that up? Now all my thoughts have just rushed immediately to suspicion.
It's because they wanted me in a perjury trap. And they were to have witnesses claim something wasn't true. I think attacking the Capitol, it makes us win an election?
Yeah, but witnesses against their testimony versus you can't get you in perjury. They can't.
Oh, yeah, just ask Roger Stone that question.
No, it doesn't happen that way. How did Roger
Stone's a moron. That's why he's in legal trouble.
How did perjury get Roger Stone that way?
Roger Stone wasn't involved with WikiLeaks. He worked here then. He couldn't get a hold of him. I knew he told the truth. He didn't tell anybody I'm behind the WikiLeaks. They said Roger Stone ran WikiLeaks. He never even talked to Julian Assange.
They say he ran WikiLeaks.
No, they freaking tried to put him
in communication. I think this is getting off topic.
Oh my God,
this is off topic.
That's
okay.
Roger didn't lie to Congress when he said, I don't know I have not interviewed Assange.
Let's pull back to Darren. Darren's going to finish.
Hey, since we're talking about Roger Stone, quick Roger Stone update. Exclusive. Roger Stone spoke with Cop Pal about assassinating Eric Swalwell and Jerry Nadler. Weeks before the 2020 presidential elections, infamous political operative Roger Stone sat across from his associate Sal Greco at a restaurant in Florida. At the time, he was an NPD cop working security for Stone on the side. Their conversation in Fort Lauderdale focused on two House Democrats for whom Stone harbors particular animosity, Jerry Nadler and Eric Swalwell. In an audio of the conversation obtained exclusively by Mediaite, Stone made threatening comments about the two lawmakers. It's time to do it, Stone told Greco. Let's go find Swalwell. It's time to do it. Then we'll see how brave the rest of them are. It's time to do it. It's either Nadler or Swalwell has to die before the election. They need to get the message. Let's go find Swalwell and get this over with. I'm just not putting up with this shit anymore. A source familiar with the discussion told Mediaite they believe Stone's remarks were serious. It was definitely concerning that he was constantly planning violence with an NYPD officer and other militia groups, the source said. Both Nadler and Swalwell serve on the House Judiciary Committee. At the time of the Cafe Europa conversation, Nadler had announced the committee would be investigating Donald Trump's decision to commute Stone's sentence after he was convicted of federal crimes in Special Counsel Robert Mueller's Russia probe. Anyway.
What you were saying about this, and I think, Glenn, you were going to mention something after that, and then I have a couple of clips that we're going to play, but Darren.
Yeah, I mean, the January 6th hearings were a show trial of the sort that would make Kim Jong-il blush.
Explain it to them. They wouldn't let Republicans that they wanted under the law on the committee.
They wanted Jim Jordan, who was actually part of the
investigation. You're not allowed to have you on your side. We pick who the people are on our jury.
Jim Jordan was being investigated by the committee.
Trump either.
They wanted a person on the committee who was being investigated by the committee. How does that make sense?
Oh my God, when you're being investigated by the Democrats, you don't have a look.
I think a lot of people watching don't understand.
Elected.
Hey, guys.
Jim Jordan was elected.
Does that matter?
The people that are listening don't have the context, so if we start rapid fire argumentation, a lot of people are going to lose interest. We need to stay focused and listen to each other. It's really important.
Staying focused makes it really hard for them to win their case.
It is really hard.
Win their case when they have to stay focused.
It's very hard,
but with any of their views of reality.
It is possible.
Well, I'm going to go take a piss, and I'll let you tell people fairy tales.
But what's happening is Darren is going to continue what you were saying about finishing up your thought, and then we're going to Glenn Greenwald.
Yeah, well, the thought was just about this Hutchinson, and she said a lot of things. I believe she was the one who said that Trump reached over to the steering wheel and, told the Secret Service this or that, which was a bizarre thing because the Secret Service agents in question weren't the ones that were called upon to testify under oath.
Some of them testified the same thing that Cassidy Hutchinson said.
No, the Secret Service actually said we would love to testify, and they weren't allowed to. The two Secret Service agents in question in that specific anecdote were not allowed to testify. So why would they take the secondhand report from Hutchinson when they could have interrogated directly the people who would have been direct witnesses to that?
They're in
not those two specific agents. But why not?
Other agents in the car with Trump testified for the J6 committee. I don't know why they would or wouldn't testify or have particular people testify.
Well, no, those specific of the 10 agents needed to do.
But other people.
All right, man, I put up with so little with this January 6th stuff anymore, man. It's just getting sadder and sadder the more we hear about it, the further away we get, and the more information that we find as more people flip against Trump.
In that car did.
No.
Yes,
the two people.
Yeah, Glenn.
The January 6th committee, and it's what Alex was alluding to just a second ago, is one of the biggest shams in the history of Congress, because what happened with the January 6th committee was we had a long history of 225 years of tradition in the United States Congress where whenever investigative commissions would be created within the Congress, the minority leader and the majority leader would each select the members of that committee to ensure there was fair representation by both parties. Nancy Pelosi, for the first time in the history of the United States, as Speaker of the House, refused to allow the Republicans who were chosen for that committee by Kevin McCarthy, at the time the Republican minority leader, to be seated on the panel. And as a result, the Republicans said, we're going to have nothing to do with this. And the only quote unquote Republicans that.
If I remember correctly, and it's been 3 years, so I'm forgetting, but if I remember correctly, the Democrats at one point wanted to have like a commission, and the Republicans wouldn't agree to a commission. So then the Democrats instead was like, fine, we'll do this other thing. Instead, we'll do like a committee. And the Republicans were like, okay, we'll put our people on the committee. And Democrats were like, but you didn't want a commission. So no, we're not going to put Jim Jordan, somebody who's getting investigated by said committee, on the committee. We'll put Liz Cheney on there. She is a Republican. We'll put Adam Kinzinger on there. He's a Republican, but then the response was, they're not real Republicans because they don't want to, they don't love Trump, not real Republicans, rhinos. But I'm trying to remember this, man. I'm trying to remember. I think, if I remember correctly, they were trying to form some commission, and that failed. The Republicans wouldn't allow the commission, so then it was a committee, and then they wanted to get involved in the committee and put certain people in there, and the Democrats were like, no, you rejected the commission. Why would we play ball with you now?
That were chosen was Liz Cheney, who ended up losing her seat by 36 points, and Adam Kinzinger, who didn't bother running again because they were so unrepresentative of the Republican Party. It was a completely partisan commission. And on top of that, none of the videotapes that were available was made available to the public except for very deceitfully.
Oh, no, it was January 6th committee. I got it mixed up. It's the other way around. Committee to the commission.
Chosen snippets by Adam Schiff and by Liz Cheney, and it was only within the last several months that we saw all of the video footage, and what it showed makes a joke of the idea that this was a coup. You had people peacefully walking into the Capitol, led by many of the police officers who encouraged them to enter peacefully, which they did. The vast majority of people who were there at January 6th aren't even charged with using violence, and that's what makes this whole debate such a preposterous joke. If you look at how coups are carried out in other countries, you could make a much better case that the Black Lives Matter protests of 2020 was an insurrectionary movement. And the reason it matters, Destiny, is because if you're going to make arguments, there has to be an important test, which is, do you apply the same principles you're claiming to profess and believe in to cases where it undermines?
Okay, I found it. Here it is. Thank you. I found it. I was trying to figure it out. This is from May 28th, 2021. Senate Republicans on Friday blocked the creation of a bipartisan panel to study the January 6th attack on the Capitol, refusing to back down on their opposition to the independent investigation, even amid emotional appeals from those who fought with and fled from the rioters that day. The Senate vote was 54-35, short of the 60 votes needed to consider a House-passed bill that would have formed a 10-member commission evenly split between the two parties. Problem was representation. Isn't that interesting? The vote was another sign of GOP fealty to former President Donald Trump and an overtly political effort to shift the focus off the violent insurrection of his supporters. Well, I guess PBS took their stance on it being an insurrection. But yes, that's what I was thinking of. They did want to create a bipartisan panel, then it failed. And so they're like, fine, we're going to do it our way then. And the Republicans were like, wait, let's put Jim Jordan in there. And they're like, no. There we go. Now we got it cleared up.
Your partisan allegiance and your ideology, not only where it helps it. That's one of the key tasks for determining the authenticity of your argument. And so if you don't think the 2020 protest movement was an insurrectionary movement against the United States government, there's no way to claim what January 6th was, especially since Trump could have done so much more to cause a coup that he did not do, because that wasn't his aim ever.
If you want to talk about applying the same standard, would you have been okay in the year 2000 if Gore refused to certify the vote because he didn't like what was happening in Florida?
A lot of Democrats did want them to do that.
Can you answer that question? Glenn, answer the question.
Yeah, and I would have actually, yes, a lot of Democrats were angry about that.
I'm not asking if a lot of I'm asking you would be okay personally if he refused to certify the vote.
I think there were two.
You want to answer the question. In 2016, would you have been okay if Biden?
Because if you really believe that an election is stolen, as the Democrats claim they did, then it is kind of odd to say, we're just going to concede that and allow George Bush to march into power, even though we believe that he actually stole the election.
Yes,
that is kind of an odd way to go about it.
Okay, well, the question wasn't, is it odd? They were asking your opinion.
It's not all that odd. We live in a democracy. There are appropriate forums through which you can challenge.
Did they not battle that out in the courts?
And they lost. Once
okay,
you had
there
your day
you go.
in court and you
Trump
lost,
was battling it out in the court.
And he lost. Once you lose, anything past that is vigilantism. Vigilantism directed at the government to prevent the peaceful transfer of power to entrench your own power is an attempted coup. That's what he tried to do.
Damn. It seems okay. Destiny is finally he finally was uninterrupted for a long enough period of time to put forward a position.
He told them to be peaceful. He told them go and
we're
be
not talking
peaceful.
We're not talking about the peaceful protesters. And if he wanted them to be peaceful, he would have called in the National Guard as soon as they started rioting, but he didn't do that.
You're talking about his use of the legal process, of the congressional and judicial process.
It was not a legal process.
If he had ordered the military...
Mike Pence overturning the election is not the legal way to do it. The fake electors were not the legal way to do it. The seizing of voting machines using the National Guard was not the legal way to do it.
Or some other FBI or any of those agencies, the CIA, to go and use violence on domestic soil in order to ignore those court rulings the way people do when they're trying to implement coups, you would have a good argument. He didn't do any of that. He invoked all of his legal rights in the judiciary and in the Congress. He lost and he walked out of the White House on January 20th. He did not have to be dragged out. He wasn't arrested by the military, which is what happens in coups. So much of this is because you only started paying attention to politics in 2016. You only live in the United States. You have no idea about history or anything that happens in other countries. You have no idea what a coup is. This is a coup.
Glenn, you bring that up. Glenn, you bring that up, and you're trying to use Hawaii as an example for something that was comparable, where both slates of electors were actually duly elected by the people there. In the 60s, Hawaii and South Carolina, these other historical examples that people go to for multiple slates of electors are not at all comparable. Both of these things happened prior to 2016. There are no examples in U.S. history, or if you want to give me one, since you know so much history prior to 2016, give it to me. Is there any other examples in U.S. history where the president is telling the vice president to unilaterally not certify the vote? Has that ever happened before?
That's a totally separate question.
No, that is what happened on January 6th.
It doesn't matter if it's the first time that it ever happened. Even if it's the first time or the 10th time, it's still not a coup or an insurrection. A coup or an insurrection is when you use violence and force in order to seize control of power outside of the legal process.
So a coup has to have. So if there's no violence, it can't be a coup.
Wasn't there violence? I saw violence.
Yeah, you need violence in order to be the coup.
That's not necessarily true. Violences are typically shaded by violence and, you know, people getting murdered and stuff like that. That's not necessarily true. Coups can be bloodless.
Violence do you need?
On the Capitol January 6th, the most amount of violence to the January 6th protesters, not from them. Again,
also,
not a single...
Throwing out there again, there were people that got, or at least bled. I mean, again, January 6th.
Protester whipped out a gun, let alone used a gun. That is an extremely weird.
How many officers were injured? 140?
Wait.
Is that enough violence for you?
Well, here's a good question about who like staging a coup and emergent phenomenon, and if a crowd becomes violent, or if someone directs the crowd to become violent. This is actually the next question on my list. Do you guys think that Trump was responsible for this thing? And before you answer, I want to play a couple of clips. We have clip 1 and 2. These are from Trump's speeches on the day. I think the first clip is before the violence kicked off. Maybe we can play that first.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. We can't play in.
Soft coup, sometimes referred to as a silent coup, is an illegal overthrow of the government. Unlike a classical coup, is achieved without the use of force or violence.
To the hands of these people, we have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens.
I always thought that was adorable. You guys are very special. You're all so special. I always thought that was very cute.
See the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel, but go home and go home in peace.
That second clip was from after the violence had become, and so he was kind of doing damage control, I think, at that point.
I just don't understand all of the insanely arbitrary caps that we're trying to create to try to say that it wasn't a coup. Well, there was violence, but there wasn't enough. There was a subversion of the democratic process, but it didn't end up working. Like, if the plan would have gone as Donald Trump wanted it to have gone, which is Vice President Pence unilaterally tossing out the Electoral College vote, and if Donald Trump would have retained power past when he was supposed to lose it.
And then using the fake electors sheets, not the real electors, but fake ones that are not representing the will of the people who voted, to then elect him to the highest office of the land. Or send it back to the states and do it that way. Either way, avoiding the democratic process.
What is that if not a coup? What would you call that?
No one ordered those people, the few hundred that actually fought police, to do that.
That's great. What would
That's
you call
why they
that,
can't
though?
charge. Trump's not been charged.
No one said Trump's been charged with insurrection or inciting a riot.
You say
Jack Smith especially did.
But we can't vote for him because they say he's guilty.
What would you call it if Pence would have unilaterally thrown out the vote and Trump would have held on to power for some weeks,
Trump was
longer?
calling for a 10-day Senate investigation.
Oh,
that's why we were there.
That's great. What would have happened if Pence would have thrown out the vote?
No, that's a hypothetical. Trump wanted a 10-day investigation.
No, but
I don't care what Trump
also wanted Pence to throw out the
what would have happened? What would you have called that?
Him and Eastman were pushing for that.
Yeah, what would we have called that? Can I get a name for that? If you don't want to call it a coup or an insurrection, what would you call that?
Well, I'd call it taking Trump off the ballot and saying we can't vote for him.
I know you.
What? Dude, he's not even trying.
Come on, answer, because you probably know he's guilty. That's fine. What about you or Glenn?
Guilty.
Glenn, what would you call it if the president was able to entrench his power by asking his vice president to throw out the vote unilaterally, which is what he was trying to do? Do you want to deny the facts? Do you want to deny that it's a coup? What part?
A coup.
I think
You're lucky there wasn't a real coup.
Shows the weakness of the argument, but if that had happened, my guess is it would have ended up in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court would have made the decision about whether Mike Pence exercised his proper authority as vice president, and then Donald Trump, if he had run out of options, would have left the White House on January 20th without any need for military force or police force, exactly how he did, and I would have called that the exhaustion of all of the legal remedies.
So, okay, number one, that's not a legal remedy. If they would have said that was not legal, that wouldn't have not been a legal remedy. He would have been exhausting non-legal remedies. But what makes Glenn so certain that if he was to take that extra step and he was to stop the transfer of power and to delay it, that he would stop there? What gives him confidence in that?
Is available to the president in the event that he thinks that an election
and
was
therefore
stolen.
it would have been
like every single other court said, screw you, you're wrong. But one more court case will make him accept that he lost?
in just the way the Bush v. Gore thing played out.
Okay.
Exhausting your legal options, getting up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court makes the determination.
Let Darren finish.
If both of you accept that, then if the Supreme Court says that because of Amendment 14, Section 3, Trump can't be on the ballot, you would both accept that as well?
I wouldn't, but I think that would be authoritative. I would think it would be
authoritative, but Donald Trump, one man, centralizing power among himself to remain in power, that's not authoritative. What could be?
He didn't do that. That's not
what he tried to do. That is what happened. Glenn, I know you only read tweets and headlines, Glenn, but believe it or not, that's actually what happened.
He wanted a 10-day, that was our goal, was a 10-day Senate investigation into the Constitution.
That's not what was happening behind the scenes, though. There's testimony from the lawyers involved.
They were wargaming everything.
Exactly.
His
and they're
attorney
trying
general, the
everything.
assistant AG,
And
the
a lot
assistant
of these
deputy
people-
AG, all of his legal counsel,
A bunch
all of
his
the state
lawyers-
senators, all of the congressmen.
if I can talk over you, I can be way better than you.
That's what you've been doing the whole time.
No. You're doing it, and then I dominate you. You can't handle it.
Okay.
He didn't do that, and he left, is the point. And that's the reality. And now they say we can't vote for him, even though we all know Biden's going to win by 10 million votes.
That's why we call it an attempted coup and not an actual successful coup.
Alex, do you think that Trump was responsible for this thing on January 6th?
100% not. He'd had hundreds of rallies around the country.
Dude, okay, I'm sorry. I don't know what Alex Jones's position is, but I would like to consider myself a patriot. And I mean that genuinely. I don't mean that sarcastically. I do love my country, genuinely. And if there was a situation where I actually thought that the transfer of power between presidents, what was happening was illegitimate, that the election was stolen, and that our democracy was about to die, and if I've been told that, and I believe that, then me acting violent wouldn't be that so out there. If I genuinely believed our democracy was at threat, I mean, our country started as an insurrection, right? It's not like I've condemned the Euromaidan protesters. So in those situations, I could find a scenario where I would be like, yes, storming the Capitol was the moral thing to do. It was in defense of our republic. It was in defense of our institutions. I could find a scenario where I believe that and I would support that. That's what's so pernicious about Donald Trump's lie, is because it takes advantage of people's patriotism and love of country and his audience to make him think that the country is about to be couped when he just lost the election. And the stakes for him are high because he's about to lose power. But the country's not about to lose its democracy. The stakes that he has set for his voters aren't real. And so he took advantage of them. And if you pumped them full of all of that nonsense, they might act on it. And they did once they were hyped up on January 6th. And they saw that day as a point of no return after Mike Pence was going to certify it. And hey, when they were in the crowd, what type of things was Donald Trump tweeting? Mike Pence didn't do what he needed to do. He's a coward. March to the Capitol building. And then they acted upon what they thought would defend their country. If you pump that lie out there, people act upon that lie. Yeah, I do think you play some. You're responsible to some degree, aren't you? If I made a lie that putting forks in your microwave gives you free money, and it got a bunch of people, or a bunch of people died of trying to do that, to some extent, I do think that you hold some responsibility.
5 or 6 that we were part of in the months before this, and we had the space. Here's the Capitol right up here by the Supreme Court on the Capitol grounds. We had a stage, and then we get there and it's bedlam, and so no, Trump didn't think.
For the record, though, it does give you free money.
Attacking the Capitol to make him look good. That's why he came out and said that don't do this and go home.
Why didn't he call them off immediately if he thought it didn't make him look good?
It was happening while he was giving a speech.
Wrong. The reason why he didn't call them off is because him, Giuliani, and Eastman were making phone calls to other senators and congressmen asking them to decertify the electoral vote.
No.
You were there, but you weren't.
Do you acknowledge that happened, or do you not acknowledge it?
We're talking about the crowd.
I don't care about the crowd. I'm saying that as the riot was raging on and he was sitting there sipping his Diet Coke, if this really made him and his followers look bad, why didn't Donald Trump make a video immediately?
I'm about to do it because I can talk over you really easy.
That's what you've been doing the whole time.
No, you're doing it.
I look forward to you dodging the question again. Go ahead.
You're doing it. You're doing it.
No, you.
So, you.
No, you.
You.
No, you.
You.
Both of you.
Keep doing it. It's what he does. He doesn't have facts.
Break it up.
Trump did, while he was speaking, I was getting text messages, violence in the Capitol, and I left to try to go stop it. And when I got there, he was still speaking. So this thing where you guys say, the attack started at this time and Trump did nothing this time, he's speaking while it happens for hours. He then goes to the White House, tries to figure out what's going on, and puts a statement out.
The gap between him stopping his speech and him telling everybody to stop and go home is hours long, where he did nothing. And he had the authority to call upon the National Guard, and he didn't. And we're now getting even more information that when he was informed that Mike Pence had to flee to a secure location with his family, his reaction was, so what? He didn't seem that, that all nonplussed about it, while his family was scrambling to try to get him to do something because he didn't want to do anything
against it. And he said in the middle of his speech, off a teleprompter, go be peaceful. That's what he said.
Didn't Trump get back to the government like 1:30?
He also said fight like hell.
Yeah, why didn't you play those clips?
If we don't fight like hell, we're not going to have a country. What did Rudy Giuliani say? He said, let's have trial by combat.
Yeah, that's a legal term. Maxine Waters said,
really, that's
go
a legal
attack
term.
Republicans in restaurants,
That's
grocery stores.
So why don't,
with her, it wasn't hyperbole.
Why don't we ask?
Trump never supported political violence. Trump never told people to be goons. The left would burn down half the country. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows it's Biden's erased the border. Everybody knows all this. You're sitting there claiming this was. Do you agree? This was big as Pearl Harbor.
What are you comparing it? As big as Pearl Harbor in what way? Bomb
3,000 died in Pearl Harbor.
People dead? No. Maybe a blemish on our democracy? I'd say it was very close.
Let me ask you this. If they bring in, which they've done, 10 million illegal aliens the last 3 years, and then that gives them, with the congressional seats in the census, more Democrat seats in the Congress, is that
undocumented aliens, undocumented immigrants are not voting.
They are counted.
No, they are not.
They're counted in the.
By the way, also undocumented immigrants are also going to states like Texas, which, I mean, if they can't vote and they're going into areas that are going to be primarily Republican, if they're going into rural communities, these are the areas closer to the border. Wouldn't that also potentially help Republicans? Using Alex Jones's framing here.
The census.
Like, it's not just like every undocumented immigrant comes to America and they're like, I heard that the Democrats are going to give us all the welfare. We got to go to the Democrat districts in order to get welfare. Like, if somebody's committing, by the way, undocumented immigrants can't just take from the system. They don't have the ability to. But if somebody has gotten a fake Social Security card in order to try to do that type of stuff, which again is not the majority of migrants doing that, they could do it within a red district or a blue district. It wouldn't affect that. So I don't. What would even be the motivation for them to specifically go to the blue districts? Using the Alex Jones framing of like they're trying to bring them here with their incentives and welfare programs. I don't understand it.
But they're not voting.
They're counted in the census. They're not voting. So then they get more Democrat districts.
Can we backtrack?
They think that they're brown means they vote Dem. Come on, that's not. No. They can't vote. They're undocumented. They're not allowed to vote. But he's saying that them by being in the districts, that brings up the amount of representatives that go to Congress. But if we were to use that logic, are we saying that they're strategically going to blue districts? Again, they're along the border. There are red states and there are blue states.
Really fast.
Oh my God!
So let's backtrack.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're already stealing elections with the illegals. They get more congressional.
January
they get more congressional districts.
Yeah, I do want to
go back to January 6th. Okay, so you play those clips.
Oh, you always want to get off of it because it wasn't an insurrection.
I came here to debate
and then
January 6th,
as soon as I bring up the real insurrection, you can't handle it.
I'm not here to debate immigration.
Yeah, talk to me, Brian.
Okay, yeah. So why don't we ask the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers, the Proud Boys, the ones who were actually indicted and convicted of seditious conspiracy, why they did it? And
they told us.
No, yeah, they did tell us.
In both kangaroo trials.
Let
Brian finish.
And then you can come back at me.
All right.
Joe Biggs, he said, I did it because this is where Trump wanted me. He wanted me to do this. Stewart Rhodes, Oath Keepers, same thing. I did it for Trump.
That dude got 20 years sedition charges.
Multiple Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, they all said, I was here because of Trump. I went into the Capitol. I took the Capitol because that's what Trump wanted. So was Trump responsible? Ask them. Ask the people that are serving 20 years in prison for seditious conspiracy.
I'd like to respond to that now. I know Stewart Rhodes well. I know Joe Biggs well. He used to work here. And they have never said Trump told them to go into the Capitol. They have never said they did it because he asked them to. That is not
it's in the court file. You can just look at the court documents.
A true statement.
That is a true statement. I have their quotes right here.
Joe Biggs shook a fence shook a fence. Stuart Rhodes said he never told anybody to go in the Capitol. And
they tore down the fence. They tore down the initial barrier. They wanted to get rid of that barrier so they could push people past the police line and into the Capitol building. That's what they were trying to do.
Never went in the Capitol, and you just said they said that Trump told them.
Multiple Proud Boys said they were in the Capitol because that's what Trump wanted. Trump
you're
wanted
reading
them.
a Jack Smith federal filing? Next we'll tell me the cheese.
I'm going. Jack Smith didn't indict the Proud Boys.
They have messages between the group. They have the actual.
No, I know all about
chats.
it.
Yes,
And
they have them. So are you saying these are fabricated?
No, read me the quotes.
Yeah, read those quotes.
I mean, I have said we were here to storm the Capitol. We were here because of Trump. I mean, there's literally dozens of these
pretty
quotes.
different.
And
so
do they say Trump told me to?
What's the best quote
Nobody
you have?
is
Trump
hold on.
said
No,
go
wait.
peacefully.
This is a red herring. Nobody. They're not saying that Donald Trump personally communicated to them to go to the Capitol. What they're saying is the reason why they were there, which I think over 147 convicted people have thus far in their convictions have said the reason why they were there is because Trump called them to go there, not personally. You know how many of those people? You know how many of those people cited Ray Epps as the reason why they were in?
Trump advertised the event on social media. Trump was pushing for it. At events, he wanted people to go. He was pushing for people to go and march on the Capitol and quote unquote stop the steal.
Capitol? Take a guess.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Yeah, Darren.
Go to the Capitol. But in both Proud Boys and Oath Keepers cases, the Fed said there was no direct conspiracy.
No one is talking about that.
That's not what I'm
They
talking
went on
about.
to say it's a new conspiracy where it's not written or said. They just imagine it.
Incitement of violence.
Let
I want to
Darren
be
respond
clear.
here.
I want to be clear. What is your contention with this? Give me the quote and then what your contention is in relation to the quote.
Like Destiny said, there are 140 convictions where the people convicted said, I was there because of Trump. Trump called us to do this. And when I say called us, I don't mean to call them on the phone and say,
for the sake of argument that that's true, what is your conclusion from that?
Trump helped incite this.
Well, just because they thought they were helping Trump, that doesn't mean that Trump told them to do that.
Let me say
That's
this.
true, but let's look at the actions.
Famous federal, famous.
It's like wait, Alex. It's like saying, Charles Manson presumably thought Helter Skelter was, telling him to kill. So is that the argument there?
That's a terrible comparison. Trump told them to go there based upon lies while he was trying to illegally usurp the election system. And then once they act violently, he waited and waited and waited until he basically couldn't wait no more to tell them to do something about it while he had the authority to send the National Guard. I think that's a little different than Charles Manson's crazy delusions about Helter Skelter.
You don't
Trump
think it's
is
reasonable?
essentially helter skelter, and he's telling these Proud Boys that you need to go and storm the Capitol?
Does the mob boss tell his peons, go kill this guy, or do they use other language?
Well, what's the language that he used that you think is criminal?
The language Trump. The language
What's the language that? Wait.
The language and the ideas that Trump discussed was that the election was being stolen.
Okay,
from
so
you.
that's criminal.
I never said that was criminal. He's not being indicted for that speech. You're asking why are the people at the White House? All of the Trump's indictments and charges for January 6th are not focused on the people at the White House.
So what's the chain of argument there? That Trump.
The question was just why are the people
election
there?
Was stolen, and people assumed that they interpreted that as meaning, we need to go to storm the Capitol, that somehow Trump's fault and he's criminally liable for it, and it rises to an insurrection. Well, I'm trying to be clear what the contention is.
Let me explain it. What Trump did was Trump laid out very precisely exactly what he believed had happened. He thought that the vote was being stolen, that our country was being taken from us.
Not believe what he wanted others to believe.
Yeah, that Congress wasn't acting, that Mike Pence was supposed to be the guy to do it, but he hadn't heard good things.
I mean, if I don't know how somebody with that much influence could think pumping your fan base or your supporters with that belief that the country was about to die couldn't bring about violence, wouldn't move them to act if they genuinely thought that, if they're really patriots who love their country.
Things about them, and they needed to go down to the Capitol building to protest. To protest what?
Trump questioned an election
to protest.
out of a million
Nobody is saying that. You're repeating the same thing. You're like a broken record. You're a broken record.
No, I'm not a broken record.
Trump has
every time
every
I try
right.
to talk, you try to shut me down. Listen, here's the bottom line. Trump's not been charged with insurrection.
No one said he was.
Trump didn't, but you're saying people can't vote for him.
No, I'm not saying that. That's up to the Supreme Court.
No, that's the. Do you support?
No one here is talking about him being.
Do you support Colorado and Maine taking him off the ballot?
That's up to the Supreme Court.
No, you punt. Do you think it's good for the opposing party when a guy's way ahead in the polls to remove?
That should not matter whether he's ahead of the polls or not, whether he's popular or unpopular, whether he's wealthy, not wealthy. None of that should matter about whether he is eligible to run for president or not. What should matter is whether he meets the standards necessary for a presidential candidate, like being 35 years of age, like not being a felon, like being a United States citizen. And if he cannot meet those standards, if he did engage in insurrection, or if he's found guilty of something that would make him a felon, like, for example, improper handling of those classified documents and showing it to people knowing they were classified and he couldn't show it to other people because we have audio of him saying that, that could be something that stops him from running for president. Not because we're anti-democratic, not because we're like evil dictators, not because we just want, we're just so scared of him, but because he's not held up to the standards of the presidency. I believe Nikki Haley has a better chance of beating Joe Biden than Donald Trump.
Move someone from the ballot.
It's not about him being ahead in the polls or not. It's about whether or not he engaged in insurrection, and if the self-executing part of the 14th Amendment allows states to remove him from the ballot.
Where is Trump found guilty of insurrection?
You don't need a conviction for the 14th Amendment.
About this for like an hour.
Alex, read it. Somebody, can we bring the 14th Amendment up on?
Can you read the Declaration of Independence? You're misrepresenting that, and it doesn't matter because we have a right to vote for who we want, right?
No, you don't.
Within reason.
You can't vote for somebody under 35 years old. You can't vote for somebody that's not a
Glenn,
U.S. citizen.
It looked like you wanted to chime in, Glenn.
But he's unpopular, though. He lost. Well, we can't vote for him now.
If you think it's so bad that courts are kicking him off the ballot, what do you think about Trump doing the birtherism card for Obama for how many years? That was the first big political thing he was known for, was challenging whether Obama was even born in the United States in an attempt to get him kicked off the ballot.
No, you know why? I can play the clips of Obama's.
And now you're going to justify that.
No, you're not. You're going to read my mind?
That's what it sounded like you're about to do.
You're
Play
scared
the
of me
clips.
talking.
I'm not scared of you talking.
There's clips of Obama and his wife saying he was born in Kenya. I don't believe he was born in Kenya. He was born in Hawaii to the head of the Communist Party there, actually. So who's in his book and hanging out, Frank. So that's what's going on here. It doesn't matter. If Trump wants to say the moon's made of cheese, we have a right to vote for him.
Trump can say whatever he wants. That's not what's getting him removed from the ballots, potentially.
Glenn.
But he's a loser.
You can write him in if you want to, but at the end of the day, if he's not eligible to be president, he can't be president. It's the same thing with Cenk Uygur when people talk about his eligibility. It's not a question of whether, when people talk about whether he should run for president, for a lot of people, it's not a question about whether his opinions are good or whether, there should be progressive alternative. It's a question of can he even be president because he wasn't born in the United States?
You can vote for. You can vote
write
for
him in.
if you want. You can vote him. You can vote for him. You can write him in. But the 14th Amendment says he can't hold office if he incited.
But who says? And who found him guilty of insurrection?
We talked about the Civil War earlier. Nobody was found guilty of violating insurrection and rebellion statute during the Civil War.
I have a question.
Nobody, and that was an insurrection.
Wait.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my house for a moment. Hello, hi, I'm Ian Crossland, and I'm moderating this awesome debate. Glenn Greenwald's about to speak. I want to hear what he has to say. He's been waiting patiently for about 1 minute. Glenn, what's happening?
Thanks. Yeah. So first of all, on the issue of the ballot, there have been split decisions on this, and even Democratic judges in Colorado and then the Democratic, very partisan Secretary of State in Rhode Island, as well as in California, have all said they don't think it's appropriate to remove Trump from the ballot because he has not yet been charged with, let alone convicted of, insurrection. So I want to be very deferential to Destiny's incredible achievements in constitutional scholarship, but there are actually a lot of even Democratic Party elected officials who are saying, as well as judges of the Colorado Supreme Court who are appointed by Democratic Party governors, who are saying that you cannot actually remove somebody because to remove them from the ballot is to punish them for a crime, insurrection, that Trump has never been charged with and therefore has never had the opportunity to defend himself the way a criminal does.
Wait, why are you citing the dissent?
Glenn,
why is he citing the dissent? Why are you citing a dissenting opinion on a losing case? Like it proves your point.
Wait.
No, also,
I gotta say, there's one thing about Glenn that is really good about him. He looks good in a sweater. That is a sweater. Yeah, that's a sweater over. Actually, you know what? As a gay man, he could do better.
The dissent.
Glenn,
why is he citing the dissent? Why are you citing a dissenting opinion on a losing case? Like it proves your point.
I don't know why everybody is wearing black. I'm just saying, as he should, maybe more diverse color palette. That's all I'm saying.
No, also,
that's what I thought. Okay.
I should have gone in there. Everybody wearing black. I'm wearing the Garfield shirt. It would have been great.
Glenn, I know you're scared of Glenn. Let him continue. No one's ever been taken off the ballot without being convicted.
Okay, Glenn, continue, and then Darren's going to add.
The Secretaries of State of California and Rhode Island have also said the same thing, but it's true. The Supreme Court will decide. I'm very confident they'll decide Trump can remain on the ballot, and then that will resolve that issue. Yes. The question I have...
looking fine. You're being too demanding. Look, all I'm saying is if I looked at that room and everybody's wearing all black, I would not also be wearing all black.
Quickly. One is, why didn't anybody like Jack Smith charge Trump with engaging...
Plus, he'd look better in a colorful sweater.
...an insurrection. If Trump was engaged in an insurrection or inciting an insurrection, you would hope, I would think, that he would be charged with that. I don't think he was, so I'm happy he wasn't. But for those of you who think he was, why wasn't he charged with that? And then the second one is, I just want to know, given that the 2020 riots did have a lot of people in there who were nonviolent and were there not for insurrectionary reasons, but had a lot of people who were anarchist and insurrectionist and who engaged in a lot of violence, a lot more than was done on January 6th. Do you also think that the riots of 2020 constituted an insurrection? I'm just trying to understand, to get a sense for what your definition of insurrection is.
Glenn, do you think that...
I mean, honestly, like when you talk about like Chaz and Chop, I think you could maybe have some argument, since they were trying to stop law enforcement from, like enforcing law and like enforcing like what was the, law of the area in specific regions, so that you could maybe call that specifically insurrection. But besides that, I think I would classify the rest of it generally as riots. But I would also say that like there is probably a big gap between controlling like a block of city, like in a city, like some shops and some homes, and charging the capital of the United States to stop the certification of the vote. I think there is a bit of a gap.
The 1992 riots.
When I asked two questions, can you just answer that?
Yeah, I can give really quick answers for these.
Yeah, I can give answers too. I don't think that Black Lives Matter was an insurrection. I do think 1992 riots in LA was an insurrection. George Herbert Walker Bush.
What matter black? That made it not an insurrection. What did it lack?
So it was a protest, and the violence was when the police clashed with the protesters. The violence was not against the government in order to stop the government from doing something.
There weren't Antifa and anarchist groups there that explicitly say they were using violence to overthrow the government. That didn't happen.
They were firebombing federal courthouses. God, that's not true.
They were the bombs on the courthouses. There's nobody. It was at nighttime. There's nobody in there. They were not obstructing anything.
The firefighters got cited. Arson's a serious crime.
They were not there to obstruct an official proceeding of a government.
Wait, just burn down a courthouse. That's
really quick. I want to ask Glenn. Do you think 1992 was an insurrection?
Notice you didn't answer Glenn's question.
I just did answer it.
Specifically talked about.
I just answered it.
Yeah, but no. The Democrats.
Alex, I did answer it. I specifically answered it.
Glenn, please,
You answered it. Yeah. But I mean, I think the 1992 riots, I think I recall at the time thinking the Insurrection Act was inappropriately invoked. I'd have to go back and really study the 1992 riots to see the extent of the violence. But I do think that you're asking that indicates why the 2020 riots are way closer to an insurrection than anything happened after the 2020 election. And the reason you're afraid to say that it is an insurrection is purely for ideological and partisan ends, because
that's not true.
And if liberals were engaged in an insurrection,
you asked him a question. Let me finish.
There's riots every week in America. Or all
the Democrats were saying the Black Lives Matter riots were good and bailing them out.
You know what? Here's something that I think
Democrats were saying be violent everywhere.
They were not.
I remember that. I remember Joe Biden was like, Black people will truly not be free until they burn down their local CVS. I remember Joe Biden said that. It was a controversial speech, but I thought it was very inspiring.
Get the clips. Get him. Take the clip and get him.
When we talk about an insurrection, when we talk about an insurrection,
we got your ass.
I want to let Stephen finish this
when
up.
we're
but Darren's
talking about an insurrection, okay, I think all three of us here would agree that if there was a congressional session or a state legislative session and people were voting on it and BLM rioters went up and they tried to firebomb the House to stop the vote, I think all of us would agree that's an insurrection.
No
But
Republican
you
firebombs.
guys, hello. Oh my God, I almost finished the sentence. Does that scare you? Are you okay?
Way more violent stuff in capitals than Trump.
We understand. Yes. So space
that's a great
lasers.
point.
We're destroying houses in Hawaii. Okay. You keep bringing back the amount of violence. The amount of violence isn't relevant. All of us here agree that obviously over the entire course of the BLM riots,
Capitol, it's great. When Democrats endorse them storming, is good.
Over the course of the BLM riots, there was lots of violence. I think everybody on this side of the table is okay with charging.
What about
and
Democrats storming
people.
capitals all over the country?
Everybody here is okay with charging and convicting anybody that was guilty of a violent act. However, violence, no matter how much, does not make an insurrection. It's the obstruction or rebellion against the United States for the Jack Smith obstruction charge, obstructing an official process like certifying the vote.
Okay, Darren, we're going to go to Darren. We're going to go to Darren now.
Darren, a question.
Yeah.
Let me ask. So first of all, it wasn't just violence. There are aspects of the BLM uprisings that involved. At one point, Trump was forced to go into a secure bunker in the White House. They broke through the Treasury.
Throwing firebombs.
He called in the National Guard then. Did he remember that?
I have a question about the 14th Amendment.
Yeah, it was very quick to call in the National Guard that time. That is true.
Destiny or anyone.
He understood his authority then.
So let's assume that it doesn't require a conviction. In your view, who is most a bunker in the White House? They broke through the Treasury. The 14th Amendment for Destiny or anyone. So let's assume that it doesn't require a conviction. In your view, who is most appropriate to make that determination? If it doesn't require, well,
so the real answer is it's hard to tell. Personally, I don't like the way the 14th Amendment Section 3 is written. I've got a lot of friends who will hate me for saying that. And I think that the Supreme Court probably will rule against it because the problem with the 14th Amendment is the self-executing part of it. Means basically anybody involved in that balloting process of putting them on the ballot could make that determination.
So you basically agree it has to go up to the Supreme Court and be decided before he can be justly removed from ballot.
Let me say this. The Declaration of Independence, and you were talking about insurrection. I want to fix this peacefully. But I have a right, not from the Declaration of Independence, it already points out what's there, to abolish a government when the majority of us agree we're done with it. So, and you got all these movies about civil war the Democrats are putting out and Obama's putting out. You guys better hope that doesn't happen. We're trying to fix this peacefully. But this is a load of crap. To claim that Republicans and conservatives are this super viral, evil, white supremacist terror group, they're planning crap. No one's buying that. And conservatives and populists and America Firsters see how we're being set up.
You say set up, but Donald Trump is the one setting you up.
Well, this is my question.
Trump said be peaceful and go to the Capitol. We're going to have a 10-day Senate investigation. I was there.
Did Trump have his people? Did Trump have it? There's a million hours of footage. Trump had 7 different states create 7 false sets of electors that perjured themselves, saying they were duly elected.
I know this.
And they shipped all of those to Congress.
When I tried to have people that I know put clips of me.
I'm sorry, you have to have a mute button. You have to have a mute button for these types of conversations. I am becoming more and more in favor of universal mute buttons for these types of debates.
Saying don't go in the Capitol, they would take them down. Or we show clips of people pulling off their Antifa gear, putting on Trump gear, and you know all.
Where's the video footage of all the Antifa gear?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
3,000 people have
phones
phones there.
Clips tonight. Oh, everybody!
How many
Where's the
Antifa were
footage
arrested and
stripping down
charged?
Antifa gear? Gotcha again.
How many Antifa?
If Antifa got there, why didn't
That's
Donald
when the
Trump?
glasses go bump, bump, bump. I get the cigar.
Yeah,
You guys are talking pretty candidly about
Well, you
media.
know we're not playing clips tonight.
Why didn't Trump call in the National Guard as soon as the riot started? If Antifa was there,
He asked for 10,000 National Guard a month before.
No, he didn't. He mentioned it 10 days before. Why didn't he call him in that night? Why didn't he call him in? Look, there's Antifa. Call in the National Guard. He would have ended it in 20 minutes.
So that's another myth that he had the National Guard on standby. Kash Patel said that.
No, he asked for it.
Let me finish. Kash Patel said that Trump asked for it. That's the source of that. Kash Patel and Donald Trump, after the fact, claimed that they had the National Guard on standby. Neither of them testified to that under oath. Do you know who did? The Secretary of State,
Department of Defense.
Secretary of Defense, Christopher Miller, testified
No,
under
Trump
oath.
didn't have him on standby. He asked for it, was refused by Milley. I can pull Washington Post up.
He was refused. No, Milley specifically said that's not true. Under oath.
Oh, Milley.
Yes.
Was that in between his phone calls to Xi
And
Jinping?
the Secretary of Defense.
What? Okay, so Alex Jones makes the claim that Donald Trump was asking Mark Milley for the authority to send the National Guard, and he was rejected. Then he responds, that's not true. Mark Milley said that isn't true under oath. And then Alex Jones says, oh, what, Xi Jinping say that? You didn't even source anybody for your claim. So how can you just out of hand dude. I mean, I know it's Alex Jones, but I feel like I have to like say something. Like I just can't leave it unsaid. But I mean, I don't know what I expected. I mean, it's Alex Jones.
The man who he would have to call in the National Guard, the Secretary of Defense specifically said under oath that Trump never did that. Under oath. Did Trump or
Under oath, they tell people 2 men can have a baby. Can two men have a baby?
So what? Why do you
Can 2 men have a baby?
I thought this was January 6th.
No, that's not.
Also, can I just throw out there, we were just talking about earlier how Trump called the National Guard before to defend himself. So it's not like he was completely unaware of the authority. And if he didn't know he had the authority, wouldn't that also be his fault for being president and not knowing what to do in a crisis? Just a lot of things pass in my mind.
Stop.
Yeah,
Another day.
Under oath.
Alex, let me ask you a question. You're criticizing me for quoting somebody under oath. What is your source? If I'm quoting somebody that said something under the penalty of perjury. Your source is, you just know it, that Donald Trump said it to the public?
No, we're live on air here, just like when this guy said that, oh, you're claiming this was done. You don't have proof. Those clips are all there. Everyone's going to pull those up. They're going to see them.
So there's clips of Donald Trump calling in the National Guard?
No, I'm talking about the last point.
No, you didn't answer my question.
No, I remember the articles.
You just answer my question.
You're not listening. You want my answer?
Yeah, I do.
When Trump got firebombed and the White House got attacked, he called for the National Guard, and Milley said, I'll resign if he doesn't. He then asked the head jurisdiction, it was actually General Flynn's brother, for 10,000 troops, and it was in the news. Anybody? I don't have a computer in front of me. Was there?
On January 6th.
No, he asked 2 weeks before that they wanted.
It wasn't in the news.
Okay, well, boom, gotcha. Everybody get it.
Show it. Go ahead.
I'm on air right now.
He requested
I don't
National
have a
Guard.
computer. Hold on.
Tell me what you're telling me.
You're just hoping. Listen, they're going to get you.
Tell me what you're telling me. That he requested 10,000 troops.
Watch X
Is that
tomorrow.
What you're telling me?
Listen to me carefully. Watch X tomorrow.
Okay. And you're gonna. It's gonna be General Flynn making this claim.
Dude, I've been watching X. Now I roll in different circles, but I have not been seeing Krasenstein got there. I didn't see it on Twitter, man. I didn't see, to be blunt, I didn't see any Krasenstein clips today. I saw some Destiny Alex clips. I didn't see any Krasenstein clips.
And it'll be you, and it'll be all the news articles where Milley says he'll resign if Trump's went National Guard, and then they did it again, and then General Flynn's brother.
That wasn't for January 5th. That was the Washington
I know.
protest.
That's where it begins. And he asked again, and they also, it's all there.
Okay, but you're making the claim that Trump had.
No, you say show it. I'm here.
Why would Trump care if Milley would resign if they're all the deep state? If they're all part of the swamp, why wouldn't he just do it anyway if that's what's right? Trump is the ultimate authority to have in the national.
Oh my God, full frontal assault from Destiny.
If they're all part of the swamp, why wouldn't he just do it anyway if that's what's right? Trump is the ultimate authority to have in the national. You're not going to answer that question either.
What's going to happen, Doogity? What's going to happen is they're all going to get it, and that's the whole. And they're all going to show it, and then we'll see.
Yeah, this is making me think about media
I feel like he didn't know how to answer that. He just kind of completely avoided it.
Manipulation in general, and how sometimes you see things, sometimes you don't, sometimes things are real, sometimes they're not, and it leads me to my next question. General for everybody. And by the way, all 6 of you are doing phenomenally, especially you, Glenn, killing it from Brazil, my man. Do you guys think this election was stolen?
100%. And
Absolutely not.
And it's my right to say that, but then, covering up the windows with signs, and then all these trucks pulling in, and then the graph where Trump's above, and it perfectly shoots up, and then wins.
I guess define stolen. Define that for me before we answer the question. If
well, I mean, as Professor Epstein and others have said, they do it way before suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop, giving you 96% Google Democrat links. I mean, it's all the stealing's done before in the algorithm and the censorship.
So this is like the key point. I've heard people try to shift on the stealing because The election wasn't rigged. The election wasn't stolen. There was no like the machines switched the votes. Donald Trump lost the election. And in all of the bamboo paper theories and all of the stuff that was being put forward, all the court cases, all of them failed. And so they had to have something to fall back upon because there was so much talk of the steal, but they had nothing. So they had to grab onto something. And so what they settled on is, well, if the Hunter Biden laptop story would have been allowed to operate more freely on Twitter and was not removed for revenge porn purposes, which was one of the reasons why a lot of the stuff on the laptop was removed, and stuff on leaked private information on Twitter rules on that. But if that wasn't removed, Trump would have won if they would have allowed the Hunter Biden laptop story to grow. Well, the Hunter Biden laptop story has now had 4 years to grow. And when you look at the polling data and you look at people's top issues, nothing. Hunter Biden's laptop is not up there. It's important for diehard conservatives. It is not that important for the average American, to be quite blunt. I refuse to believe that if more Americans just were able to see Hunter Biden's laptop story on Twitter, then he would have won. Donald Trump would have won in all the swing states, and then the election would have gone differently. It's complete speculation. And then I could just say like, hey, all this other stuff we know about Donald Trump that's been released since then. If we knew that in advance, then Donald Trump would have lost. It's all just speculation. It's just sour speculation. But when you say stolen, people think, oh, the votes were rigged. Oh, people voted this way, but their votes were changed. Oh, that's what they think. They don't think, oh, well, there was this one story that was removed off of Twitter, therefore it was stolen.
For the control. I remember,
like, if that was the case, then was the 2016 election stolen because of the FBI reopening of the case into Hillary Clinton? Was that stolen? Was that in a stolen election because of that last second impact on the polls?
5 years ago when I was being deplatformed, they were denying I was being deplatformed and saying there was no censorship. Now we know from the weaponization hearings that all this is going on, and now they're telling us you can't vote for him because he said we won't let you vote for him. I mean,
why is it, if the election was being stolen, why did every single person that Donald Trump trusted to investigate come back and say there was no evidence?
It wasn't every single, a whole bunch of his lawyers.
It was not a whole bunch of his lawyers. And most of his legal counsel said that the few that he ended up going with were crazy.
You just went in 2 seconds from everyone to most.
I said
everybody, you got him again. Show all the Trump lawyers.
Every single person that Donald Trump trusted to investigate, meaning the vice president, the Department of Justice, the cybersecurity division of the Department of Homeland Security, all of his White House counsel, I know how it works. I know you're farming TikTok clips, okay? That's what we're doing right now. But the reality is almost every single person that he asked to investigate.
Wait. 2 minutes ago, you said all of them.
That he trusted. He didn't ask Sidney Powell to go and investigate. She brought cockamamie schemes to him, and he said, "Oh, maybe these are okay." Which, by the way, he also said she was crazy.
You just said all wouldn't say there was fraud.
I said all. Get the full quote, kind of like you're missing the rest of the 14th Amendment there. Get everything I'm saying. I know that hurts. I know the context hurts people like you. You live and you breathe 10-second clips. Because anything longer than that destroys everything you're trying to claim.
Destiny is 100% on point. And it's true when it comes to Alex Jones's record. Alex Jones has his reputation where a lot of people will say, well, okay, I don't like the Sandy Hook stuff, or I don't like this, I don't like that. But he just keeps predicting the future, man. And people get this belief because they see these clips where they'll see like 5 to 10 to 20 seconds of a clip where he actually does predict something, or, and this is something I've noticed more often than not, they'll like show 10 seconds and they won't include the rest of the prediction he made, which got wrong. For example, people like to say that Alex Jones predicted the Russian invasion of Ukraine because he predicted a war in 2022, and they'll show a 10-second clip to prove that. But then when you look at the full clip, he's predicting a war between China and Taiwan in 2022. So yeah, kind of missed there. But if you don't have the full context and you only take a 10-second clip, then it feels like Alex Jones just predicted the future. And as for all the stuff he does get right, for example, saying that Osama bin Laden might be involved in a major terror attack, which is something he talked about in the past. Alex Jones makes tons and tons and tons and tons of predictions. For all of the predictions that he gets right, he gets 20 wrong. If you go on his website all the time, or if you go on his record and you check all the times he talked about FEMA camps, talked about the government collapsing by this date, or the economy collapsing by this date, or this thing happening by this date, and like fantastical, crazy things, bizarre things. You realize that the dude is just firing rapidly at the target from all directions, and once in a while a bullet hits it, and it's less that he's making so many right predictions, and it's just that he's making so many predictions generally. And if you take all the correct ones out of all the tons of ones he got wrong, and you just isolate those and you only present those, then it looks like he's a fortune teller, when he's really no different than like an 8-ball. If anything, I think an 8-ball would probably give you better batting average.
No. They got you again. You just said all his lawyers told him he lost, and we're going to show you the majority saying he won. Gotcha.
Alex,
gotcha.
Tell us specifically. Alex,
Moreland, thank you so much for the primer. And he is excited.
Specifically, which lawyers said he that
Besides
actually
Eastman,
won?
Powell, and Giuliani,
And-
who is
yeah,
on
is
his
there
team
anybody
here
else?
claiming
Linwood.
widespread election fraud?
Look, we're live on air.
I know we're live on air.
All these people are convicted and pleaded
We're gonna
guilty,
get
except
you.
Giuliani.
Folks, get him.
Let's ask.
How is that a stunt? Who believed Donald Trump's legal claims about the widespread election fraud besides Rudy Giuliani and Eastman? And he calls that how is that a stunt? Who are the masterful legal minds outside of the people who are directly financially benefiting from wanting this to go forward? And the most diehard of Trump fanatics, who are the people that are pushing this outside of like Rudy Giuliani, Trump's lawyer? Oh, that's a stunt to ask that question. Is it a stunt to look for any other legal consensus on this?
I want to ask Glenn, what do you think, man? Glenn, do you think that this thing was stolen?
I think the election was rigged. I'm not somebody who thinks that there's evidence conclusive that the election was stolen. I do think
if they all just would have known about Hunter Biden smoking crack, if they just would have known about the laptop, all the American voters would have rushed to the polls for Trump.
I think we should be a lot more attentive to.
People forget, man, COVID was the dominating issue. The idea that you were going to get Hunter Biden's laptop to dominate over COVID during the 2020 election, yeah, good luck.
When election processes get changed out of the blue, like, oh, because there's COVID, we're going to have a ton of new conventions for how we do mail-in ballots. I think there's a lot of potential for fraud there. I don't think there's evidence that I've seen, at least, that's conclusive that the 2020 election was stolen. I do think, though, it was rigged in all sorts of ways, from internet censorship to all kinds of interference on the part of the U.S. security state, lying and saying that a very incriminating story about Joe Biden was the byproduct of Russian disinformation when it absolutely was not. Facebook and Twitter censoring that story right before the election. These are all examples of corrupting rigging by institutions of authority.
I think he's talking about the Hunter Biden laptop. He's saying that there was the security state said it could have been a product of Russian disinformation. What the security state said, and what he means by that, is there were certain people who worked with, like, in the security establishment at one point, said is that it could be that this information was put there by the Russian government, or it was acquired by the Russian government, especially since that many of the companies that Hunter Biden had worked for had their servers hacked by the Russian government. That's very different than all of it is make-believe. Like, something could be real, but then acquired by the Russian government and mixed with misinformation, or acquired by the Russian government and then distributed by them. We still, like, the origins of the Hunter Biden laptop are bizarre. I recommend people go look up the story. It is really, really hard. Like, the guy who found it was blind and couldn't make out who gave it to him. And he was like, it was barely working, and he had to keep turning it on and off again to be able to get all the information out of when he could have just switched the batteries. It's very confusing, but I recommend you all look up that story yourself.
Question of whether No, I don't. I'm not somebody who thinks there's evidence that it was stolen.
Well, how would you
But by the way, yeah, a post getting removed off of Twitter does not rig the election. Just gonna throw that out there.
Find the difference between rigging it and stealing it.
Rigging it is when institutions of authority cheat or act corruptly in order to manipulate public opinion to prevent stories from getting to them, like those news stories about Joe Biden and the way that he exploited his family connections in Ukraine and China to profit for his family, and lying about it and saying that it's Russian disinformation, censoring the internet to prevent stories from getting to the public, having the security state, the CIA and the FBI, that's supposed to have no role in our politics, being the ones to cook up those fabrications, that's all examples of rigging and manipulating our democracy the way that we accuse Russia of doing. The U.S. security state, the corporate media, Twitter and Facebook did that way, way worse. Stealing the election is dumping ballots that were legitimately cast or fabricating ballots in favor of one candidate or the other that actually weren't cast, manipulating the machines in order to have the loser be the winner. That's what I would distinguish between rigging and stealing.
So to clarify,
do you think that Donald Trump asking Jeffrey Clark to go and threaten the DOJ that if they don't sign on to a false letter trying to bully states into claiming there was mass election fraud by claiming the DOJ had actually found someone they hadn't, that was testified to under oath.
Oh God, under oath.
Do you think that would be considered an act of corruption?
The whole point is, if Trump legitimately believed that the election was stolen, as Democrats believed in 2000, 2004, 2016,
right. No, that's not right. It's not answering the question.
Then I'm answering the question. I just can't do it in 7 seconds. If Trump believed genuinely that the election was stolen, then all of those steps that he undertook to try and present the Congress the way to alleviate the stolen election, to have courts reverse the stolen election.
It is not the vice president's authority to overturn the election results in the way he was asking him to. It is not. The fake electors were also not in his authority. Seizing the voting machines with the National Guard. Like, there were so many things that were just not legal in that process. That's not even talking about all the other things that he could face, all the other charges, all the other cases. But no, yeah, I mean, that was not legal processes that he took. He took all the legal processes that he could in the courts, lost, and then he tried to continue anyway.
To have Mike Pence exercise what he thought was his constitutional authority might have been wrongful, but they weren't illegal, and they most definitely weren't a coup.
So if he thought that the election was stolen, he was allowed to tell the DOJ that they needed to sign on to a false letter claiming they'd found election fraud. Otherwise, he would replace Rosen with Clark. That was something he was allowed to do.
False letter. All this stuff's crap.
The DOJ hadn't found anything, so the DOJ attesting that they had found something would indeed be false. That's right. I know. In this world, we need evidence, Alex. I'm sorry.
Oh, evidence. Oh,
I know. Yeah, evidence from evidence. Yeah.
So
and 2 men have a baby.
To be clear, Donald Trump is. Sorry, that threw me off. Donald Trump has asked for the suspension of the U.S. Constitution in order to reinstall him into power. I don't know why everybody thinks these are not legal processes. He's shooting from the hip. He's trying to find any avenue he can.
Isn't there a sitcom called 2 Men and a Baby?
Yeah, that's the whole point.
3 Men, and it was a great movie.
Oh shit, I'm sorry, my bad.
No, but I mean, we're sitting here like, guys, they said it was worse than Pearl Harbor and 9/11. Like Glenn says,
wow, you're fighting your demons up here. None of us are saying that.
Alex, you pointed out, that the votes, they went up way at night. They went up way high. Trump was winning, and then all of a sudden, Biden pulled ahead at like 1 a.m.
Red Mirage.
Yeah. So, but do you understand that the media basically told the American public that this is what happens basically every election?
Yeah, they pre-programmed it, Red Mirage.
No. Do you understand?
No, it doesn't happen every election.
Do you understand why that happened?
No, I'm not smart enough to understand. The trucks, when they shut down the polling places, and the trucks pulled in, and they blocked the windows out, and ran the same ballots over and over again.
No, I don't. Explain it to you. Donald Trump, for months before the election, he kept saying mail-in ballots are rigged. Don't vote by mail. So, do you think that Republicans are going to vote by mail if Trump says not to? So, Republicans.
But that's
such a simple explanation. Donald Trump said on the campaign trail that voting by mail is like rigging and evil and bad and awful, and it's full of all the fraud. Don't vote by mail, vote in person, right? He encourages on the campaign trail. Well, the Democrats, who are more worried about COVID during the election, encourage people to vote by mail, not only because of COVID concerns and wanting their voters to stay safe, but also concerns of like, hey, if they vote early, if they've already voted by mail, we got that vote, we can concentrate on other stuff, which is a sound strategy. It's part of the reason why a lot of the Republican elite are pissed about all the biases that were kind of established within the party against voting by mail, because it's such a strategic advantage, because you've already got their vote locked if they voted a month early. So then those votes came in, and in a lot of states, they do those votes last. And so since they were, Republicans were discouraged by voting by mail, Democrats encouraged their voters to vote by mail, and Democrats were less likely to vote in person because of COVID and more likely to vote by mail because of that as well, on top of Democratic leaders encouraging that. And then you're going into big urban cities, urban environments that are heavily Democratic leaning. Yes, Yes, I think the vote by mail numbers for Chicago are going to lean blue.
Hey, let me finish.
Let me finish, and then you can. Republicans didn't vote by mail because Trump said, it's not safe. Democrats voted by mail. Mail-in votes were counted at the tail end of the vote count, as they always are. So what happens? So Trump pulls ahead early in the night, just like everybody said was going to happen if you were paying attention. They start counting the mail-in votes. Biden's moving up. They start counting more mail-in votes in these states that are in the big cities, which are primarily Democrats. What happens? Biden pulls way ahead in the big cities, just like everybody that was paying attention
Can I talk now?
would have known.
Can I talk? That's why they had to all over block the windows out, kick everybody out, claim water mains broke. Let me talk. And then magically on the surveillance cameras, just keep loading machines over and over again. But you're right.
You actually watch?
Let's stop. You're right. No, I agree with you. Trump actually lost. So why are you so scared to let him run again?
I'm not scared to let him run.
So you support him being on the ballot?
I support whatever the Supreme Court says because I think they should define what insurrection is. I think that's fair. I'm not saying I'm on either side. But let's go back to the pulling out votes or tabulating votes multiple times. Did you actually watch more than the 14-second clip that Giuliani put out there where they purportedly pulled out ballots from under the table?
Let me ask you a question.
No.
Why in Michigan and Georgia did they block the windows?
See how quick we pivoted away? See how quick?
No. Let me ask
why? I don't know why.
He makes a claim. He's like, okay, let's inspect it. And then immediately it's on to the next claim. It's all so surface level.
Why did they say a water main broke? They later admitted it didn't.
These all went to court. All these were in court. And
let me stop you. Because you guys, hold on, stop.
No, all of them went court.
Can I say one thing? I'll give you the floor. I'll give you the floor. Let me say one thing.
Go ahead.
I was found guilty by 2 judges in Texas and Connecticut, and then they had a jury trial on how much damages. Trump, they changed the law, has a judge who said at the beginning of the real estate hearing he's guilty. And then Letitia James said in the video, we've already found him guilty. She was so dumb, she said it. We already found him guilty. He's guilty. And then Trump doesn't get a jury trial in New York. So you're pointing to the judiciary and the corrupt lawyers that have run this country down the ground.
Who are you pointing
to?
Man.
Wasn't that because his lawyer didn't check the jury trial?
Here's the thing. January, let me say this.
I like how all the judges, including the ones he appointed, are all corrupt.
Right now, January...
You got to stop appointing so many corrupt judges. That was a big mistake by the Trump guys.
6, what an insurrection.
Also, the videos that you're referring to, the running the votes multiple times.
The Democrats the violence.
And we're not going to give the Democrats the violence they won in 2024.
But let me tell you, you guys keep looking for one. Once you guys start the fight and launch martial law, you're going to actually get the real thing, and then you'll know what
Alex,
it
is. How long have you been calling for martial law? How many decades now?
Also, all the examples you're bringing up have
the
literally
COVID
been...
lockdowns were martial law.
Oh my God, and they didn't last forever like you guys were crazy, huh?
Okay, I'm going to be blunt. COVID lockdowns were not martial law. I've lived in a country under martial law. I've lived in an area where there's lockdowns and you got to go through checkpoints that did not exist during COVID. Okay? It's not the same thing. there's a big difference between a guy in military gear holding a rifle and a person like, hey, could you put on your mask, please? A little different, I think.
No, you didn't shut down anything. No, the Supreme Court ruled against
Biden won the election and it stopped. Biden won the election and it stopped, so you shut them down. Who are you? Are you part of Biden now?
Let me ask you a question.
No, why are we getting pulled off the Georgia? Why are we getting pulled off the Georgia stuff?
Is Rachel Maddow right?
Why are we talking about COVID right now?
He brought it up. If Biden is Biden right that you take the shot, you're protected. Is that true?
I think what Biden did. Here's what Biden did for the shot. Okay, what happened was Raffensperger and everybody in Georgia looked over all the tapes that you're claiming about, but the ballots being ran 3 times. Not only was that information false, Trump was told that it was false. Trump knew that it was false. Trump repeated it over and over again, including in a call to Raffensperger. And finally, Giuliani has come out saying that it was false, but it was his First Amendment right to lie about it when Ruby Freeman took him to court for defamation because he lied about something you could clearly see on video evidence.
Okay, well, this is a question, Darren. Firstly, do you think if you want to talk about it, if you think the election was rigged or stolen, but also is it
there's no response to that? No, but okay. Well,
protected speech to question an election and claim that it was stolen?
Of course it is.
That's a great question. I subscribe to the sort of rigged versus stolen distinction, and I'm more in the rigged category. And I think that's the more meaningful type of interference is the censorship, is all of the other tools that have been deployed in order to rig the election. I think that's more significant. And then the sort of more hyperbolic claims regarding hacking.
Oh, yeah. The election was rigged is not hyperbolic at all.
The machine.
What do you mean it was rigged? What I mean is Twitter didn't put the Hunter Biden laptops. They didn't let it get posted on the Twitter. Oh, that was the election being rigged. Oh, I'm sorry. I was more familiar with, elections in North Korea as like, that's a rigged election. Okay, well. Dude, these people would collapse if they were the opposition in Hungary or like any country where the state media apparatus just acts as an arm of the ruling party. Dude, they would collapse it on themselves, screeching at high heaven. But then again, all the Republican leadership love Viktor Orban's government. So, but that's because they ideologically, so it's different.
Or so forth. The
claims that Trump was making,
these kinds of things.
So then you agree that Trump was wrong when he said it was a stolen election?
Well,
by the way, it's not like the story was censored. So you could still go to the New York Post and read the story. It wasn't illegal to read it in the United States.
Depends what specific claim he's using.
It's a definitional one.
Let's say when Trump kept pushing that Dominion was switching votes and it cost him Georgia.
That I don't believe in the Dominion stuff.
Yeah, I don't either. It was
Trump
a
lie. Was lying about it.
Trump was lying about it.
Wrong.
He was lying.
But see, let's be honest here. The point is that the State Department runs around the world looking at everybody else's elections, and the number one thing you get sanctions for is taking a candidate off the ballot, and that's what Democrats are doing right now, and America sees that.
The Democrats are not doing it. That's going to go to the courts.
Republicans actually filed
it's not the Democrats Supreme Court of Colorado. It's not the Democrats Secretary of State in Maine. You just said the Democrats aren't doing it.
Alex,
they are
in Colorado.
doing it.
Alex, in Colorado.
God damn, that's
Alex,
a lie.
in Colorado, who filed the suit? 6 people. How many of them were Democrats?
What is this, Democrats?
No. How many were Democrats out of the 6?
Doesn't matter.
No, how many?
I know Liz Cheney's a Republican.
How many were Republicans who filed the suit?
Cheney's a Republican.
5 of the 6 people that filed the suit in Colorado to get Trump off the ballot were Republican. So stop saying Democrat.
Oh, yeah, it's not.
Democrats
don't want Trump off the ballot.
Glenn's actually responding.
Horseshit.
That's not what happened. What happened is the only people who have standing in Colorado to bring a suit are people who can vote in the Republican primaries, which means either Republican
beautiful audio, Glenn.
voters or independent voters. Although the suit was brought in their name, the lawsuit was spearheaded and was paid for and was organized.
Sorry, no, I'm skipping. I don't want to listen to this.
Feedback, Glenn, if you can hear us. We're going to request we had some buzzing, Glenn. I want to make sure that everything you said is clearly heard. So we're going to fix that and then get back to you.
Well, let's go back. Glenn, go ahead and talk again. Let's see.
Let's try it out.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know how much of that you heard, but what I was saying was that in Colorado, in order to have standing...
Hey, Glenn, stay there. We're going to have to reconnect with you. I want to hear this. But
So I can say what he's saying. He's saying that it was brought by a Democratic institution, but they needed Republicans...
Not just a Democrat institution; it's a notorious lawfare outfit.
Right, but how many Democratic states said okay, he can stay on the ballot? So don't just say like every Democrat just wants you to throw Trump off the ballot.
You're right. The Democrats don't want him off the ballot.
If you were to ask me, I would say let the voters decide. Like I honestly, but
I
at
think
this
other
point,
candidates would have a better shot than Trump to beat Biden. I honestly do.
Well, who?
I think Nikki Haley, if she there's no way she would get the nomination.
World War III bird brain.
I think she would defeat Biden. I really do.
We actually have a tweet from Vivek Ramaswamy claiming that the what did he call it? He called it Happy Entrapment Day, talking about January 6th. Do you guys think that it was an entrapment?
100%.
Yep, 100%.
I want to throw out there, by the way, that Vivek Ramaswamy I remember he said he cried. He said on TV the week of January 6th that he cried over what happened at the Capitol, that it was so horrific what those rioters did. And then 2 years later, Happy Entrapment Day, haha, Lamau, it's all fake, haha. Okay, man, okay. Dude, just give him another 2 years. Maybe he'll be a MAGA communist 2 years after that. Maybe an ANCOM 3 years after that. Like, is he just like sliding around? Like, I don't know. I think it's a con. I don't think this is all serious for him. I just think he wants to see how far he can get with as little knowledge as possible. And so far, he's gotten pretty far.
Donald Trump entrapped all those poor people to be there.
That's true.
They probably thought he'd bail them out.
That's why
or that he'd pardon them like he did every other person in his campaign that was convicted of any crime.
We want a 10-day investigation. That's why I said be peaceful. Yeah, because Trump was always calling for supporters.
He also called for them to fight like hell, and Giuliani said
fight like hell means for our freedom and our vote and our country.
Okay, and people can say things that they don't mean in order to...
Hey, when you go to a high school football game at a pep rally, and they go, and then the cheerleaders go, fight, 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 fight.
Trial by combat, that doesn't mean anything either.
That's a legal term.
I think the thing that's most instructive, the things that's most instructive to see what Donald Trump wanted to happen that day is that when he sat down and he watched the violence unfolding on TV, when he saw the people fighting with cops, when he got notification that Ashley Babbitt had been shot, Donald Trump did not take steps to stop the violence that day. Instead, him and Giuliani made phone calls to senators and congressmen trying to get them to stall the vote.
What do you guys think ethically about people in politics telling people to go fight? Do you find it to be misleading?
Look, we're not a neutered population. I mean, I have Democrats, in fact, during the impeachment for this, they shut it down when finally Trump put a 5-minute video on of Democrats saying, attack them at grocery stores, attack them at gas stations, attack. We need civil insurrection.
What do we think about the term battleground state?
Yeah.
You know, it's...
The problem is not
typical political rhetoric.
It's the context. Go ahead.
Nobody is upset because Donald Trump said fight like hell. People are upset because for months or years, really even in 2016, Donald Trump has consistently attacked and undermined the electoral process with absolutely no good reason.
No, it's the Democrats said he was a Russian agent.
And
the Democrats falsely said he was a Russian agent and sick the deep state on him for the 4 years of his administration.
That every single appointee that he made, all of his own people were part of the
any evidence Trump's a Russian agent?
No, but that's why he wasn't convicted or charged of any crime for it.
They were the ones saying that the American voters
charged with
were
crimes for being a Russian
manipulated by
agent?
the Russians.
Was he charged?
They were the ones saying,
Alex, was he charged with a crime for that?
Hillary is
was he
currently
charged with a crime for that?
He tried.
They tried. Wait, but the kangaroo courts, why didn't they just charge him falsely?
They haven't charged him for insurrection.
Wait. Why did
is
Jack Smith
currently
get to
saying
indictment, but not for
Trump is going to steal the election.
Why didn't he get an indictment?
Is Hillary saying Trump's going to steal the election? Why is Hillary saying Trump's going to steal the election? Why is Hillary saying Trump's going to steal the election?
Why wasn't Trump indicted?
There's nowhere to go from here. I don't know how much I'm gonna watch this. I don't think I'm gonna watch the full thing. I honestly, my plan originally was to watch the full thing. I don't know how much more I'm gonna watch of this, but they're just hitting on the same things over and over again, and every single time they get to like the same point where they might be able to make some progress and might be able to drill it down again, it just pivots out and becomes a shouting match. The moderator has completely lost the plot. I don't even know what they're doing. They must be, he's higher than me right now.
Guys.
I don't know what he's doing, man.
Why is Hillary saying Trump's going to steal the election?
I'm about to stand up, just so you know, and that would be good TV, but I'm not going to do it.
Well, he won't stop, and I will dominate.
What we need to do,
and you don't answer a question.
Guys, what we need to do.
No, I do answer questions.
Listen to me for a moment.
We are.
That we don't speak over each other. What we do is we listen to each other, take turns. It becomes way better.
Well, I have a question.
I agree. Well, can I finish my statement?
Is it okay that Hillary is on TV this week 3 times I saw saying Trump's going to steal the election?
Why
is she allowed to?
Rent free in your head right now.
What does he mean allowed to? Should she be like? Is that illegal? It's not illegal to say that. You could say it's wrong or it's stupid or whatever you want. It's not illegal to say that. It is illegal. It is illegal to try to overturn the election without constitutional authority.
The problem with Trump's speech.
Why can Democrats say it, but Republicans can't? You keep trying to change the subject.
I'm not changing the subject.
Hillary shouldn't be saying that. I agree. Hillary shouldn't be saying that. Who is she? She's a private citizen.
But I think you're allowed to say people are going to steal election, whether you're right or wrong.
That's why Trump isn't being charged for it. Trump, you said it yourself. He's not being charged with incitement. He's not being charged with insurrection. But that has nothing to do with him saying a particular thing.
Did Joe Biden try to get the votes certified for Hillary Clinton? Did Hillary Clinton try to force Joe Biden in 2016 to certify the electoral votes?
No, because they knew the landslide was so big.
The Biden had a pretty big landslide.
Wasn't Biden's landslide? Wait, hold on. What do you mean the landslide was so big? Didn't Hillary win the popular vote?
Hillary won the popular vote.
And Biden won by more.
No, the landslide.
The narrative collapsed right before our eyes.
So Trump didn't win the 2016 election.
What?
Trump didn't win.
No, which one?
Both 2016.
He didn't win the popular vote.
With Russian help, right?
He didn't win the popular vote.
No, from the evidence I've seen, he had
No, not another raid of 137 people. You're gonna force me to watch more of this. I don't want to watch more of this. I don't want to watch more of this. I want to check out. I want to check out. No, don't raid AI. I appreciate the raid. Appreciate the raid. Watch all 4 hours. I don't want to watch all 4 hours. I don't want to watch all 4 hours. Oh my God, I don't want to watch all 4 hours. I want to check out. I want to tap out so bad. Thank you for the raid, IRI. But I want to tap out.
a huge landslide. They tried to steal it with illegal alien voters, but it's still Trump was so big.
We're not all privy to the election that exists in your head.
I know. There's
the
no
voices that
illegal
talk to
aliens.
you don't give us the same type of information.
Voting.
The rest of us on Earth don't get beamed down from the mothership. We got to go by what people in reality say. I'm so sorry.
Here we go.
People know you're wrong. The states with the illegals are getting more. California just got 6 more congressional seats.
We need you to come up and rise up. There it is.
I'm tied down.
There's no invasion. There's no border.
You guys think that there was federal involvement here, or if there was, that what the extent of it was on January 6th?
I think that there.
Honestly, I think there's a possibility that multiple, because there are a lot of far right crazy groups. Oh, by the way, I don't think California is gaining seats. I think California is losing seats. I think they were losing congressional seats, not a lot, but I think didn't they lose a seat recently? I don't know. I haven't been paying close attention, but I don't think they gained 6 seats. What was I saying? Oh, federal involvement. I can imagine that the feds might have had people in the organizations like the Proud Boys in question to keep an eye on them, and there might have been informants in the crowd for that reason. But as for the idea that the feds were the ones that provoked everything that happened that night, we don't have any evidence of that. And everything outside of that is just speculation.
I think there were probably federal agents undercover. Do I think that federal
that I can believe.
Agents?
But what did they do undercover? Because, yeah, if you're the Proud Boys, or if you're like one of these crazy far-right groups that you're like some crazy militia, yeah, the feds might have a reason to want to know what's going on in these organizations, considering some of them have histories of violence.
Committed crimes and led people into the Capitol building? Absolutely not. And there hasn't been any case brought by any of these 700 convicts. None of them brought that up in court.
Because they're being prosecuted in the District of Columbia.
Because there's no evidence of it.
No, I know the
lawyers. No evidence of it.
They won't let them put defenses on. Let me tell you something. Alex, they said Ray Epps was a hero and did nothing wrong. Now they finally indicted him because they know it's a weak spot in their operation. They're only asking for 6 months. Let me tell you. We're not playing clips for tit for tat here, but I want everybody on X to get these statements and put all the clips of women putting onions in their eyes and the cops fake arresting people and high-fiving and saying, I'm a federal agent, I just helped run the attack. Well, they're going to string all these videos out.
So here's the thing. Like Brian said, there's probably some informants on the ground. I think one of the Proud Boys, one of the ladies in the Proud Boy was an informant. So she was on the ground. She didn't go into the Capitol building, I don't believe. The problem is with what Alex does is he pushes these conspiracy theories, these ideas that illegal aliens were voting. There's no evidence of that.
I think the illegal alien voting thing is what's happening is they're coming in and then they're being counted in the census, which then adds more electoral votes to.
Okay.
It gives more congressional districts.
That's fair. That might be happening. I haven't researched.
There are indictments all over the country. There are indictments of illegals everywhere voting. Got them again. Hit them hard. Hit them hard.
They're not voting.
They're not voting.
They're not voting.
Like 2 people.
Oh, no, a bunch of cities have passed laws where illegal aliens can vote.
No, they haven't.
No.
Hey, but none of this has to do with the federal elections, because the cities that are passing those laws, and I know of this because my city was one of those that considered passing one of those laws. They weren't able to get a large enough majority in order to pass it. But the cities that are passing that for local municipal elections, county elections, city elections, maybe state elections, but I've only seen for county and city. But no, there's no evidence of any like laws being passed for federal laws or federal elections. Only citizens can vote in federal elections.
Not in the federal election.
No, but the illegals are voting in elections, though?
Not in the federal ones. So I know that some cities try to have them voting in like local matters. I don't know how many of those are successful.
Illegal aliens shouldn't be voting, okay?
By the way, Trump said the reason he lost the popular vote was because illegal, like millions of illegal aliens voted for Hillary Clinton. Completely unproven. Never was able to find anything to back it up. Still something that he pushes to this day.
But they're not. They're not voting in federal elections.
I don't know why you would care. Why would you even care?
Conspiracy
I don't know
theory,
why
Alex.
you would care about.
There are going to be 100 million views of you guys. X is going to eat you guys alive.
I'm glad. I can't wait for it.
I don't know why you care about illegals voting when you think Trump can just flip the whole election anyway. Who cares? If you can just ask Pence to throw it all out. And
I never said I thought Trump could flip the election.
Oh, do you think it was okay when he asked Pence to do it?
I already told you 5 times. I think that was a bad theory.
I didn't say it was a bad theory. Do you think it was allowed? Do you think it was an attempted coup? Do you think you can ask the vice president to unilaterally determine the outcome of the election?
The best question Destiny asked, and he should go back to it, was if having the president, after losing an election and trying all the legal avenues, then decides to try to go around that system and have the vice president usurp his authority, go past his authority to keep him in office, what do you call that if you don't call it a coup? What do you call it? And neither Alex or Glenn could answer it earlier. You should just ask it again. Silence speaks a lot. And Destiny has emphasized this too, so he understands silence speaks. So he should use that.
No, Trump was exploring every option. The main thing he wanted was a 10-day investigation.
No, Trump wanted Pence to throw out the election to declare him the winner.
Imagine if Trump would say, like, I don't believe Joe Biden can be on the ballot. Imagine if federal judges...
And that would go to court, and the courts can decide that.
What would Republicans be doing right now?
Biden hasn't said that.
Biden hasn't said that. If Republicans were trying to take...
years saying Obama shouldn't go on the ballot. I mean, what do you want to say?
Hey, I just realized I haven't chilled once this entire 5-hour stream. Jesus. Any donations would be greatly appreciated. We are still not monetized on YouTube for at least 6 more days, and then they'll review it to see if they'll monetize us again. So any support is still greatly appreciated. Go to DylanBurns.tv, DylanBurns.tv. If you donate and sub, all the money goes to the channel on the website. None of it goes to the YouTube execs or the Twitch people. But if you got an Amazon Prime, you connect it to your Twitch account, you can also use that to donate to the channel for free. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and getting a Twitch Prime. Either way, I'd greatly appreciate any donations or subs. If you can't do that, or you don't prefer donating on Twitch or the website, you can also support the channel at DylanBurnsTV on Patreon. Firestarter or Firestar thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Why do they demonetize you? They said I engaged in harassment. They have yet to elaborate. Still confused. 4 months later.
If Republicans were trying to take Joe Biden off the ballot right now, what would you say?
Let the Supreme Court decide.
Depends on how they're trying to do it.
Even this conservative Supreme Court, I'd say let them decide.
Glenn Greenwald.
Yeah, we should. But Darren, you've been.
Republicans have an impeachment committee right now.
What are you, Darren? What's on your brain right now?
Isn't that trying to remove?
Looking at you, thinking.
Well, I can attempt to answer the question about federal involvement because my reporting at Revolver News is largely responsible for changing the national conversation in that direction.
And notice they first threatened to sue you. I'm going to leave it a minute. Take a piss. They first threatened to sue you. Now they've indicted Epps. You've been vindicated.
Yeah, in fact, I have a video. This is about Ray Epps. You just mentioned, Alex. It's clip number 3, and it's about 25 seconds long. We're going to play this, and then, Darren, I want to hear...
Are we still doing the Ray Epps stuff? Are conservatives really still on? I mean, not... I hope most conservatives aren't on the Ray Epps stuff, but I think they sadly might be. Are they really on the Ray Epps stuff still? They really still buy that? They really still think he was a Fed?
You're about to say.
Okay.
Tomorrow, we need to go into the Capitol. Into the Capitol. What? No! Peacefully. Fed. Tomorrow, I don't even like to say it because I'll be arrested.
Well, let's not say it.
We need to go. I'll say it. All right. We need to go in.
Shut the fuck up, Boomer.
To the Capitol.
Oh, well, wait. Ray Epps didn't do anything because he said peacefully at the end, right? We can move past him.
He did say no, he said go into the Capitol.
He said peacefully.
Well, so what? It's still illegal to go into the Capitol.
Iris385 has donated $5.
Hey, thank you.
Here's $5 for toughing out watching this debate. Thanks for the coverage.
Did I get $5 for this debate? It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. I got $5 for this debate. It wasn't worth it. Wasn't worth it. The medical bills will be much higher.
It was.
I thought that
peacefully
canceled
was the
everything
operative
out.
word. Yeah, I thought peacefully made it all okay.
No, going in is illegal. Trump didn't say storm the Capitol. He didn't say go into the Capitol.
He's going to get 6 months in prison. So
No,
Axel got a tier 1 subscription. Please take this as a bribe to make Alex Jones stop.
Oh, so you want to end the stream then? We'll go a little bit longer. Just so I can torture Dan about who's waiting for me to end stream.
You guys want to hear the argument for federal involvement or not?
Go for it. Yeah.
Not really.
Okay.
I want to hear it.
All right. Well, there's a lot of dimensions to it. We can start with the Ray Epps issue. Here's a guy, you saw that was only part of the clip. There's much longer clips about Ray Epps, but here's a guy who's the only guy caught on camera as early as January 5th, repeatedly calling for people to go into the Capitol and prefacing his seemingly rehearsed remarks in each case, saying, I'm probably going to go to jail for this. I'm probably going to go get arrested for this. You need to go into the Capitol. The next day, he flew across the whole country, presumably to go hear Trump's speech. He skipped Trump's speech. Instead, he was a veritable Where's Waldo everywhere on January 6th, directing people, go into the Capitol. It's in that direction. That's where our problems are. Then, amazingly, he's pre-positioned right at that initial decisive breach point on the west perimeter of the Capitol.
Dude, man. He must be like a secret CIA. Dude, he's like brilliant. He must be like a CIA super soldier. And he was at one place, and then the next day he was at the Capitol, and then later in the day he walked to a different location. The evidence is stacking up.
He's whispering into somebody's ear just seconds before the bike racks are broken through. He texts his nephew, I orchestrated it. On paper, think about it. He's like a 6'3", former Marine who was wearing camo gear and a Trump hat, and he just happens to have had a leadership position in the Oath Keepers, the most demonized and heavily prosecuted.
He used to, right? He doesn't. He didn't anymore.
The most demonized and heavily prosecuted militia group associated with January 6th. And the regime doesn't touch him. However, initially, his behavior was considered to be so egregious, he was one of the first 20 people added to the FBI's most wanted list about January 6th. He was prominently featured in the New York Times' ominously titled Day of Rage. Of all the clips the New York Times could have found and chosen, they chose Ray Epps to represent their thesis that this was a pre-planned insurrection.
Deftly_ill got
Hey, thank you for the tier 2 sub, man. I appreciate it, man. I'm sorry. I think the Ray Epps stuff is stupid. I think people who try to really believe it. I can understand being like, oh, that is weird, but he doesn't act like a Fed to me. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make sense the media follow up and him scramble of trying to get people to leave him alone. It doesn't make how he behaved the day of doesn't make sense to me. Tier 2, thank you so much. Thank you for the tier 2 sub. I didn't buy it. I've never bought it. I still think it's bullshit. I don't really give it much respect.
To storm the Capitol. And then when the discussion of federal involvement came into being, one of our major pieces at Revolver News, literally the next day is when the FBI quietly removed him from their list. And all of a sudden, he went from FBI's most wanted and featured in the New York Times' Day of Rage to New York Times does a fully dedicated puff piece on him. 60 Minutes does a sympathy segment on him. He's the only January.
The 60-minute segment was good. You guys should go watch it.
6 participant that Adam Kinzinger, who's never met a Trump supporter, he doesn't want to see rotting in jail for 50 years, that Adam Kinzinger will defend more aggressively than Epps's own lawyers. And now, almost 3 years after, the government finally says, okay, we're going to hit you with a wrist slap misdemeanor, as though people are so simple-minded to think, well, if the argument hasn't been...
There's nothing they could have done in the meantime that would have satisfied this guy. If they would have charged him earlier, it'd be the same thing. If they would have charged him later, if they would have charged him with a more serious crime recently, if they wouldn't have charged him at all.
385 has donated $5.
Hey, thank you.
It's sad watching conservatives running away from taking responsibility and facing consequences from January 6th.
I mean, yeah, it feels like we're going to make all the same mistakes that can lead to more violence again.
indicted, therefore he's a Fed. If we indict him now, even if it's a misdemeanor, even 3 years after, no matter what the circumstances, this constitutes a refutation and totally wipes away the mountains of suspicious evidence surrounding the character of Ray Epps. That's just the case of Epps. There are many other things.
Can I just touch on that real quick? So you mentioned a few things I want to touch on. So you talked about how he whispered in somebody's ear and moments later that guy went in the Capitol. That was Mr. Samsel.
Yep, that's right.
And Mr. Samsel actually testified under oath. I believe he was convicted. He said that Epps actually told him, calm down, the police are on our side.
Well, he's changed his story. I wouldn't rest.
Did you write the original Revolver article?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I set aside 3 days to go over Ray Epps stuff, and it took me 6 hours to see. It was one of the stupidest conspiracies I've ever seen in my entire life.
So the other thing I just want to
go for it real quick.
So you said that he didn't get convicted and he didn't get charged until
3 years later.
Okay, so the people who were charged with anything but misdemeanors were people who used violence and people who went into the House chamber where the joint session was, and the people who were involved in a seditious conspiracy. It had to be a conspiracy. Ray Epps acted alone here.
Well, no, I wouldn't. That's an open question.
As far as we can see, he acted alone. Anything else beyond that would just be a conspiracy theory. So he falls into the same category.
Well, seditious conspiracy is technically a conspiracy theory. It doesn't mean that it's not true, right?
Seditious conspiracy is a charge. A conspiracy theory is
a theory of the case.
A theory that there was a conspiracy that took place. So he doesn't fall into any category that any of the other protesters fall in, because he didn't fall into any of those three categories. So he got charged with a misdemeanor. Other people, the conspiratists, the people who use violence, and the people who went into the House chamber are the ones who were charged with felonies.
For the Ray Epps stuff, if you look at his story from start to finish, it is incredibly obvious. The guy is a boomer. The guy was a huge Trump supporter.
No,
he used
wasn't.
to be part of the Oath Keepers a while before. That's what he testified to under oath. He used to be part of the Oath Keepers years earlier than he'd left. I think it was the Arizona chapter. Ray Epps
he was the head of the Arizona chapter.
That's fine. Ray Epps went to the march. You said he skipped the speech. Tons of people were listening to the speech on cell phones and other things and broadcasting to other people. Ray Epps was outside the speech. There's on video, I know, because you posted in your article with him literally telling people, "Let's go. We're marching to the Capitol."
That was before the speech.
Sure, yeah, but he's out to the ellipse where
he's telling people in advance of the speech we need to go to the Capitol, because somehow he got it in his mind that everything would end up at the Capitol.
I'm pretty sure he's doing it in his as Trump is making the speech, not before the speech.
Dude, I knew everything was going to end at the Capitol. People were telling me people are storming the Capitol, and then I walked to the Capitol.
Speech has begun.
No,
when he's directing
he began
people.
Before the speech began. There are timestamps on the video.
Then you can go back and watch it on the Revolver story is up there. For every single thing that you assert about him, that he's in video whispering into a guy's ear, you say it in the rest of your article. All he's doing on the day of, when the protesting is getting violent, is going up and down telling people, "Don't fight with the cops. Don't fight with the cops. The cops are on our side." That's what he's saying the entire time. The idea that he said that the entire day, but the one guy whose ear that he whispered into, that unfortunately we don't have audio capture of, that he and Samuel testified to, is he said, "Hey, the cops are on our side," or "the cops aren't enemies." They both say something to that effect. And that seems to synergize with everything else he said on that day. You go on to say that guy immediately after was the one that broke down the fence. No, he's not. You can see like 15 people right next to him that are all trying to break down the fence. Yeah, the guy goes in eventually. But if we truly believe that this guy is a federal agent or is working to instigate the riot, we've laid out absolutely nothing supporting that. Just some video footage of another boomer being at the rally.
No.
That was there. If you want to say that, why was he removed from the FBI list? I mean, why was he removed from the FBI list? Like, all of the information is out there. He said that after his video was identified and people on X started to identify him, and then because all of his online stuff is incredibly easy to find, he started to get phone calls, he started to get harassed, he started to get threats. So he called the FBI as soon as this was brought to his attention, and he told the FBI, "Hey, this was me, and here I am, and this is what's happening." And the FBI took him off the list.
No,
you want to claim
wrong.
That there was some...
Your timeline is wrong. He called the FBI
when he saw himself in the videos.
Wrong.
Yeah, a friend told him about it, and that's what he said. That's what he testified.
He called the FBI very shortly after January 6th because of his picture being on the most wanted list. He wasn't taken off the most wanted list until the middle part of 2021. there were multiple months span between him calling the FBI in the first instance and being quietly removed.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No, that's not true.
Well, I mean,
I can tell you why it's not true, okay? Because what you did, because I read your article, is you looked at 2 archived versions of the website and you didn't have a 12-month archive. For some reason, you assumed that the recent snapshot that you took at 2021, you think that that was the first time the page has been changed. That was just the first time the page has been archived. I don't think the FBI has made a statement on it, but what Epps testified to was that he either saw a video of himself or a friend saw a video of himself or a friend saw him on the list where people were, and then people were making videos, and then he called the FBI and he said, hey, I need to talk to you and this is what's going on. If he was a Fed, why would they remove him from the list when everybody's clearly looking at the list? He was like one of the only people removed. Why would senators be defending him so vigilantly? Why wouldn't...
That's a great question. Why was he quietly removed right when the question of federal involvement became a major part of the national conversation? And let me just, I don't want to get lost in these weeds. I just want to say something quickly.
Now
so you're saying, he said, we need to go into the Capitol peacefully. And you point out correctly that in many instances caught on video, he's engaged in what you could call de-escalation of the crowd, and he's not urging people to violence. That's all correct. I never said he's urging people to violence. He was absolutely a provocateur, and his mission, as stated and as implemented and as orchestrated by his own verbatim text, was he wanted people to go into the Capitol peacefully.
That might be the case. Wait, that might be the case. And if that's all you're saying,
it's not all. No, that's everything. That's everything.
Nobody here is saying that he didn't say that and he didn't want people to do that. But the claim is that there's some sort of...
That's illegal.
Federal, that's fine. And he could be charged for it. Do you think anybody's here care if he gets charged for that crime? The issue is you're saying that he was doing it under the direction of a federal agency.
Yeah,
that the 6'3" guy that looks like he's dying of type 2 diabetes and arthritis is somehow some intimidating Marine captain that's sending people into the Capitol. That was your claim that you've provided zero evidence for, and you don't in either of the articles that you write about him.
We've got Glenn back on the horn. And Glenn, we've been talking about Ray Epps. We played a video. I'm not sure if you saw it.
Not Glenn Beck.
Did I say Glenn?
Greenwald.
Greenwald.
The other
Thanks,
Glenn.
That's so funny, Glenn.
They're hard to tell the difference between nowadays.
Glenn,
Glenn has been very patient. You should hear from Glenn Greenwald.
That's so funny. What's happening, dude?
Well, I only heard the last 4 minutes of the conversation, but I'm still always amazed by, I really don't understand the argument because
wasn't listening, but I don't understand.
FBI and the U.S. security state before January 6th was saying that they regard the greatest threat to national security not as being ISIS or Al Qaeda or Hamas or Hezbollah or China or any other foreign threat. They regard the greatest threat as being...
Wait, do you think Hamas is like a gigantic terror threat in the United States specifically? When's the last attack Hamas did on American soil? Why would Hamas outrank the people we know that are in the United... Whatever. Why am I even trying?
Right-wing domestic extremists in whom that was included on many lists, the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers, and all of the people in the groups that they said orchestrated January 6th. Is the argument that
Dylan Roof has killed more Americans than Hamas in the United States? Like there's a lot of lone gunmen that has killed more people than Hamas here. I don't understand why they would rank, why it's so crazy that our own domestic far-right terrorists could rank as a major threat in the United States.
You think that the FBI was not monitoring and infiltrating those groups? Because there's actually a ton of evidence that the FBI had their hooks in all 3 of those groups, and not only had their hooks in them, but on January 6th had informants on the ground who were pretending to be Trump supporters who were talking in real time to the FBI about everything that was happening. So I just want to understand what the claim is. Is the claim that the FBI was not involved in the groups that organized January 6th and didn't have informants with them that day?
They weren't instigating. That's your claim.
It came out that the vice president of the Oath Keepers was an FBI informant. The Proud Boys had at least 3 and as many as 8. And the New York Times itself reported that there were FBI informants in the Proud Boys who were inside the Capitol texting their handlers as the event unfolded.
So they recorded the garage. They recorded the garage meeting the day before, and the Fed said to the court nothing was said violent or no planning.
Yeah.
Brian, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, so I'm just confused. So you're saying that Ray Epps was actually a federal agent who was indicted, who pled guilty and is likely going to get 6 months in prison Is that your argument?
Well, the New York Times protected.
Well, wait.
I'm really happy they haven't figured out I did it all. Once they figure that out, I feel like I'm going to get a little too much attention.
About Epps, so a couple of things there. You don't find it a little bit strange?
Wait.
I'll get to you. I promise you. I promise you I'll address that. But let's just consider the context. The context in the immediate aftermath of January 6th, by the words of Steve Sherwin, who is in charge of the prosecution, their posture was one of quote unquote shock and awe. They were going after everyone. They were hitting them very hard. Now, again, think about central casting. On paper, Ray Epps, he's the 6'3", former Marine in camouflage gear with a Trump hat, the only guy caught on video as early as the 5th.
Yeah, because we all know there's not a lot of, veterans in the MAGA base or elderly people or any, no, that's crazy. Or camouflage. Oh my God. Now, I've never known a Trump supporter to wear camouflage before. Yeah, it's too suspicious.
Telling people to go into the Capitol, who's there on the 6th, directing people to the Capitol, who's right there.
Dude, that chat from Gutter. Don't write Dylan Klebold, Dylan Roof, Dylan Burns. Don't write that out.
Pre-positioned at that initial breach phase. And this,
helping ram signs.
Exactly. And he happens to be a former head of the Oath Keepers. And you're not telling me it's bizarre? Wait a second. You're not telling me it's at least a little bit bizarre that of all January 6th participants, he's the only one who gets a New York Times puff piece. He's the only one.
He got the piece because of all of the theories around him.
Who gets a 60 minutes.
Again, he got it because of the theories around him. And he's the major one that got the theories around him.
Sympathy segment. He's the only one that Adam Kinzinger will defend.
Same thing.
So are you saying that New York Times is now working with the feds, working with Ray Epps?
100%.
Yes. No, as a matter of fact,
question is, why do you think? Wait. Why do you think they all wrote those articles?
Why did they say there were WMDs in Iraq? Because they're told to.
So going back.
Why did they write those articles? Why don't you say that part? Why did they write those articles?
I want to address your question directly. You're saying if he were an asset. And by the way, I'm not definitive in the sense that, I don't think he was working directly for the FBI. I don't even know if he was directly working for the federal government. He was an asset. He was acting on behalf of a third party. He was not an authentic actor on that day. That I will say with a great deal of confidence. But wait a second.
Did not know any of this.
You mentioned victory. Let me say one thing. I've been gone for 10 minutes. It's a victory. They went from saying he's an angel, CNN, MSNBC, New York Times. He's perfectly now. But because of pressure, they've been forced to indict him.
Alex, quick thing on that.
The news companies aren't the ones that indict him.
The criminal complaint acknowledges that he engaged in quote unquote felonious behavior. But among the mitigating factors that they cite is, this poor guy was a victim of all these conspiracy theories, which is pretty remarkable.
He was, though. He was.
I want to address
that. You do that for any of the other people.
Why don't you answer? Why were people writing?
I want to just quickly answer the question about your question. Basically, if he was an asset, why did they go after their own asset? Why would they indict their own asset? That happens all the time. In fact, that's almost the norm. That ultimately, when the assets,
when they have undercover people, they'll indict them just as a cover.
When the assets become liabilities, they indict them. In fact, we don't have to go too far into the past to get a case of that. There is the Michigan Fednapping case, or the Michigan kidnapping case, where there is the informant, Steve Robeson, who was a long-time, over decade-long informant, who was part of the entrapment scheme in Michigan case with striking parallels to January 6th, by the way. And he, when he became inconvenient, was indicted by the government. There's so many
breaking
cases.
the law, for actually breaking the law.
I need a better argument.
I want to get my point in really fast. I haven't been able to get my point in. So you're saying that Ray Epps is a federal agent.
Well, I didn't say that. I said he was acting on behalf of a third party. He was an inauthentic actor on January 6th.
Even though there's no evidence of this. And then you're saying he's turning around and he's suing Fox News for defamation, which is going to open up all sorts of cans of worms with discovery that he's going to have to provide legally in front of a court. You think that if he was a federal agent, he'd be suing Fox News for defamation?
That is a good point.
Oh, the jurisdiction, but he did say in a text message that day during it, I orchestrated the
Why would they drag so much attention to it?
Attack.
You think he's going to sue for defamation?
He's going to
sue for defamation.
He was bragging to his nephew that asked him if he was there.
And he said, I orchestrated it.
He said, I orchestrated it.
To his nephew.
To his nephew.
Well, it's a nephew.
Why would a federal agent text such incriminating evidence to his nephew?
Why wasn't he indicted before? We made him the centerpiece. They had congressional hearings. He was all over the news. They were forced to do it thanks to Tucker Carlson and Professor Darren Beatty's work.
Wait. Why do you trust Tucker Carlson when he said he lied to you? Tucker Carlson said Sidney Powell was crazy. Tucker Carlson left Fox News because he didn't believe the election fraud claims, that he was being forced to push on TV because of Trump. Why would you trust Tucker Carlson of all people?
Tucker early on thought it was wrong. Now he says he was wrong about that. Now he says he thinks the election.
Oh, crazy! So when the lawsuit goes away, when his lawsuit goes away, the answers change.
Listen, whether you're right or wrong, you have a right to question the elections. The Democrats do.
No one wants to take that right from you.
Brian, you were saying?
Yes.
Can I say something here? Because I think
Glenn Greenwald. Glenn, go ahead.
The whole context for this conversation is, again, I mean, you just keep going back to it because it's so easy to see. People have this idea of the FBI like, oh, they don't do this sort of thing. Earlier, I think it was Ed who said, wait, why would the New York Times run a puff piece? Do you think they're working with the FBI? Like, that idea to him is so foreign.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. It was me.
No idea what the history of the FBI is in this country. They have no idea that the FBI throughout the entire war on terror did this over and over. They would target and entrap all sorts of vulnerable Muslims to...
The problem isn't that I don't believe that the FBI has informants. The problem is I don't believe that this old man who's now bringing it into a case of slander, and he's suing people and is going to open up all this new information, dragging it up, making a public spectacle. This is not how agents handle it. I don't know of many secret agents that once they were discovered, they then sued the people who discovered them. Like, hey, they make them stop discovering me. They don't do that because that drags attention to their spying and their Fed-like behavior. All the other, I've seen people who ended up being feds in the crowd get caught before. I remember at one of the follow-up January 6th events in the Capitol, somebody was found to be a Fed, and then the cops found he had a gun, dragged him out, and then he showed the badge, and then they transported him away. And that was the Fed. And you want to know what? He did it next week when everybody said, oh, that was a Fed. Sue everybody on Twitter who called him a Fed. He disappeared, and we have never seen him again, because that's what happens when they get caught. It just doesn't make sense to me. And so if you're going to speculate, I don't know, you're going to need a little bit more for me.
Engage in plots that the FBI created in order to create a narrative that the FBI was needed because there was a much bigger threat of Islamic terrorism than there actually was. The FBI has been infiltrating and then using provocateurs to encourage groups to commit crimes so that the FBI can gain more power, can spread this narrative. You have to be incredibly naive or only paying attention to the news since 2016 and thinking Donald Trump is the only issue, not to understand that this is what the FBI has been doing for decades. And so to have this like naive attitude like, oh, it's the New York Times working with the FBI, that is what the media in this country has been doing.
But you have no evidence of it. You're making it. You're just making theories up.
By the way, if I can just add a nice little colorful detail there, the author of the Ray Epps puff piece that asked none of the questions that would get to the core of his involvement there. It's total puff piece. You can read it yourself. The author of that, his previous work.
Again, why would he open up discovery if he's trying to hide stuff?
Includes the CIA authorized account of the Sinaloa cartel.
Yeah,
so
the idea of the New York Times, let me say something. The idea of the New York Times is doing cleanup work for the deep state is insane. What Glenn Greenwald was saying is key. I remember the New York Times headline. They can pull it up in there. We're not showing videos or clips. It would be too much here. I remember the New York Times headline like 15 years ago. 97% of Islamic terror plots were hatched and run by the FBI. That was the headline.
We're getting so far
including
away from
the first World Trade Center bombing, by the way, which is
Alex, just one really quick thing. You said Ray Epps was one of the last to be charged. He isn't the last to be charged. There's 1,200 people that have been charged. 1,250, I believe.
Who said he's the last to be charged?
Alex said they waited 3 years.
Yeah, they waited 3 years.
Do you realize that they're still indicting people and they expect that they're probably going to...
They had puff pieces. He was on ABC.
Let me finish my point, Alex.
Oh, my God.
So
go ahead.
Do you realize that they're still indicting people. There's likely going to be hundreds of people still indicted. Ray Epps didn't get any less a sentence than anybody else that did anything like him.
Well, first of all, they could have hit him with far more serious charges than they did.
He addressed me.
Well, what would the charge be?
Let me respond.
That's an interesting question. What charge do you recommend? What charge would have been a fair charge?
May I respond to what you said?
Yeah, let Alex respond, and then I want to hear Darren's response.
My God. The man is like a chicken with his head cut off for 3 days, including the day of the event, running around saying, go in the Capitol. He's ramming signs into people. He testifies, I orchestrated this attack.
He did not testify.
He didn't testify that.
That was the Jan 6 committee. They asked about this text message. He said, I did that.
He did not testify that he orchestrated the attack, because they would just follow up by asking, did you orchestrate the attack? And he'd think, no.
The text, he didn't testify that he orchestrated.
No, he testified to the Jan 6 committee.
That he sent the message to his nephew.
No, he testified to the Jan.
That he orchestrated it to the Jan 6 committee?
No, he didn't.
You keep interrupting because you can't. I'm
not telling the
truth. He testified that he sent the text to his nephew, not that he organized it. Dude, I'm sorry, man. We got to wrap this up soon. I'm not watching the full thing. I just can't.
Jordan slamming on you, and what's going to happen is everybody's going to get this clip.
Yep.
He testified to the Jan 6 committee. They said, is this your text message?
Yes.
He said, yes. I told my nephew I orchestrated it. Now stop. Let me finish my point.
Okay.
Thank you for being honest with us.
You keep honest. He said I orchestrated it. You keep acting like
he testified that he said to his nephew that he said that.
Yes. In a text message.
Okay, there you go.
And he did orchestrate
so he did testify.
He did?
So the point is, you keep acting like my victory is a failure.
Wait, where's the evidence that he orchestrated it? I'd love to see that.
He said it.
But
that's how it works. Oh, really? Okay, then. Well, I was there. There's official record of me being there. I orchestrated it. I did it. It was me. Now, maybe I could be saying this for shits and giggles. Maybe I'm bragging to a family member. Maybe I'm fibbing. I'm not. Who knows? Who knows? But it was me. That doesn't prove anything. Because you know what he could be saying to his nephew? This is how I view it. His nephew's like, whoa, that's so crazy. And he, being a big guy, wanting to impress his nephew, yeah, orchestrated it. He's thinking back to the day before when he was suggesting people go in. That doesn't mean he actually organized everything. We don't have any evidence of that. And out of all the people that he needed to inform of this, his nephew, again, he's not acting like a Fed. I think everybody's gotten riled up over nothing. Stardust with the raid as well. Everybody's raiding me today. Appreciating all the raids, all the love. Thanks, Stardust, for the raid. I'm here to goon. Well, you're not going to get much done here.
His nephew. I text my friends things all the time that are embellishments.
Because you guys, let me finish my point. They're all over every major corporate channel saying this poor little baby. They're saying he was a Fed or an operative or a provocateur for some NGO. He didn't do anything wrong. And when it got so obvious, they finally indicted him with a
Joe Biden should give Ray Epps the Presidential Medal of Honor. That's what I think.
Up on the wrist, and then you're sitting here saying he didn't testify, he just testified. Whoa.
No, he said he didn't testify that he orchestrated it. He testified that he sent that text to his nephew.
Then he orchestrated it.
But no, then they asked him. No.
There is a difference. There is a difference. And that's why you're not going to talk about when asked did he orchestrate it. No.
Alex, then they asked him if he actually orchestrated it. What was his answer?
In the transcript, he said
it wasn't that he orchestrated it.
So if I sense
how did he not even watch it? How is he going to talk about it? And he said in the thing that, how are you going to know that specific detail, but not the immediate follow-up question? Just completely falling face forward when, how is he so popular? I'm sorry, man. There has to be better conspiracy theorists than Alex Jones. It's just the entertainment value, right? It's just the entertainment value. It must be.
A message saying a bank is robbed. I robbed the bank.
Have you ever embellished a text message to anybody that you know? Like you, like maybe not you. I can't see you doing that, but maybe.
Actually, I'm kind of an understated kind of guy.
Alex, you started bringing up a good point. If I send a text message saying I robbed the bank, can I get charged with robbing a bank if I didn't do it?
If they got evidence, he's there.
Exactly. They need the evidence.
And he's not like he's there saying go into the building.
The day before.
It's not like he's there saying go into the and ramming signs. You're right. He's not there saying go in for 3 days. He's not there ramming signs. You're right. Ray Epps is innocent.
Again, he says 3 days. The last day, all we have from record is, and from the testimony of people who were convicted for charging into the Capitol, is he telling them to, be nice to the cops.
He's not there ramming signs.
Can we get back to my question?
You asked a question.
Yeah, so my question
You guys are indefensible.
My question is, what should Ray Epps have been charged with? What law did he break that instead of what he was charged with, I think, was obstructing the proceeding?
Let me respond.
No, he was not charged with that. That's the interesting thing.
He was charged with
He was not charged with obstruction of an official proceeding, which would have been a very easy charge and a fairly typical felony charge given to... Exactly. So wait, let me answer this comprehend.
Because they didn't obstruct an official, they would probably fail that charge.
385 has donated $5. When will the FBI finally admit that they texted Biden that Vosh is 2 baby colts in a human suit?
That's classified. Thank you for the $5. But he didn't obstruct the official proceeding. The day of, as far as we know, he never went in. He never fought with the cops. In fact, from everything we know, he was telling everybody not to fight with the cops the day of. Now, the day before, he was encouraging people to go in, but the day of, he didn't. So there's probably a good chance that they looked at the fact that he didn't go in the day of, and that other people are testifying that he's telling people not to fight with the cops, that he might have provoked people the day before, but the day of, he didn't do anything. So what did they charge him with? Could they win that type of case with him? So they went for a lower, more likely to succeed misdemeanor case, which they knew they could get him on.
Comprehensively. So first of all, it's extremely strange given how conspicuous and egregious and concentrated his behavior was that he somehow was able to avoid the obstruction of official proceeding charge. Number one. Number two, there are even more serious charges they could have given him. In fact, in the series of videos that we put out, there's one specific exchange he had with another guy. He said, when we go in, leave this here. We don't want to get shot. The when we go in, leave this here, he's referring to that individual's bear spray. That individual ends up going into the Capitol, committing violence and doing a whole bunch of other things. And this is a bizarre case because this guy, who is super egregious, has to this day not fully been charged. His case hasn't even gone to a district judge yet.
So the obstruction case.
So let me give you a sense. Let me give you a sense, because when we're evaluating these things, we have to.
Is that like a declarative statement that when that guy's case goes through, he's going to reveal something about Ray Epps or something? Because I'm waiting for some more evidence to come out about Ray Epps. Because right now it's all hearsay, and he's engaging in that right now. But we have yet to have any of these people who have been put behind bars testify that Ray Epps engaged in violence or was organizing or orchestrating them. Because he's saying he was coordinating with someone. That's his plot, is that he was coordinating with somebody, orchestrating with somebody. But nobody who's been arrested and put away has said that they were orchestrating with with Ray Epps.
Compare them to standards applied to others.
Now, let me stop you. You'll go next. Owen Schroyer, I've known him 8 years. He's a badass guy that helps disabled children and is literally like a super good person. No criminal issues in his life other than protesting. He is with me saying don't go in. They charge him, and in the charging documents say Owen's lying. He doesn't work for InfoWars. That's in the charging documents. The sentencing documents, the judge says, I'm putting you in these months in federal prison because you just...
Okay, fun thing about this case. So the person that he's talking about is currently serving his sentence for what he did on January 6th. Funny drama. Apparently, InfoWars is not going to be paying him during his time away. So this is a unpaid imprisonment. So his bills are piling up while he's in prison, and InfoWars does not pay for his, his rent and all of his stuff, his car bills and all that stuff. So he's going into debt while in prison. So, and the only reason I know this is that this last show on InfoWars, he complained about it before going into the slammer. And he was trying to push like some merchandise, a free Owen Schreier like t-shirt. So it seems that, there might be a little bit of penny pinching going on over at the InfoWars network. I don't know if that's in relation to the Sandy Hook case, because as far as I know, so far they haven't had to make any payments and haven't made any payments.
just questioned the election again and gave 3 examples of where he did it.
No,
So Owen spends months in a federal prison.
Why don't you talk about the deferred agreement that he had in 2019?
No, I agree. I will. Code Pink runs around and protesting. He put tape over his mouth when they were letting leftists run around and throw red paint in Congress, and they said, "Sir, you can't do that."
And he agreed that he wouldn't do it, and he did it.
And then he didn't protest. He went there to cover it as a journalist.
He was in a restricted area, though.
No, he was on. Listen, Ray.
He was in a restricted area.
Yeah,
guess what? I was there as, I guess you can say, a journalist. I was a streamer. I consider myself more of a journalist now. More of a streamer at the time. But whatever. I was not dumb enough to go into the Capitol.
Listen. Owen is there with me saying, don't go in. He agreed he would not protest. He was there saying, don't go in the Capitol. And you're not going to defend him going to prison.
But he pled guilty to everything that he got charged with.
Because it's a rigged D.C. court.
So why not? Wait, why did he plead guilty? Fight it in the court system. Fight the power. Like you did, Alex, and lost.
Or he.
Oh, you laughed because that happened to you yet.
Or you could explain.
It's funny because, like, the problem is on our side. We've got testimony under oath. We've got judicial.
Of course he laughed because it's silly that it's all rigged. That's why he could never win.
Rulings. We've got jury trials. We've got full videos. Not
Everybody's got the video.
We have all of these. We have all of these pieces of evidence.
And you say
I can't finish a single statement.
Yeah, wait, let Stephen continue.
Yeah, the problem
let me
is.
tell you something. My reporter deserves to go to jail for being there and trying to keep people going in the building.
He had a deferment. He pled guilty.
Yeah,
he did it.
What do you do in a rigged D.C. court?
Fight your case.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Innocent fight. If you have evidence that.
If I was Destiny, I'd be like, "What? You don't know how to fight, Alex?" I'd poke the bear a little. See what? Of course I know how to fight. Of course I fight the system. I would love. I just poke him a little bit. Just see how much you could. If you would try to wind Alex up, how far could you get him up there?
Your innocent fight, but there was no evidence because he broke the agreement that he signed, and then he pled guilty and said, I broke the agreement that I signed, and agreed to the sentence that the sentencing guidelines.
And Trump shouldn't be able to run for office.
Also, this entire argument has been you, again, arguing for an insurrection, for rebellion. All we have, everything we have over here is actual testimony under oath, actual judicial rulings, actual rulings by judges, actual rulings by Supreme Court. I can't finish. I have to be able to finish. I got to be able to finish. Well, I got to be able to finish. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We can provide these arguments. We can provide the evidence. We can provide the testimony. And all you do is go, oh, well, I don't trust the courts. Oh, well, I don't trust statements made under oath. Oh, well, hasn't the FBI done this in the past? You can skirt by providing hard evidence. I got to be able to finish one thing.
You know how much a criminal...
You can skirt by.
Said, why do you do it? I want to respond.
You can skirt by on providing any hard evidence for literally a single claim that you've made today. There hasn't been any evidence provided to support any of the claims made today. And you are hand brushing away every single other claim that's made, literally testified under oath by people that were loyal to Trump, by people that Trump trusted over and over and over again. And at the end of the day, like, what could you possibly be advocating for besides an insurrection? I can't even finish a thing. I think it's because when I talk, you get really afraid. I actually I appreciate that.
You just said,
I understand. Okay.
You just said, when I defended Owen, you just said, here you are advocating for insurrection again. Exact quote. A guy saying, don't go in the Capitol as a reporter, and you don't even stand up for the First Amendment. Or
you don't trust the court? Do you trust the courts?
I don't think most Americans do, and that's when you have real revolution.
If you don't trust the court, real revolution. What do we do in a real revolution?
Hey, listen, we're not trying to go there.
When we say we don't trust the courts, how much do people actually believe that? Like if I was like, hey, old Jerry down the road, he's a convicted sex offender. 7 times he was caught trying to do something with Aunt Jenna's nephew. Can you believe that? Are you going to be like, well, I don't trust the courts. Maybe they're picking on him. I'm going to go. Like, we all implicitly trust the court's decision when we engage with people like that in our society and have to go around and say, I'm a convicted sex offender. In most instances, we're willing to trust the court. If we heard, oh, this guy's a convicted murderer, he's put away for 70 years for murdering his whole family, I say, yep, we believe it. But when it comes to specifically your candidate, you don't trust the court. Now, you could be like, this specific judge has a history of this, or this specific law is wrong, but just the entire court system, including the judges that Trump himself appointed, is biased against him, and it's because it's all rigged. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is silly. This is not to be respected. This is not like a critique of our court system. This is just, it didn't go the way I wanted, so I'm angry, therefore it's rigged. That's what it is.
right now.
We are there right now. We just were. It's January 6th.
Listen,
if there was any time to go
don't
there,
worry.
don't touch me.
If
Okay, listen.
If there is one,
where would you?
If there is one, you're going to lose.
Sure.
Buddy.
Okay. We'll see. Okay. Where is didn't like 4 people dying on January 6th from obesity and meth? If these are the people we have to fight, I think we'll be okay.
Ashley Babbitt, you're dehumanizing her? Was she on meth?
I don't think she was one of the 4 that died from meth. She definitely got shot.
No, she did. Did she deserve to be shot?
She was trying to climb into an area where federal agents were saying, if you climb in here, I'm going to shoot you.
Federal gods?
Federal
if
gods?
It was your house,
I'm sorry, do federal agents not have the right to shoot?
I'm sorry. Oh my God. Anarchist Alex Jones. Federal gods, you mean? That those gods who determined it was time for Ashley Babbitt to die. Cops, when put in certain situations, have the ability to use lethal force. We have footage of her threatening and jostling with these people, both at different locations downstairs, at different doors into the entrance of the chamber that has been released recently. And we saw her jumping through the window, jumping through the door of the window, the final entrance before the senators, before the legislators that needed to be protected after being warned not to. Then she got shot. I don't know what you expect. You go through multiple police lines. You go there into an area that's clearly restricted. You get with the violent mob. You start screaming at the staff of the building, go upstairs, try to jump through the final line after being told not to, with a gun pointed at you, and you get shot in the chest. What did you expect? It's not a question of like, oh, I'm happy she died or anything. I wish, of course, she could go home to her family. But the thing that killed her was her own actions. That's the thing that killed her, was her own actions.
So you would have pulled the trigger on her. You like that?
If I was one of the federal agents there and I thought it was appropriate to do so, yeah.
Watch that video?
Their job is to protect the people inside.
Do I like that? No, you guys were the ones cheering on the other side of that.
All right, I think
I was cheering.
We got a little derailed.
You guys were cheering for it the entire time.
Talking about Owen, we got a little.
Wait, I want to know, what do we do if we don't trust the courts? We don't trust the courts. We don't trust the president.
Hey,
we don't
Julian
trust.
Assange deserve to be in prison?
What? I'm not here to talk about Julian Assange or the rights to be a friend.
Question: Should the cop have just let them go through the last door? Then what was the other option? Just let them go through the last door, go get the senators, grab them once they find somebody they don't like? When is a Capitol police officer supposed to use their firearm, if not at the final line of defense between them and angry mob and legislators?
Okay, tell me, what do we do if we don't trust? There's a reason he won't answer the question. The reason why is because he answers rebellion and insurrection. There's a reason why they march.
We are going to get back to.
I talked about Owen, who was there peacefully and said, don't go in. And he said, you're defending insurrection. Everybody's going to play that quote. That's not true.
Okay, I think, and you know what, I agree. I think claiming that is a defense of insurrection is different. You were defending maybe Owen?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get back to Darren because there was a question that was, we took a tangent. And also, Glenn, I think you look like you're about to say something. So if you wanted to speak first.
Yeah, but Darren, go ahead first on just to close the Epps thing. But I do want to say something as well about what I've been hearing.
I'm fine.
What charges do you think he should have gotten?
Oh, I think he could and should have gotten far more serious charges. The first example is the easiest and most readily available of
terrorism, treason against the king.
Obstruction of official proceeding, which is basically the standard charge for people who've done far less egregious things than Epps.
No, but it really isn't, though, because the only people charged with that, I believe, are the people who went into the House chamber.
No,
the people that walked through the Capitol did not get charged with that.
First of all, that's not the case, and second of all, that's not an ironclad law.
Google that.
That's not an ironclad law pertaining to the application of that charge. Secondly, there's a far more serious conspiracy charge that the government had available to them if we use the standards that they've applied in similar January 6 cases.
Yeah, he was way worse than Joe Biggs or Stuart Rhodes. I mean, he's literally, we're
dude, not even comparable, dog.
Stuart Rhodes saying invade the Capitol. Where's Stuart Rhodes attacking?
They got sedition charges.
People are ramming signs. Ray Epps did that.
Stuart Rhodes literally said that if Trump doesn't impose the Insurrection Act, that we need an insurrection. And he said, storm the Capitol. And he went into the Capitol and he hurt police officers.
He did not go to the Capitol.
He called for people
that
to...
Is
Joe Biggs did. Joe Biggs went into the Capitol.
You just said
Joe Biggs or Stuart Rhodes. Either Joe Biggs or Stuart Rhodes.
Stuart Rhodes did not do that.
No, one of them, I forget which one it was.
Joe Biggs.
he said that.
Yeah, Joe Goddard.
No, you don't even know what I'm going to say.
He deserves a year in jail. He doesn't deserve.
You don't know what I'm going to say though. One of them called for people to defend the White House and shoot to kill the National Guard.
Let me just answer really quickly. Let me say something.
Stuart Rhodes did.
Obviously, they're just political prisoners. That is free speech covered by the First and Second Amendment. Thank you.
Say that on air, and I told him he was wrong to his face. So I'm going to be honest.
Wait a second.
One thing. Before it happened, he did say if Trump calls us out for a civil war, and I was like, dude, I'm not for this on air.
One thing, very quickly.
I agree. There's a lot of rhetoric on both sides.
You wanted an example of somebody who didn't go into the Capitol who got obstruction of the official proceeding?
Yeah.
Thomas Caldwell. That's one of many.
What did he do? I'm not familiar.
Well, I'm going to be honest. Stuart Rhodes did say what he just said.
So
you guys confused that Ed or Brian. I'm sorry.
You put that. So if you put that together with.
No, I get there was some rhetoric. It was dangerous.
So I mean, if you put that together with the planning, him and Biggs were planning on two different ends.
You got to be pretty bad for Alex Jones to say, like, man, you had some dangerous rhetoric, man.
One Oath Keepers, one.
There's no proof they planned it.
Well, if you look at the Telegram message,
an undercover agent.
Also, that thing you said on air seems like a whistle, doesn't it?
Reported the conversation in the garage.
But have you looked at the Telegram messages where they're basically instructing people where to go and where they're at and that saying, hey, we stormed the Capitol, we took the Capitol.
Yeah, there's no doubt there was LARPing without Trump's directives of some people talking about that.
All right,
but why don't we trust their messages, but we do trust Ray Epps bragging to his nephew that he orchestrated?
Good point.
Well, no, I just said they were talking about it.
We're gonna go. Yeah, Glenn.
It's called being honest.
Let's let Glenn finish this one off because then I have another question for you guys.
Yeah, the whole thing, like listening to them, honestly, it's like listening. I don't mean to be insulting. I'm just saying this, it's what it sounds like seventh graders who learn civics class and have this understanding of how the U.S. government works. Like, oh, the FBI investigate and they discover crimes and then they go to the courts and the courts are very honest and the courts are apolitical and the courts make rulings and everything that has happened in January 6th, and you can even look at the people they picked and choose who to expand the law, the people who ended up getting prosecuted on felony counts, even though they were nonviolent, had these incredibly novel interpretations of law that were used against them to turn nonviolent demonstration and nonviolent political protest into felony by taking this post-Enron law and giving it a stretched meaning that it never had before. And the reason so many of them plead guilty is because they know that if they go into court, they're going to have rulings against them because a lot of these judges, especially in Washington, are not only Democratic Party judges, but the entire system is furious to watch people go and put their feet up on Nancy Pelosi's desk. So the entire system decided that this has to be punished regardless of what the law provides. You had the FBI with their hooks inside all of these groups, but I do understand that if you believe in this like story of American propaganda, that the FBI is these upstanding law enforcement people and they don't do that, and then the courts go and make rulings, then you're going to end up with this image of what the three of them have, which is this idea that this was one of the worst attacks in American history. The courts have ruled. Everything the government did in this case is consistent with their longstanding view before January 6th, that these groups are criminal groups. They need to be criminalized. Trump's movement is a threat to the United States, and the entire part of January 6th was designed to define them as an insurrectionary movement so that they could criminalize them, which is exactly what they're doing.
809.
Please don't just give it back to Jones. Let somebody respond to that.
I want to respond to Glenn real quick.
Owen didn't have the money for a criminal trial.
Oh my God, man.
890 convictions or guilty pleas, 2 acquittals, 2. 890 to 2. So is that
how many of those were accused of violence?
They're not convicted of insurrection.
I believe 170 or so were for violent acts.
Illegal parading.
Exactly. A tiny number. A small.
And the rest of them, most of them went into the Capitol building. They went in and participated in the obstruction of the transfer of power. They did that. They committed that crime. It's not hard to hit them with it. Any court in the land would hit them with it. That's why there's so many guilty pleas.
All percentage.
Yeah, and the Supreme Court is, and they should be.
You got to make
Let Glenn talk. Go ahead.
Understand that usually what happens in the United States with nonviolent protesters or even with violent protesters is they don't get charged with anything. A tiny percentage of people who use violence throughout all of the Black Lives Matter protests ended up in jail because the ideology in which they were protesting was one that was considered positive and friendly by the institutions of authority. They were on the side of Black Lives Matter. They didn't prosecute that. The Trump movement and the right-wing extremists, as the government calls them, are considered enemies of the state, and that was why the entire law enforcement mechanisms were distorted.
If you want to actually make these...
Let me just back up Glenn briefly, and I'll shut up.
Let me finish.
I'll take a 5-minute break.
One second. Well, let me finish. It's not the same to compare Black Lives Matter protesters and protesters who entered the Capitol building during the certification of the election. Those are not, that's like
Democrats have bombed the U.S. Capitol. Democrats have bombed it.
Courthouses and burned down police stations, and they had within them people who were insurrectionary.
And they got charged, and as they should have. They got charged.
Barely any of them got charged.
There are plenty of them that were charged. There are plenty.
Wait, sorry. I wanted to show you guys. By the way, this account, terrible. Don't ever, 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 ever trust this account or anything posted on it, okay? But it's showing footage of this, and this is an instance I wanted to show. Don't trust Shushko, though. He posts misinformation all the time. A desperate person with nothing left to lose begins to scream out glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes on Red Square in front of the Kremlin. Look at this.
Голоса поедь, голове! Русак небеса! На стороне Украины! Украина! Победит! Слава Украине! Героям слава! Слава
Ukraine! Good stuff. Okay, back to what we're watching.
That were charged.
Can I just say one thing? I'm going to say one thing. I'm going to take a break here.
Yeah, we're actually all going to be taking a short 5-minute break.
I'm going to go
here
to
in a
Smart
moment, but Alex,
I'm just going to say this right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we saw billions of dollars of stuff burned down. We saw all the killings, and we never said all Democrats are involved in that. Biden gave a speech yesterday that was Hitlerian, in my view, literally saying everyone in D.C. was a terrorist. They're all bad. You can't vote for Trump. We're taking him off the ballot. America's going into martial law to stop him. Our republic is in danger. I got the transcript right here.
Yeah,
he didn't go into martial law.
He said that. Everyone in D.C. is a terrorist. That's a Biden direct quote. No, is that Hunter Biden or Joe Biden?
I know you love Hunter, but the point is, this was a hysterical diatribe. This is dangerous.
So, Alex, what if instead of the Capitol was the White House, and there's thousands of people at the White House fence, and they push through the fence? Do you think those people deserve more of a criminal penalty than people that were rioting in, I don't know, L.A.?
No, I mean, if it turns out they were under the directive of a foreign power.
It was just a bunch of Americans.
Did they kill a cop? It's the crime they commit.
If a bunch of Americans, when Trump was in the White House, stormed the White House fences
guns,
with weapons, and made it past,
like Ashley Babbitt got shot?
No, made it past the fence.
The Trump supporter shot Ashley Babbitt. Okay,
made it past the fence, and they were at the doors of the White House. Do you think that they would act?
When Trump asked for the National Guard to stop that, Milley said no.
Trump didn't ask for the National Guard.
He didn't ask for the National Guard.
Milley's on record saying, I threatened to resign if Trump puts troops.
That wasn't January 6th. That was weeks before.
You just said about the White House.
Yeah, but nobody.
See, I'm giving you specifics.
Nobody was actually.
I'm giving you specifics.
Did anybody cross police barricades into the White House?
You know what I saw was the police, after a little bit of a fight, open the doors and wave people in, and a bunch of them.
They didn't wave people in.
Oh my God! Everybody, get the footage.
There's one clip out of 40,000 hours.
There's hundreds.
There's no hundreds of clips of people waving people through the door. What I saw were people breaking the windows, climbing through broken windows, unlocking multiple doors, and letting other people in. Once in, police were forced to basically de-escalate the situation and make sure that the Congress people were protected. At that point, they were outnumbered 10-1, the Capitol Police to the rioters. At that point, those videos where they're walking alongside people, they're funneling them into the rotunda.
I was there.
You weren't in the Capitol, and I give you credit for that. You knew when to turn around.
Well, the Wall Street Journal said I was cowardly on top of a car commanding people to invade. But thank God Jack Posobiec, because I didn't have a Twitter then, put the video out of me saying don't go in. I got there in the middle of it. Man,
I'm glad you did, and you made the right decision.
When you're there with 300,000 people, it's 1 million in town. and they don't even know what's happening.
Again, it was not a million people.
They're being guided in. A lot of those innocent people that just walked to the Capitol have been sent to prison.
All right, we're going to take a, well, no, actually, we're not going to be taking a break. You might be. But I want to ask you guys, talking about these people in prison, these prison sentences. So I want to talk to you briefly about if you think these prison sentences that some of these people are getting are justified or not. And then we're going to be taking questions from the audience from Zero Hedge Premium. So if you haven't signed up at zerohedge.com, sign up for the premium service, and you may be able to get a question in before we wrap. But what do you guys think? I mean, let me start with you, Darren, because I haven't heard from you.
By the way, I don't want to wrap. I mean, I say take a break. A lot of people are tuning in now. I'll keep having this debate all day long.
Yeah, we might keep going. But Darren, what do you think about the prison sentences in general that these people have been getting?
I think they're completely overblown, and they're, it's consistent with what we're talking about, this amplification of January 6th into this false domestic terrorist act. And, the stakes, what are the stakes involved? The reason it's being amplified in this fashion is to justify the further weaponization of the national security apparatus against Trump supporters and to suppress the energies associated with Trump's movement. Therefore, you have these crazy sentencing. I think they're all crazy. Even those top sentences for the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, 20 years, 18 years. It's simply insane when you think about, again, all of it has to be comparative. Are people guilty of murder who get less prison time? And the self-described, self-professed posture of the DOJ in the immediate aftermath of January 6th is one of shock and awe, which ominously but kind of unwittingly, accurately recalls the Iraq War and the war on terror. This is not an accident. It's very fitting that the Department of Homeland Security is the tip of the spear when it comes to this repurposing of the national security apparatus. It was the Department of Homeland Security that said white supremacy is the #1 national security threat, and by white supremacy, they mean Trump. All of these people have also said January 6th was a white supremacist.
They didn't say by white supremacy they mean Trump.
Direction.
There were reports that they published, and they put multiple different groups that were like a threat to the United States. Some of it was silly, but they did include, and I believe they were correct, that there are far-right anti-government militias in the United States that could pose a threat, a domestic terror threat to the United States. That doesn't mean, hey, let's go hunt down anybody in a militia. It means that it's a legitimate threat that exists. There have been threats. There have been bomb threats. There have been bombs planted. There have been bombs sent. We've had Nancy Pelosi's homes broken into with people wielding hammers trying to beat them up. We've seen the courts that have been dealing with the court cases around Donald Trump being targeted. I mean, there's shootings. There's violence. I think that, leading into 2024, we need to be vigilant. There was violence last time. There could be violence this time.
Hillary Clinton has said that MAGA is a white supremacist slogan, so that helps to contextualize and clarify.
And all these movies are coming out.
What they mean when they say white supremacy is the #1 national security threat. And so basically, these people, even the people who committed illegal acts, are in effect political prisoners because of the political context of these prosecutions, which are vastly overblown and could only make sense within this political context of the weaponization, not only of the national security state, but unfortunately now also the legal apparatus.
And let's go on the line with Glenn again and then all you guys. But I just want to say something. This is important, folks. In June of 2021, Biden put out a national security memorandum, which you just mentioned, saying right-wing extremism is the #1 threat. Then he defined that as white supremacism and then said questioning open borders, questioning elections, questioning lockdowns, questioning forced shots. That's in the report. I've shown it hundreds of times on air. Literally declaring the people an enemy. Then he gives a speech with this red background with Marines. I thought I was watching Adolf Hitler.
I love that.
And then yesterday he gives a speech.
I love that speech, man. It pissed them off so much.
Just saying they're taking over, they're a danger, we're at war, all off a riot.
He was talking about the MAGA extremist movement that did not have respect for democracy and didn't respect the results of the last election. That's what he was talking about.
The Capitol. At best, it's a riot and obviously provocateur. So this is a branding of of 80 million voters plus as a political enemy. This is extremely totalitarian, extremely dangerous.
That assumes everybody that voted for Trump is therefore a member of the MAGA movement, which I don't think that's necessarily true.
And I was there. I know you're in a crowd of hundreds of thousands. You're up. Tear gas is coming.
The choice of the word MAGA movement instead of Trump voter is purposeful.
Now you can't even see what's happening at the Capitol. You're saying, don't go in there. We've got a stage. I go there. There's a stage. No one there. I mean, we were set up, and I was set up. And thank God that I waited 30, 40 minutes. I didn't know what to do. I was like, this is weird. How do I lead a crowd that's already left? I was there. And so all I'm saying is this is not the basis to indict populist Americans and say they're terrorists. And if the U.S. government spent the equivalent of $10 trillion, they spent $1 trillion in Afghanistan of real current numbers, but the estimates now are $10 trillion in current dollars in Vietnam, and the Vietnamese wouldn't give up. So Swallowsville says, we'll use F-16s, we'll just kill Americans, we'll take your guns. F-16s don't take guns, folks. I don't want a civil war. I don't want violence. But the entire deep state couldn't defeat the Vietnamese, and now they want a war with the American people while they have one with Russia and while they have one with China. This is madness. It needs to stop. I don't want a war with Democrats. I don't want civil war. I don't have some dream of this, but this is the election strategy of Joe Biden is civil war.
Glenn, did you want to say something?
Yeah,
really, we're gonna throw it to Glenn after that, so Glenn doesn't respond to him saying that the election strategy is civil war. Let's hear let's hear moderate, reasonable journalist Glenn Greenwald respond to that. Let's hear it.
I think this is really the nub of everything. Like, I really do think that the three of them actually believe what they're saying. I'm out actually realizing.
Okay, so no response whatsoever. Just Alex Jones is just your buddy. You just agree. You just nothing he said there. It's all objectionable. Man, he has really fallen to the lowest of the low, huh?
Yes, and the reason they believe it is because they don't know the history of the war on terror. They don't know the history of the Cold War. They don't know what the CIA and the FBI and the U.S. security state have been constructed to do and the role that they played in our domestic politics.
Okay, so he's just calling his opponent stupid. Can we get to some? Is there anything else in this that's? Is there anything? I don't want to fucking listen to any schmucks anymore. Is there anything else in this that we should listen to? Any moment? Anything else? I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen to that dude anymore. Are we done? I don't see anything. Oh, is this it?
Over killed no kids.
Do you want to follow up?
I want to legitimately answer the question that Enrique Tarrio had a remarkable
anything.
That we're not.
Okay, I'm not doing it. I've seen it. I've already reacted to it. You know what? If you want to react to it again, it's on my Twitter, so we'll just do this. Here it is.
It's fake.
All right, you know what? That's it. We're done with this fucking conversation. We're moving on to the user questions. As told, Glenn, you had something to say? Glenn, please.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say that we are out of.
Been there. I've been there.